Chapter 1, Love It or Leave It. The top floor meeting room of the Lufing Group building. The quarterly meeting of the Lufing Group is currently underway here. Look at what you have handed in. Do you honestly think that these figures barely keep up with the progress? Why has this year's advertising investment not met expectations? Can't you even spend money properly? Why has purchasing costs increased so much this quarter? How are costs being controlled? Sales, look at the data for the same period last year. Do you honestly think your department has worked hard? I didn't put you in this position to fool me. The woman sitting at the head of the table is Chang Lu, the current president of Lufing Group and its largest shareholder. Chang Lu is a powerful businesswoman and a legend in her circle. In just a few years, she has made the company bigger and stronger. Now that the company is listed, she has also become a newly minted female billionaire. Chang Lu has a soft appearance and delicate features, but after years of experience in the business world, she has developed a commanding presence. Coupled with her meticulous and rigorous work style and her clear rewards and punishments for employees, she gives the impression of a cold and distant female CEO. Leaving the meeting room, the secretary follows closely behind Chang Lu. Organize the several issues mentioned in the meeting and put them in written form to be distributed to the heads of each department. Require them to complete the rectification within a deadline, otherwise directly evaluate the relevant person in charge. Chang Lu gives work orders without a trace of emotion. Yes, Ms. Chang. The secretary hurriedly responded, taking notes on her tablet as she walked. Back in her office, Chang Lu sat in her boss's chair and glanced at the time. It was almost noon. What's next on the schedule? Chang Lu asked. The secretary quickly pulled up the schedule. There's a symposium led by the Commerce Bureau in the afternoon, and a dinner with a business partner in the evening. Chang Lu looked puzzled and said, Dinner tonight? Didn't I say not to arrange any dinner meetings for me? Since getting married, Chang Lu has basically said goodbye to these kinds of business dinners. Often, she only needs to coordinate the overall situation. If she has to personally negotiate business, then what are all those executives for? Sales manager Yang said that the contract can be signed immediately if you attend the meeting with the partner. The itinerary was handed over by assistant Huang, who said that you agreed to it. The secretary hurriedly explained. Chang Lu rubbed her head. She couldn't remember when she had agreed to this, but assistant Huang was 2 years her junior at school. They met by chance, and Chang Lu thought the other person was quite clever, so she recruited him into the company as her assistant when he needed an internship. Later, when the internship ended, the other person left. Last year, because he had left his previous company and had not found a good job, he contacted her again. Out of old feelings, Chang Lu summoned him back to be her assistant. Chang Lu just thought that she had casually promised but forgot about it, and at the moment, she was a little torn about whether or not to go. At this moment, the door to the office suddenly rang. After obtaining Chang Lu's permission, the other person came in. It was another female assistant knocking on the door. Ms. Chang, the receptionist called to say that Mr. Yi has arrived downstairs and is on his way up. After saying this, the assistant left. Hearing this, Chang Lu suddenly lost the desire to continue thinking. She told the secretary to let her think about the dinner invitation for the evening and let her know later, and then dismissed the secretary. As soon as the secretary left the room, she bumped into a man walking towards the office. The man's eyes were deep and calm, and when the corners of his eyes were slightly narrowed, they faintly revealed an imperceptible sharpness. His long, naturally curved eyebrows complemented his straight and just right nose. His lips were always slightly upturned, with an indistinct smile, which made him look solemn but friendly. His face had clear contours and a healthy complexion, exuding the unique charm of a mature man. His smile is always so warm, like the warm winter sun, instantly bringing people closer and making them feel like they are in the spring breeze. His back is straight, his pace steady and powerful. If he weren't carrying a lunchbox, he would give the impression of a successful person in a position of power. The man greeted his secretary, didn't linger, and knocked on the door to the CEO's office. After hearing a response from inside, he walked in. The man walked over to the desk, placed the insulated lunchbox on the desktop, then walked around the desk and went straight to Chang Lu, kissing her directly on the forehead. Are you done? The man asked softly, running his fingers through Chang Lu's hair, rubbing it in a circle before moving his middle finger to her temple and pressing it, relieving Chang Lu's brain fatigue. Chang Lu closed her eyes comfortably and leaned back, relaxing her whole body. The pressure of work gave her few opportunities to relax, so every day at this time the man would come to bring her dinner and give her a massage to relax her. A little harder. Yes, yes, that's it. Ouch, ouch, a little lighter, a little lighter. Ah, that's much better. A few minutes later, Chang Lu let out a breath of relief and felt her mind become clearer. Come and eat, or it will get cold, the man said softly. Okay, what's the delicious food today? Chang Lu looked at the man as he carefully arranged the cutlery and dishes, and a feeling of happiness welled up in her heart. For many years, the man had delivered Chang Lu's lunch every day on time, except when he was on business trips or in the rare event of an emergency. Everyone in the company knows that Chang Lu has a thoughtful and caring husband who takes good care of her. She rarely smiles at work, but every time she sees her husband, she can't hide her smile. Everyone says that the two are an exemplary couple, and everyone envies their happy marriage. Indeed, Chang Lu is outstanding looking and a successful person, and her husband is also extraordinary and is the male god in the hearts of many female employees. Although her husband doesn't work at the company, he occasionally participates in company projects as an external consultant, so many employees know him. In the large office, the two sat in front of the sofa. The man thoughtfully ladled soup for the woman and picked up her food. You eat too, I can't finish it all. Chang Lu's face was filled with a happy smile. I've already eaten, you go ahead, I'll finish what's left. The man's voice was very magnetic, and it made Chang Lu feel very comfortable. No one disturbed them during lunch, and they enjoyed their meal in peace. The two of them cuddled on the sofa for a while, but in order not to disturb Chang Lu's lunch break, the man had to leave first, of course not forgetting the parting kiss. Looking at the man's departing back, Chang Lu's face was full of tenderness, but when the swinging glass door gradually stopped, the smile on Chang Lu's face gradually disappeared. Chang Lu felt a little lost. The feelings they had shared over the years were real, but why was it that although they were intimate every day, they no longer had the passion they had at the beginning? Was it because they didn't love each other anymore? No. It was just because they didn't love each other enough. Chapter 2, Drunk. In the afternoon, in the hospital corridor, Yifeng walked alone towards the special care ward at the end of the corridor, holding a bouquet of sunflowers. The room was large, with a single hospital bed in the center surrounded by various medical equipment. Yifeng scanned the room and didn't notice anything unusual. Yifeng first pulled the curtains open a little wider to let in the sunlight. The sunlight at this time of day was relatively mild, and it wasn't very hot when it hit you through the glass. Then he walked straight to the bedside table, removed the withered flowers in the vase, replaced them with clean water, and finally inserted the new sunflowers and disposed of the replaced parts. After doing all this, Yifeng took a chair, sat facing the bed with his back to the window. He leaned back against the back of the chair, his hands interlocked and his fingers curled into fists, dangling between his legs. His eyes stared at the pale face on the bed, lost in thought. Over the past few years, Yifeng has come here almost every day. From the initial anxiety, to a gradual acceptance, and then a sense of calm, from seeking medical treatment everywhere, to accepting the reality, and then praying from the heart, now he is able to quietly sit here and keep company, without saying a word or moving a muscle, for some time every day. The reason for this is because the person lying on the hospital bed is the most important person to him. However, due to an accident, she has become a vegetable, and has been like this for 3 years. From the beginning, Yifeng was devastated and almost collapsed. When he learned that she was unlikely to wake up, he found it even more unacceptable. Until time told him that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not wake her up. He had no choice but to accept the reality, but he did not forget the doctor's words. The doctor told him that talking to her more might stimulate her to wake up. So Yifeng spent an hour every day in front of her window, talking about when they were children, when they grew up, when they were together, and all those good old days. But the truth eventually defeated his persistence. 3 years passed, and she still showed no signs of waking up. The doctors all advised him to give up. After all, the cost of treatment was so high that it had once bankrupted him. But he still persisted. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would never give up. Yifeng's gaze passed over her face, and a smile could not help but rise at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps it was because he thought of something interesting from the past. The girl's face was pale, as if time had stopped for her. Since the day she fell into a coma, she had not changed, except for her increasingly pale skin. There were no signs of aging at all. Yifeng felt as if he had seen her again when she was young. Memories began to flow through his mind again. After sitting there for almost an hour, Yifeng got up and left. Inside the Lufeng Group, in the president's office. President Chang, President Yi went to the hospital, as usual, stayed for an hour, and then left. Assistant Huang reported. Upon hearing this, Chang Lu felt only a sense of annoyance. Originally, she didn't care about this matter, and of course she knew that woman lying in the hospital room, and also knew that she was someone very important to her husband Yifeng. But the more important she was to him, the more it stung her heart. When she learned that her husband had been visiting that hospital room every day on time for several years, she felt very bad. Although she knew that the woman was a vegetable and posed no threat to her marriage, she could not let go of the thorn in her heart. Seeing that Chang Lu's face was not looking good, Assistant Huang hurriedly said, "Senior, don't be angry. Feng is just being concerned. You know that person is a patient in there. Although she is spending your money on treatment, you and Feng are one, and you should understand him." After a lot of explanation, Chang Lu became even more angry. "You can go now," Chang Lu commanded. "Then, Senior, about the dinner tonight?" Assistant Huang asked before leaving. "Fine, I know. Tell the secretary to prepare some information for me to review. I'll keep the dinner appointment tonight." Chang Lu dismissed the assistant. Feeling upset, she didn't know if it was because her period was about to start or because of Yifeng, but she suddenly didn't want to go home and didn't want to see Yifeng. So she might as well go out for a drink. It had been a long time since she last drank, and maybe if she got drunk she wouldn't be so worried. At 7 p.m., Yifeng was home alone. He looked at the time on the wall and then at his phone. There were no calls or messages. As usual, Chang Lu would have been home by now, but today she was strangely quiet. Yifeng was a little worried, but he was afraid that Chang Lu was working overtime and it would affect her work. So Yifeng was about to contact Chang Lu's secretary. But before he could make the call, his phone received a photo of Chang Lu at a drinking party. There was no message, just a lonely photo. Yifeng was a little surprised. In the past, Chang Lu had attended all kinds of dinners in Yifeng's company. Later, the company grew bigger and is now listed, so there is even less need for personal entertainment. If it is really unavoidable, Chang Lu will bring him along, but today there was no such thing, and there was no message at all. Yifeng felt a little uneasy, especially after inexplicably receiving a photo of her wife. Unable to figure it out, Yifeng called his secretary directly and learned that Chang Lu had gone to a dinner with 2 assistants. After asking for the address, Yifeng drove over. Outside the hotel, Yifeng parked and waited. He didn't go up rashly, believing that Chang Lu had a reason for not calling him and that he could just ask later. With an assistant there, Yifeng believed that nothing major would happen. In a flash, it was already 9 o'clock, and the dinner had already been over for 2 hours. Yifeng was a little anxious, so he called Chang Lu's assistant. "Xinshin, are you with Lulu?" "Lulu? I'm with her, but she just got drunk and is in the bathroom right now," Chang Xin replied. Yifeng's heart tightened upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked what was going on, while beginning to unbuckle his seatbelt. Just now, Assistant Huang said the wrong thing and made the other person unhappy. In order to cooperate, Sister Lulu had to punish herself by drinking a bottle to make the other person happy. Just as Yifeng was about to say something, Chang Xin spoke again, but it was over now. "Sister Lulu and I have already left. In a while, Sister Lulu and I will go downstairs. I didn't drink, and I will safely send her home." Upon hearing this, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "No need to see me off, just bring her down. I'm already in the lobby downstairs, I'll just take her back." "What? You're downstairs, brother-in-law? Okay, we'll be right down." Chang Xin hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Yifeng waited in the lobby downstairs. After a while, Chang Xin appeared at the elevator, holding the hand of Chang Lu. However, there was also another figure that Yifeng didn't like much. Yifeng hurriedly walked towards the elevator. Chapter 3: People with Ulterior Motives. In the elevator, Huang Haitao's eyes kept scanning Chang Lu's somewhat limp and delicate body. Although Chang Lu was a few years older than him, in terms of appearance and figure, she far surpassed all the other women around him. At this moment, if it weren't for Chang Xin standing between him and Chang Lu, he would have already gone to help Chang Lu. Not only had he been thinking about it now, he had been thinking about it before. Standing at the bathroom door, watching Chang Xin struggle to support the half-drunk Chang Lu, Huang Haitao had wanted an excuse to help support Chang Lu. However, he was directly rebuked by Chang Xin. Originally, Huang Haitao was Chang Lu's junior, and he was able to enter Lufeng Group because Chang Lu gave him a special recruitment. At the beginning, he was just Chang Lu's junior, and he happened to meet Chang Lu during his internship. He just left Chang Lu's company after the internship. He didn't expect that in just a few years, Cheng Lu's company would become so big, and it was really a bit of a miscalculation. Fortunately, he had established a good image before, as a cute and sensible junior colleague. Later, he played the sad boy in front of his senior colleague, and returned to Cheng Lu's side, even becoming her assistant. In theory, with Cheng Lu's connections, he should not have to fear anyone in the company, but he dared not offend Cheng Xin, as she was Cheng Lu's cousin. Her connections were stronger than his, so in front of her, he dared not act rashly. Cheng Xin also seems to dislike him very much. Although they both work for Cheng Lu, they rarely cooperate. Therefore, Huang Haito has an unspeakable grudge against Cheng Xin, and he has even thought in his heart that one day he will take Cheng Xin down to see how arrogant she can be. However, with Cheng Lu looking after her, it seems that this goal will be difficult to achieve. On the contrary, Huang Haito has a little confidence in Cheng Lu, because Cheng Lu takes good care of him and shows a lot of goodwill. He feels that Cheng Lu has a favorable impression of him. Although Cheng Lu is already married, her looks, figure and financial resources make him completely ignore the fact that she is married. Huang Haitao comes from an average family. He was brought up with the family values of money being almighty, and whoever has money in the family has face and makes the decisions. Therefore, Huang Haitao has always wanted an opportunity to get rich quickly. And now, he feels that he has waited long enough. Cheng Lu's husband seems to be a soft-spending man who has no job or income, only does household chores, and is confused about his identity, getting involved with a vegetable. Since he returned, he has not been short of provoking a rift between Cheng Lu and her husband, and it has now begun to bear fruit. The elevator quickly reached the first floor, and Huang Haitao was the first to get out, immediately turning around to offer a hand to support Cheng Lu, but before he could do so, he was pushed against the shoulder. When he looked back, he saw a figure pass by him, having caught the somewhat unsteady Cheng Lu from Cheng Xin's hands. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was Cheng Lu's soft-spending husband. He cursed inwardly, "You son of a bitch, watching her so closely? You're afraid your wife will run away, too, aren't you?" Huang Haitao secretly calculated in his heart and decided to blow into Cheng Lu's ear tomorrow. However, Yi Feng intercepted his action at the moment. His intention was too obvious. He still needed to explain in front of the husband. "Brother Feng, my senior just drank too much when she blocked the wine for me. I just want to help her up, I don't mean anything else. You won't be petty and argue with me, will you?" Huang Haitao's words seemed to be an explanation, but in fact, they were provoking Yi Feng and secretly clarifying that Cheng Lu had drunk so much wine because she was taking care of him. Yi Feng gave a faint smile and returned her gaze, then helped Cheng Lu up so that her body was pressed close to his, so that she wouldn't slip. He then said, "Assistant Huang, it's enough for you to do your job well during working hours." Seeing that Ji Feng's expression was calm, Huang Haitao was a little unwilling, so he added, "Since I'm my senior's assistant, when I'm by her side, it's working hours, and naturally taking care of her is my job." Seeing Huang Haitao speak to her brother-in-law like this, Cheng Xian was infuriated. She didn't like this Huang guy just by looking at him, and she didn't know why her cousin wanted to keep him around. At the moment, she was even more angry and wanted to scold him. Before she could say anything, Yi Feng's voice came through, "Since you know your status, you shouldn't make mistakes at work and make your boss clean up after you. If you worked under me, you would have been fired long ago." Yi Feng said without mercy, his tone not the slightest bit polite. Huang Haitao was taken aback by this, and didn't expect Yi Feng to know about the drinking party. He had done it on purpose to test if Cheng Lu would help him out, but the result greatly exceeded his expectations. Not only did Cheng Lu help him out and extricate him, she also drank the entire bottle of white wine that the other person passed her. At that time, Huang Haitao was so excited that he could not calm down for a long time. The fact that a woman could do this for a man showed that he was not a light person in Cheng Lu's heart. So now when he saw Yi Feng, he was a little bit lost, and he dared to confront Yi Feng like this. However, Yi Feng's words immediately made him come to his senses again. It was not yet time, and he could not afford to lose face with Yi Feng. He looked at the intoxicated Cheng Lu, then at Cheng Xian by the side, and finally Huang Haitao bowed his head and apologized to Yi Feng. "I'm sorry, Brother Feng, it was my mistake. I promise I won't do it again next time. Please don't let my senior sister expel me." His attitude was very sincere, but in his heart he was thinking, it seems that Cheng Xian has a very good relationship with her brother-in-law, and she must have told this soft-spending man about it. It's possible that Cheng Xian is spying on Cheng Lu for this soft-spending man. Huang Haitao was already scheming in his heart about how to trick these people in front of him and make them lose trust in each other. Yi Feng paid no more attention to Assistant Huang, who was bowing apologetically, and helped the half-drunk Cheng Lu walk steadily out of the hotel door. A light breeze blew, bringing a slight chill, and Changlu couldn't help but shiver, subconsciously burrowing into Yifeng's arms. Yifeng took off his jacket and put it on Changlu's shoulders, supporting her shoulders as he slowly walked towards the car. "Husband? Why are you here?" Changlu seemed to have been sobered up a little by the wind, and in a daze she saw the outline of Yifeng and asked subconsciously. However, her speech was very slow and she was a bit tongue-tied, so it seemed that she was quite drunk. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. It seemed that there would be a lot of trouble tonight, but for the time being, he still needed to comfort her a little. "I knew you were here entertaining guests, so I came here myself, afraid that something might happen to you, and I didn't dare disturb you, so I waited for you downstairs." Yifeng explained a bit, regardless of whether Changlu could hear him clearly or not. Changlu's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of drunkenness, and Yifeng felt that her eyes were a bit deep and affectionate, but he didn't know why she was looking at him with such affection. Unable to defend himself, Yifeng could only respond with a shallow kiss. When he withdrew, he saw that Changlu was still with her eyes closed, her eyelashes quivering slightly. Yifeng supported her head against his body and continued walking towards the car. Chapter 4: Unconscious. In the car, Changlu seemed to be drunk and looked like she was already asleep. Yifeng looked at his wife sleeping with her head tilted on the passenger seat and felt a little uncomfortable. In the past, whenever they had to attend a business dinner, he would always be the one to accompany his wife, but recently, it seemed to be a bit different. Just like last time, his wife also went out for a business dinner, and as a result, she also drank, but she didn't drink much, and it was during the day, and she came back very early. Yifeng is not unaware of the fact that this kind of thing has happened a few times recently. He has asked his wife, and the answer his wife gave him was that it was just a formality, and there was no need for him to attend. Although Yifeng could barely accept this answer, what it reflected was not only the difficulty of the business, but also his wife's change in attitude towards him. Fortunately, apart from this, there had been almost no change in his relationship with his wife. He would go to the company every day to bring his wife lunch, and she would happily enjoy the food he delivered, and then have their usual intimate moment afterwards. Even though the two sleep together every night, they can still be intimate and inseparable when they meet during the day. This also dispelled Yifeng's doubts. In this marriage, Yifeng is actually in a disadvantaged position, not because he is incompetent or unambitious, but because a key point in making this marriage work is because his wife helped him out at a critical time. It was also from that time that Yifeng completely accepted his wife's love. So in the future, Yifeng took the initiative to choose to be the man behind his wife. When she needed him to fight, he charged into battle for her like a knight. After she had overcome the crisis, he returned to the family and became a good husband. Yifeng gave all the glory he received in public to his wife, allowing her to achieve the title of the youngest female CEO in Nanchang and become the most talked about person in the circle. Yifeng doesn't dare to say how charming he is, and that he can retain a woman's heart 100%. But he believes that as a husband, he has done his best. However, he has seen the changes in his wife. For example, this time, she got drunk during a social gathering, which has never happened before. And it happened when Yifeng was not around, which made Yifeng a little unbelievable. Once Yifeng thought that after getting married, the two of them were one, and all the suffering should be endured together, and all the good should be shared together. However, now Yifeng has begun to notice some signs. Yifeng remembered that just now the assistant surnamed Huang tried to help his wife up, and he felt a little angry. As an assistant, he did cross the line a bit. But Yifeng has seen that man appear next to his wife more than once. Although he is an assistant and they have normal work contact, there were a few times when they were in private settings, which made Yifeng think too much. He shouldn't have been thinking about it. As a husband, he should unconditionally trust his wife and believe that his wife loves him enough. But now he is a little less determined. Perhaps it is because he is now too ordinary that he feels in his heart that he is not worthy of her. As he thought about it, he felt a little uncomfortable. Yifeng didn't know what was wrong with him. For a long time, he had not had this feeling of losing something. It was very depressing, and his heart felt blocked. His wife was quiet the whole way, and Yifeng drove quickly home. After a short while, the two returned home. Changlu had not yet woken up, so Yifeng could only drive the car into the yard first, then get out and walk to the passenger seat, and pick Changlu up in a standard princess carry. If it were back when they were students, Yifeng might have found it a bit difficult, but in the past 2 years, he has paid a bit more attention to fitness, and usually exercises by running. Plus, Changlu was very light, so it was almost effortless to carry her. Yifeng carried Changlu all the way upstairs, directly back to their room, and put her on their bed without taking a break. First, he took off Changlu's jacket, then her shoes, and then her stockings. The couple had been honest with each other countless times, so Yifeng didn't hesitate at all, but was very skilled instead. Moreover, now that Chenglu wasn't struggling at all, it was much easier than usual to undress her. When taking off her socks, he couldn't help but touch Chenglu's soft skin. Chenglu seemed to feel the same thing on her thigh in her sleep, and she grunted and squirmed a little. "Don't move, honey, I'll take off your socks for you," Yifeng said softly to Chenglu, who was lying on the bed. It seemed that she heard the familiar voice, and she calmed down. It seemed that Chenglu was just dizzy and unable to get up, but not completely unconscious. Chenglu only felt that she was spinning all the way up, and she roughly knew that she got into the car and was then carried upstairs. The person carrying her smelled exactly like her husband, so she didn't struggle. She knew someone was taking off her clothes. She wanted to open her eyes, but her head was too dizzy to do so. She could only vaguely see a familiar figure through the gaps, and the familiar smell of her nose, before she let down her guard. Yifeng tickled her thigh when he helped her take off her socks, and she felt a little itch. So she subconsciously squirmed a little, with a hint of coquettishness. Hearing her husband's voice, she became obedient again. "Can you get up? I've made you some hangover soup. It'll help your stomach feel better if you drink some." I don't know how long it took, but Yifeng's voice sounded in Chenglu's ear. She was half asleep, and when she heard Yifeng's voice, she came back to some sense. But she still couldn't seem to open her eyes, and then she made some whimpering sounds in her throat. Yifeng went up to help Chenglu up and lean on his shoulder. Chenglu's entire body weight was almost pressing down on Yifeng. Yifeng knew that Chenglu could not control her body at the moment, and he just hoped that after drinking the hangover soup, she would become a little more sober. Yifeng lifted the bowl and used a spoon to feed Chenglu slowly, spoonful after spoonful. He was very careful in his movements, afraid of scalding Chenglu and also to avoid the soup from spilling and falling on the bedsheets. Yifeng wiped Chenglu's mouth while feeding her. Yifeng did not ask Chenglu why she had drunk so much. He knew that, given her current position, she clearly could have refused to drink, and no one would have forced her to drink. Moreover, Chenglu was also well aware of how attractive her appearance was in the eyes of those in the industry. Most people dared not do anything to her because of her status, but there were always some bold people who would want to take advantage of her. Some people have a fetish for making strong women submit, and the stronger and more powerful the other person, the more they can't help themselves. That's why Chenglu has always protected herself well, and getting drunk like this is completely out of the question. Yifeng can't help but think to himself, "Chenglu, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 5, Getting Sober. Perhaps it was because she had drunk the hangover soup, but Chenglu seemed to be in a better state, at least able to open her eyes. Yifeng put the bowl in his hand aside, and Chenglu leaned her head against his shoulder. When he turned back, he saw Chenglu, with drunken eyes, staring at her blankly, with a silly smile on the corner of her mouth, not at all like her usual cold and aloof CEO appearance. "Husband." Chenglu stuttered out two words, and the ending sound made Yifeng feel like a kitten's paw gently scratching on his heart, and he couldn't stand it for a moment. Seeing that Yifeng ignored her, Chenglu called out again, raising her voice a little. "Husband. Why are you ignoring me?" Her voice was soft and sweet, and her appearance was very cute. Yifeng couldn't help but pinch her pouty and puffed up cheeks. "My husband is here, tell him what you want to do?" Yifeng followed Chenglu's words, knowing that Chenglu was drunk and might not remember tomorrow, but he really treasured her innocent appearance. However, when Chenglu heard Yifeng's response, she was not happy. Instead, she pouted, hugging Yifeng's neck and trying to lean into him, but she was too drunk to use any strength. Yifeng sensed Chenglu's intentions, so he leaned over himself, so that she could easily hug him. He only heard Chenglu say in his ear, "Husband, don't leave me." Chenglu muttered, but Yifeng heard clearly. "Silly, I'm not going anywhere." Yifeng laughed, not knowing why Chenglu had said such a thing. "How about I take you for a bath?" Yifeng whispered in Chenglu's ear. Without waiting for a response, he took her to the bathroom in the room, because he knew that Chenglu probably didn't even know what he had said. Yifeng first let the water run into the bathtub. The bathtub was very smart and could adjust the temperature. While waiting for the water to heat up, Yifeng stripped Chenglu naked. The two had been married for many years and had had a lot of fun, so this kind of scene was nothing new to them. However, Yifeng had to admit that his wife was definitely very attractive. With a body like that, even he, with his extraordinary self-control, could not help but feel aroused in front of his wife. Yifeng placed one of Chenglu's jade arms on his shoulder to prevent it from slipping when he picked her up later, and with his other hand, he passed it around Chenglu's ankles before picking her up and slowly lowering her into the bathtub. When Chenglu first touched the water, she probably wasn't used to the temperature and let out a little moan. It wasn't until her whole body was wrapped in the warm pool water that her tense nerves slowly relaxed. After doing all this, Yifeng took off his shirt, revealing a fit body. He changed into a pair of big shorts, which made it easier to move around the bathroom. Yifeng took a towel, soaked it in warm water, wrung it out, and wiped Changlu's cheeks. Changlu still had light makeup on her face, and Yifeng carefully and gently helped her remove it. At first, Changlu resisted a little, but in the end, she probably felt that resistance was useless, so she let Yifeng do as he wished. Changlu was comfortably soaking in the bathtub, while Yifeng moved a stool and sat outside the bathtub, washing Changlu's body. Changlu in the bathtub seemed to be enjoying herself as well, humming from time to time. Yifeng's body grew hot from Changlu's sounds. After all, they were indoors, and the steamy air did not circulate very well, making Yifeng's breathing a bit rapid. And Yifeng's movements inevitably came into contact with Changlu's tender skin, which made him even more aroused. However, thinking that Changlu must be feeling very uncomfortable at the moment, he tried hard to suppress his impulses. However, when Yifeng noticed that Changlu's voice was becoming more and more obvious, a slight sense of discomfort began to arise in his heart. It wasn't until he noticed that Changlu in the bathtub had her eyes closed but her mouth raised that Yifeng knew that his wife had long since woken up. "Lulu, are you awake?" Yifeng asked tentatively. Changlu could barely suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth, but immediately pretended to groan in discomfort. In fact, her consciousness had already been almost clear when Yifeng washed her face, but she was too weak to speak. She was happy to enjoy the company of her husband. Perhaps the hot water accelerated blood circulation, and fine beads of sweat also appeared on her forehead. Her consciousness became clearer and clearer, but the clearer it became, the more clearly she perceived Yifeng's actions. Yifeng's intentional or unintentional touches made her feel funny. Yifeng seemed to be blushing, so she became even more determined to tease him. But Yifeng discovered her in the end. Yifeng caught the hint of a smile that Changlu was trying hard to suppress, and immediately understood everything. "Fine, you pretend to be drunk," Yifeng said, splashing a handful of water in Changlu's face. Changlu immediately screamed and could no longer pretend. But she was not to be outdone, and slapped Yifeng back, giggling non-stop. So the two of them started playing around, and Changlu was the first to surrender. "Oh, honey. I'm done. I'm sorry." Hearing Changlu beg for mercy, Yifeng let her go. At this moment, he was already soaked to the skin, and water was dripping from his shorts. There were water stains all over the bathroom. Changlu wiggled her finger at Yifeng seductively, and Yifeng obediently went over to her when he saw it. "My head is still spinning, honey." Changlu blinked her beautiful watery eyes and looked deeply into Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng felt his breathing come to a halt and his throat go dry, and slowly asked, "Are you sober yet?" "Not yet, you have to help me." Changlu spoke in a pitiful manner, as if she had suffered some kind of injustice. Seeing this, Yifeng could no longer control himself. He directly pressed his lips against those soft lips. Water splashed in the bathtub. The next morning, Changlu, wearing a silk nightgown and slippers, slowly walked down the stairs, patting her head with one hand and holding onto the banister with the other. In the kitchen, Yifeng was carrying the breakfast for the two of them. Seeing that Changlu had already gotten up, he called out to her, telling her that breakfast was ready to be eaten, and then turned back into the kitchen. However, Changlu staggered into the kitchen after him, and from behind, she hugged Yifeng, who was busy. "Honey, I feel dizzy." Yifeng said helplessly, "It's your fault for drinking too much. You don't even know how you got home last night, do you? Don't drink so much next time. You should still include me in your social engagements." In fact, what Yifeng wanted to say was that if there is no need, he can leave the social engagements to the people below. With Changlu's current status, there is no need to give face to others. But in the end, he didn't say it. Now he is just a family cook, and it is his job to silently support his wife. He doesn't feel that there is anything wrong with being a man in the home, it is just a different division of labor, and family happiness is the most important thing. Got it, honey. Chapter 6, Provocation. After eating Yifeng's breakfast, and it was almost time, Changlu got ready to go out. However, to the surprise of the two, the person who picked up Changlu today was not Chang Xin, but Huang Haitao. Yifeng felt a surge of resentment when he saw that it was Huang Haitao. In fact, from the beginning, when Changlu asked him to come back as her assistant, Yifeng was not very satisfied and had mentioned to Changlu that it was inappropriate. After all, it was not very appropriate for a female CEO to have a male assistant by her side. Cheng Lu's response was that Huang Haitao was her junior, with good abilities, and he was just working by her side, so if there was any inconvenience, there was still Cheng Xian, right? Cheng Xian was her younger sister, so there was no need to worry, right? After hearing this, Yi Feng had no way to persuade her anymore. At that time, Yi Feng had already returned to her family, so there was no reason for her to interfere too much in work matters. Cheng Lu was also a little surprised to see Huang Haitao come to pick her up. In the past, it was always Cheng Xian who came, and Huang Haitao's route did not pass by here. Cheng Lu's two assistants are both assigned cars, but there are rules for their use. Apart from the daily commute, they can only be used to receive company leaders or clients. The leader, of course, refers to Cheng Lu, and the client, of course, refers to the client assigned by Cheng Lu. The reason for this treatment is that during the busiest time of her career, Cheng Lu occasionally could not drive after drinking alcohol on social engagements, but sometimes she needed to arrange for a vehicle to pick up clients. At that time, Chang Xinyang had just arrived and did not have a car, and it was always inconvenient to let employees pick up clients in their private cars. Moreover, it would look unprofessional when facing some important clients, and it would take a long time to temporarily assign a car from the company to respond. So Yi Feng later came up with the idea of arranging a car for the assistant. The personal assistant is on call 24 hours a day, which is the same as having a car on call 24 hours a day. Although it seems a bit like exploiting the employee, the commuter car benefit is considered to have been given. Now both assistants are assigned a car, which can basically handle most situations. Even in special circumstances, it can also allow more time for the company to temporarily assign a car. Cheng Lu did not notice the change in Yi Feng's expression. After hugging Yi Feng goodbye, she got into Huang Haitao's car. Yi Feng clearly saw a gleam of delight in Huang Haitao's eyes. Yi Feng did not know what Huang Haitao meant by that, but from Huang Haitao's performance last night, Yi Feng had reason to suspect that Huang Haitao had an ulterior motive. Yi Feng felt a little uneasy, but when the car drove out of sight, he shook his head to clear his thoughts and turned back to the house. In the car, Cheng Lu still felt dizzy. Although she had been more awake last night, she had also exercised and sweated, and then took a shower again. She still had a headache and was a little tired this morning. She didn't know if it was the alcohol or if she had slept too late. Huang Haitao looked at Cheng Lu's appearance in the rearview mirror. At the moment, Cheng Lu was resting in the back row with her eyes narrowed, breathing evenly with her chest rising and falling slightly. Huang Haitao couldn't help but stare a few more times. If it were normal, he would definitely not dare to look blatantly, for fear that Cheng Lu would detect that he had a crush on her. He could only act very open-minded in order to make Cheng Lu lower her guard. But Cheng Lu was too beautiful, with a perfect figure, and it would be a real shame not to look. If he could, he really wanted to go up and kiss her. But reason ultimately pulled him back to reality, and he knew that he wanted more than just beauty. He wanted both beauty and wealth. So he couldn't afford to be impatient. At this thought, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Huang Haitao's mouth. Cheng Lu closed her eyes and dozed off the whole way, and it wasn't until the car stopped in front of the company building that she woke up. "My junior, you drive well." In the absence of outsiders, Cheng Lu is always very friendly with her junior because he is very obedient and sensible, and because they are alumni, she is also willing to be close to him. "If Lulu's sister feels good, I will drive for you in the future." Huang Haitao smiled very innocently. Cheng Lu didn't say anything, and then resumed her aloof CEO demeanor. Cheng Xian, who was waiting downstairs, saw Cheng Lu's car arrive and hurried over to open the door for her. "Good morning, President Cheng." At the company, Cheng Xian still addressed Cheng Lu by her position, only in private would they be like sisters. Cheng Lu nodded in greeting, then strode towards the dedicated elevator with her long legs. "Good morning, Manager Cheng." The security guard at the door stood straight and greeted her loudly. "Good morning, Manager Cheng." The receptionist also greeted her loudly as she passed by the reception desk. Cheng Lu nodded in response to each greeting and then took the private elevator straight to the top floor. "Tell me about today's schedule." Cheng Lu asked Cheng Xian in the elevator. Cheng Xian reported her schedule for the day one by one. By the time she finished, the two of them were already entering Cheng Lu's office, one after the other. Assistant Huang said that a business partner wants to meet with you at lunch. He feels it is necessary to go, and said he has already agreed to the other party, so he asked if you have time at lunch? Currently you have no work arrangements at lunch. After listening to Cheng Xian, Cheng Lu frowned slightly. Huang Haitao only arranged a drinking party for her yesterday, and today he arranged her schedule again. He has been busy lately. After thinking for a while, Chen Lu still agreed, but he had to call Huang Haitao personally to remind him not to keep giving her things to do. Thinking about this, Chen Lu left Huang Haitao a phone number to call. At that moment, Huang Haitao had just parked his car and was thinking about what to do today when the phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was Chen Lu. He couldn't help but smile when he heard that she had called him right after they had parted ways. "Hello, Lulu, I'm just parking the car now, I'll be right there." Huang Haitao spoke obediently into the phone. "It's fine, I'm not calling to find you. I know your schedule for lunch. I can go with you this time, but don't make decisions on your own next time, okay?" Chen Lu's tone on the other end of the line sounded like she was scolding him, but also a little indulgent. Huang Haitao was secretly delighted. He was thinking about today's plan when he realized that without him having to make any effort, Chen Lu had already agreed. "I know, Lulu. I promise I won't do it again next time," Huang Haitao said with conviction, but in his heart he was thinking, "I will do it again next time." Seeing that Huang Haitao had agreed so quickly, Chen Lu didn't say much more, and finally added, "Oh yes, please let my husband know that I won't be home at lunchtime, so he doesn't need to come and bring me my lunch." After saying this, Chen Lu hung up the phone and got down to work for the day. On the other end of the line, Huang Haitao couldn't believe that he was still able to speak to Yifeng on the phone, and his heart filled with joy. Of course, he was not happy because he wanted to call Yifeng, but because he had the opportunity to make Yifeng feel sick. At that moment, Huang Haitao was thinking about how to irritate Yifeng a bit and create a rift between Yifeng and Chen Lu. In Huang Haitao's opinion, it was easy to make Chen Lu resent Yifeng, but it was difficult to make Yifeng willing to leave Chen Lu. In his opinion, the couple's relationship was unequal. Yifeng was a phoenix man who would never be willing to let go of his golden phoenix, so he needed some means to provoke a rift between the two. Only if the two were at odds would he have a chance to take advantage of the situation. Before long, Huang Haitao came up with a plan. Chapter 7: The client fails to keep an appointment. Yifeng stayed at home all morning and didn't go out until after 10 o'clock. However, he was back in time to buy groceries. Around 11 o'clock, Yifeng packed lunch for Chen Lu. In the past few days, Yifeng had been like a caring guardian, preparing Chen Lu's lunch carefully every day. He knew Chen Lu's taste preferences well, and cooked each dish according to her preferences. To take care of Chen Lu's stomach problems caused by late nights at work and drinking for business, Yifeng always carefully selects ingredients to ensure that the meals are nutritious and easy to digest. He will make a fragrant and nourishing congee, and pair it with a light side dish, so that Chen Lu's stomach can be nourished and soothed. Since he no longer has to work, Yifeng gets up early every day and goes to the market to select fresh ingredients. He carefully selects every vegetable and piece of meat to ensure that they are of the highest quality. After returning home, he carefully washes, cuts, and matches the ingredients, and then cooks with all his heart, so that every dish is full of his love for Chen Lu. When Chen Lu opens the lunchbox and smells the familiar fragrance, her heart is always filled with warmth and emotion. She knows that this is not just a simple lunch, but also Yifeng's deep concern and love for her. With this daily care, Chen Lu's stomach problems gradually improved, and she also felt a happiness and contentment she had never felt before. This was also thanks to Yifeng's painstakingly learned medicinal food recipes. And in order to balance the efficacy and taste, Yifeng himself didn't know how many times he tried before he came up with meals that were nourishing for the stomach and also tasted good. And Yifeng never deliberately mentioned this in front of Chen Lu. Compared to what Chen Lu did for him, this was not worth mentioning. Just as Yifeng was about to leave with the lunchbox, his phone rang. Yifeng frowned when he saw the caller ID, Assistant Huang. Assistant Huang had been popping up in his line of sight a bit too often lately. But just in case it was about Chen Lu and he was going to be late, Yifeng answered the call anyway. As soon as the call was connected, a voice came through the line. "Hello, Brother Feng. Lulu had to go out for work at noon, so she just remembered to let you know that you don't need to come over at noon." Yifeng's brows furrowed even tighter upon hearing this, but he still replied, "I know." He then hung up the phone, looked at the lunchbox in his hands, sighed helplessly, and silently walked back into the house. On the other end of the line, Huang Haitao, who had been hung up on by Yifeng, was not annoyed. Instead, he revealed a smug smile. Of course he knew that Yifeng would come every day to deliver food to Chen Lu, and he had even made special inquiries. The food delivered to Chen Lu was made by Yifeng himself, and many people in the company said that the couple had a deep and enviable love for each other. Huang Haitao couldn't help sneering. He couldn't believe it, and he was determined to separate them. Chang Lu told him early in the morning that he had to call Yifeng, but he deliberately delayed until just now, just to make Yifeng work for nothing. Moreover, he deliberately made it sound as if Chang Lu had forgotten, so that even if Chang Lu asked, he could argue cunningly that he had forgotten himself, without shirking his responsibility. If neither of them asked, then it would be fine once or twice, but if it happened more often, he didn't believe that Yifeng wouldn't have a thought. And today's drama has only just begun. He's going to make Yifeng's life even more difficult, and just thinking about it makes him excited. Moonlight Western Restaurant stands quietly on a secluded street, with a row of delicate street lamps in front of the door. Through the windows, you can see the soft lighting and warm atmosphere inside. The restaurant's exterior is covered with ivy, and there are several pots of blooming roses placed at the entrance, adding a bit of vitality. Stepping into the restaurant, the first thing that catches the eye is the high ceiling and the retro chandelier, which emits a soft and warm light. Several impressionist paintings hang on the walls, adding an artistic charm to the restaurant. The tables and chairs have all been carefully selected, and each table is covered with a white tablecloth, set with fine tableware and a fresh bouquet of roses. Soothing classical music flows gently through the restaurant, the volume moderate, not disturbing the guests' conversation but creating a leisurely and pleasant atmosphere. In the corner by the window, Chang Lu and Huang Haitao are sitting here at the moment. "Sister, I'm going to make a phone call and ask what's going on," Huang Haitao said nervously to Chang Lu, as if he had made some kind of mistake. Chang Lu just nodded slightly without saying a word. From the moment she entered the door, she felt something was wrong. Because she found that this place seemed not suitable for discussing cooperation, but more like a place for dating. Chang Lu doubted the real purpose of the client in Huang Haitao's words. It's not that Chang Lu is overconfident, but she has encountered too many people and things in the past 2 years, and there are quite a few people who have designs on her, some who fancy her money, some who fancy her looks, and some who fancy both. It can even be said that if she wasn't careful enough, she would have been taken advantage of by some people with ulterior motives. And today, this so-called customer also didn't seem to be here for business. Chang Lu didn't want to waste time, so she thought she would see what happened and then leave. Before long, Huang Haitao returned. "Sister, I'm really sorry. The customer said that something came up at the last minute and they won't be able to make it for a while, so they told us not to wait." After saying this, he looked at Chang Lu timidly, as if he was afraid that she would be angry. Upon hearing this, Chang Lu let out a sigh of relief. At least she didn't have to deal with any trouble. So Chang Lu was about to reach out and grab her bag. "Okay, let's go back then." But then Huang Haitao quickly reached out and stopped her. "Sister, the food has already been ordered, and we haven't eaten it yet anyway, so why don't we eat it before we go?" Chang Lu thought it made sense, so she agreed. She and Yifeng had not had dinner out for a long time, and apart from meals with other people, she rarely ate out. Yifeng carefully selected her meals, urging her to take care of her stomach. Seeing Chang Lu agree, Huang Haitao immediately smiled, and then he told the waiter to bring the food. The appetizers soon arrived, and the waiter, who was very professional, introduced the dishes to the two of them and wished them a pleasant meal. Then the main course came. Huang Haitao cut the steak in front of him into pieces and then switched it with the one in front of Chang Lu. When Chang Lu reacted, she immediately wanted to refuse, but Huang Haitao was quick and she didn't have time to say anything. When Chang Lu saw Huang Haitao smiling at her with a face full of sunshine and innocence, the words she had wanted to refuse stopped. Her junior was only being kind, and she had just been overthinking things. So Chang Lu just said, "I'll do it myself," and then started eating on her own. Huang Haitao nodded in agreement and began to eat his rice in silence. Today, Chang Lu was wearing a white V-neck dress, having taken off the beige blazer she had originally worn. The whole person had lost the atmosphere of the workplace and instead exuded infinite charm. Looking at the roses in the vase on the table, Chang Lu was a little distracted. The boy across from her, who was concentrating on his meal, looked up and saw that she was staring at him. He immediately gave a natural smile, then continued to lower his head and cut the steak in front of him, without lingering too long on her. Chang Lu was momentarily stunned. She forgot how long it had been since she had not dined in such an environment with Yifeng. It would be nice if the person across from her was Yifeng. However, on the other side, Yifeng was staring at his phone for a long time without saying a word. Chapter 8, Signs of Awakening. After staring at the photos on his phone for a long time, Yifeng's mood was still not calm. There were 2 photos on his phone. In one photo, Huang Haitao and Chang Lu were exchanging steaks, while in the other photo, Chang Lu was staring deeply at Huang Haitao, who was bowing his head and eating. Yifeng clearly saw that the steak in front of Chang Lu was a little less than in the previous photo, which meant that he had not misunderstood and that Chang Lu had indeed accepted the steak that Huang Haitao had cut for her. Yifeng didn't know what he felt in his heart. At first, he was angry that his wife had just told him that she had an appointment with a client and then went to lunch with her assistant, and the red rose on the table was so glaring. But in an instant it turned to bitterness, and it was a bit ridiculous to think that he had worked hard all morning making a loving lunch. Then there was deep suspicion. Since when had his love for her been worthless? Yifeng sat alone on the sofa, his thoughts a million miles away, unable to make sense of them. He covered his face with his hands and remained silent. After about 10 minutes, Yifeng's mood calmed slightly, and slowly he became aware of some doubts. Yifeng felt that, first of all, emotionally, he should trust his wife, and even if there was something, he should ask her about it, rather than suspecting her. Someone else deliberately sent him the photos, obviously trying to drive a wedge between them, but he couldn't fall for it. Second, he had just received photos of Chang Lu going to a bar last night, and Huang Haitao was in them too. Together with these two photos today, the other person's objective was obvious: to blur the relationship between Huang Haitao and Chang Lu and make Yifeng suspect his wife of having an affair with her assistant. Upon thinking about this, Yifeng calmed down a lot. The dinner might have been a coincidence, and although the photo was a bit ambiguous, it didn't mean anything. He wasn't going to go to Chang Lu and accuse her. When he first saw the photo, he was indeed overwhelmed by anger, but Yifeng was no ordinary person and would not be so impulsive. Before marrying Chang Lu, Yifeng also had his own business. As a former decision maker, he knew that the more angry he was, the less able he was to make decisions. Anger makes people lose their rationality, and the decisions they make are often extreme. When Yifeng calmed down, he thought about the stakes involved and it became even clearer. Yifeng began to speculate about the other person's motives for doing this. It was nothing more than trying to provoke a rift in his relationship with Chang Lu. So who would benefit from this? Yifeng is now just a stay-at-home husband, so targeting him makes no sense. What about Chang Lu? It's possible. The other party may want Yifeng to suspect Chang Lu and have a fight with her. Family instability often slows down career progress, so the person who benefits is the competitor. It seems like I should ask Chang Lu when she gets back. Of course, Yifeng won't ask Chang Lu why she had dinner with Huang Haitao, because the moment he asks, it means he doesn't trust her. The person he wanted to ask was whether Chang Lu had been targeted by anyone in business recently, or whether she had noticed anyone who might have thoughts about their company. After thinking about these things, Yifeng's original depression in his chest dissipated quite a bit. He looked at the time and it was time to go out. So Yifeng poured all the lunch that he was supposed to bring to Chang Lu into a bowl and ate it. After finishing, he cleaned up and got dressed before going out. On the other side, Huang Haitao drove Chang Lu back with him. Sister Lulu, you and your brother-in-law must have a good relationship, right? I see that your brother-in-law brings you lunch every day before going to the hospital. He really cares about you. Huang Haitao pretended to be chatting casually. Mind your own business. I think you're too idle. Find a girlfriend quickly. Once you're in a relationship, you won't be so idle anymore. Many people in the company know about her and Yifeng. It's her and her husband's private business, and she doesn't want to talk about it. I'm in no hurry. If I want to fall in love, I need to find someone as outstanding as you, Sister Lulu. Huang Haitao continued to pretend to be casual, and when he saw that Chang Lu didn't pick up on the topic, Huang Haitao immediately changed the subject. Anyway, my brother-in-law goes to that hospital every day. What is the relationship between the patient living there and Brother Feng? Huang Haitao was sure that Yifeng and that woman had an unusual relationship. If he was so concerned, they might be old friends. Seeing Huang Haitao ask about Liang Yu, Chang Lu's mood became not very good again. She actually didn't want to answer, but she still spit out two words. Sister. Maybe it's to deceive oneself and others. Huang Haitao sneered in his heart, and it was definitely impossible that she was his sister, because if she was his sister, Chang Lu would not have completely ignored her existence. Since Huang Haitao knew about it, Chang Lu had never gone with Yifeng to see that woman. A few times, there were 1 or 2 times when they went, but they were all staggered with Yifeng. This made Huang Haitao conclude that the breakthrough in the breakdown of the two's relationship must be in that woman. So it turns out to be Brother Feng's sister? No wonder Brother Feng is so concerned. He goes to see her every day. She must be his real sister, right? But that woman is also pitiful. I heard she's been in a coma for 3 years, is that right, Lulu? Chang Lu felt a little irritated when Huang Haitao kept mentioning Liang Yu's situation, and didn't want to say anything, so she just gave a faint hum. But the doctor said that the woman has already shown signs of recovery. It's been 3 years in a coma, which is nothing short of a medical miracle. Lulu, why don't you go and take a look? Brother Feng should be there right now, and it's on the way if we go. Your sister is also Brother Feng's sister, and she'll be very happy if she wakes up and sees you there. Huang Haitao finally spoke up about his plan. Chen Lu thought to herself, will she be happy? I don't think so. Her heart grew increasingly confused, but she really wanted to go and see how Liang Yu was doing. As someone she knew, she hoped that Liang Yu would wake up and recover, but as Yi Feng's wife, she didn't want Liang Yu to wake up. Then let's go and have a look. Chen Lu said, and then her eyes drifted to the window, and she said no more. Huang Haitao was secretly pleased, with the thrill of having a wicked plan come to fruition, but on the surface he remained calm, driving silently without disturbing Chen Lu's rest again. In the hospital, Yi Feng was sitting in front of the bed as usual, but this time he was not silent, instead he whispered to the unconscious Liang Yu. The doctor said that Liang Yu's condition had improved, which was a sign that she might wake up. The doctor said that family members should often speak to the patient, which would help to awaken her consciousness. Once the patient became conscious, it would be easier to treat her. Yi Feng was overjoyed when he heard the news. Liang Yu no longer had any family members, but if there was someone who could be considered family, it would be him, right? Therefore, the task of awakening her naturally fell to Yi Feng. Little fish, do you remember? When I was little, you said you wanted to protect me, but you obviously chased after me and called me brother, yet you said you wanted to protect me. Yi Feng sat in front of the hospital bed, holding Liang Yulu's somewhat pale hand that was exposed, speaking warmly, but he didn't know that outside the door of the ward, a pair of eyes had been watching for a long time. Chapter 9, The Beloved. Chen Lu stood outside the ward, staring at the back figure inside. Yi Feng sat quietly by Liang Yu's bed, his hand gently covering Liang Yu's, and seemed to be whispering something in her ear. Although Chen Lu could not see Yi Feng's expression, she could feel the warmth in the room. Liang Yu was once the light in her husband's life, and also her husband's original fiancée. Now she was lying here, isolated from the world for 3 years. Chen Lu knows that Yi Feng's heart is full of complex emotions for Liang Yu. It can even be said that if Liang Yu had not had an accident, then Yi Feng would not be her husband today. Chen Lu and Yi Feng were classmates in the same high school, and Liang Yu was also a younger girl in the same class. Although she knew Yi Feng very early on, she could only be considered a latecomer compared to Liang Yu, because they were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Even when they went to university, she had already separated from Yi Feng, while Liang Yu remained by his side. Everyone naturally assumed that they would get married and grow old together, but then an accident happened and Liang Yu fell into a deep sleep. That was when Chen Lu returned, appearing at Yi Feng's most difficult time and helping him through the crisis. It seems that Yi Feng was also moved by Chen Lu at that time, and finally took the initiative to propose to Chen Lu and get married, and Chen Lu agreed. Imagine someone you have loved for more than 10 years suddenly proposing to you one day, and you happen to have been single because you just couldn't let go of your obsession with him. Chen Lu did not refuse, and the two quickly got married. Thinking back, the decision seemed a bit hasty. Perhaps Yi Feng did not love her completely. More than that, he was grateful, repaying a debt of gratitude. At the time, she was also overwhelmed with happiness and did not pay attention to these details. Now he is like Liang Yu's guardian, quietly watching over her, his fingers gently stroking the back of her hand, trying to feel her weak vitality. The man in the hospital room seemed to be talking all the time. His voice was low, and Chen Lu, who was standing outside the door, could not hear him clearly, but she could not help but wonder, had he had so much to say to her over the past 2 years? Chen Lu did not come often, and even less often with Yi Feng, so she did not know. It was lucky to witness a sincere relationship, but if one of the people was her husband and the other was not, then it seemed a bit sad. Outside the ward, Chen Lu stood quietly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She watched Yi Feng treat Liang Yu on the hospital bed with such deep affection, and her heart felt indescribable bitterness. She was not unaware of Yi Feng's feelings for Liang Yu, and perhaps all he was doing now was out of a sense of duty. But when she saw the scene with her own eyes, an unspeakable pain welled up in her heart. Chen Lu and Yi Feng have been married for almost 3 years, and she has always known the place Liang Yu holds in Yi Feng's heart. Liang Yu is not only Yi Feng's past, but also his unfulfilled promise. Chen Lu took a deep breath, feeling that she couldn't stand here for too long, because she also needed to calm down. She turned to leave, but before she did, she couldn't help but glance through the window one last time at Yi Feng and Liang Yu before she walked away. Chen Lu didn't have the courage to go in, just as she had every time before, and she wouldn't accompany Yi Feng to visit Liang Yu together, because she really couldn't bear to watch, but what could she do? Yi Feng did not notice Chen Lu's arrival. His full attention was focused on Liang Yu. Until Chen Lu left unknowingly, Yifeng did not realize that Cheng Lu had already been here. Cheng Lu silently left the hospital. Huang Haitao was already waiting in the parking lot. Before getting in, she told Huang Haitao not to follow. No matter what, this was a matter between husband and wife, and as an outsider, Huang Haitao had no reason to get involved. Sister, how is the situation with Brother Feng? Is Brother Feng's sister really going to wake up? Huang Haitao ignored Chun Lu's unpleasant expression and deliberately mentioned the woman in the hospital bed, knowing that the last thing Chun Lu wanted to hear at the moment was anything about that woman. Chang Lu didn't respond. She really didn't want to hear about Liang Yu, but she didn't want to show it in front of others. Just now, she went straight to the hospital room and saw Yifeng telling Liang Yu sweet nothings. It didn't sit well with her, and she forgot to ask the doctor how Liang Yu was doing. Let's go back to the office. Chang Lu was in no mood to chat, so instead of replying to Huang Haitao, she simply instructed the driver to drive back to the office. Huang Haitao was also tactful and didn't say anything more. There were some things that were best left unsaid, and mentioning them was an unintentional act, but mentioning them all the time was too deliberate and would arouse suspicion. Back at the office, Chang Xian was already waiting. The afternoon schedule was already arranged, and there was a project meeting that required Chang Lu's participation immediately. As soon as she saw Chang Lu's car pull up, she immediately went out to greet her. President Chang. Chang Xian opened the car door for Chang Lu. Although they are sisters in the company, she still fulfills her duties as a subordinate very well. Chang Lu nodded expressionlessly. Chang Xian felt a little pressure from Chang Lu's aura and didn't dare to ask too many questions. She just thought that the partner she met at noon had made the president's sister angry, and she was planning in her heart whether to tell her brother-in-law later. However, at the moment, Chang Xian still reminded Chang Lu of the schedule later. President, the meeting room is ready and it's almost time. Do you need to notify the project team in advance? Cheng Lu glanced at the folder Chang Xian handed her and after a moment's thought said, you can notify them now. So 10 minutes later, the sound of Cheng Lu's stern reprimand could be heard in the meeting room. The moment they entered the meeting room, everyone there sensed that something was wrong with Cheng Lu's mood and thought that today was going to be a disaster. Even though they were prepared, everyone was still scolded, and they all remained silent, for fear of angering the president. In fact, Cheng Lu was absolutely right, but she was just angry and took it out on everyone. However, in everyone's eyes, it was an unwarranted disaster, and they all thought that they had just met with bad luck and the president was in a bad mood. The meeting lasted for an hour, but the debriefing only took 10 minutes. Everyone took turns being scolded for nearly 40 minutes. Finally, Cheng Lu couldn't find a reason to vent her anger anymore, and dismissed everyone. Everyone hurriedly ran without looking back, while Cheng Lu seemed to be still seething, sitting on the main seat with her eyes closed and her eyebrows knotted, thinking to herself that there was no one who was easy to deal with. It was at this time that Huang Haitao brought a cup of hot tea and entered the meeting room quietly. Sister Lulu, why are you so angry? I poured you a cup of tea. Have a sip to calm down, he said as he handed over the tea. Chen Lu had noticed the sound of footsteps from the moment he entered the room. Seeing that it was Huang Haitao, she did not chase him away. She took the tea he handed over and took a sip, which slightly reduced the anger in her chest. However, at this moment in the hospital, Yi Feng's heart jumped violently. Chapter 10 Harmony. In the ward, there was a sense of tranquility, with only the faint ticking of medical equipment echoing in the air. Yi Feng sat by Liang Yu's bed, his gaze soft and focused on her. Her face was pale, having lost its usual rosy hue, but she was still beautiful. Yi Feng's brows furrowed slightly, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Perhaps it had been a long time since they had talked about the past, and as soon as Yi Feng opened his mouth, he talked about a lot of things from the past. For a while, he was so engrossed in the conversation that he seemed to be reminiscing, even though he got no response. There didn't seem to be any bad memories between him and Liang Yu, or perhaps since he met Liang Yu, his memories had been filled with a lot of good things. He gently placed his hand over the back of Liang Yu's hand. Her hand was not as warm as normal people's, and it was even a little cold. Every time he held her hand, Yi Feng felt a little distressed. Liang Yu had originally suffered a serious injury, and the surgery had been very harmful to her body. However, she had been in a coma for many years, and her body must be much weaker. The doctor also said that in Liang Yu's situation, it was possible for her to wake up, but in the future, she might have to stay in bed a lot. Although Yi Feng found it hard to hear, he still wanted to wake her up with all his heart. After all, she had once been such a lively person, but now she was lying here. Yi Feng didn't know if she was still conscious. If she was in a coma, it would be fine, but if she was conscious, wouldn't that be like being trapped in a dark prison? Liang Yu was also afraid of the dark before, so if she was conscious, she definitely wouldn't want to sleep forever. Yi Feng held Liang Yu's somewhat cold little hand and spoke to her as instructed by the doctor. Suddenly, Yi Feng's heart jumped, causing his relaxed expression to immediately tense up. The reason was none other than the fact that he had clearly felt Liang Yu's finger tingle. However, it was too quick and too light, and Yi Feng was not sure, suspecting that he had felt it wrong. Yi Feng's eyes fixedly stared at Liang Yu's face, and he clutched Liang Yu's hand in his own, afraid to let go for fear of missing any movement. Little fish? Little fish? Did you hear that? It's me, Brother Feng. Yi Feng kept whispering in Liang Yu's ear, trying to see if he could rouse her. Even if all he got in return was a response from one of her fingers, he would be satisfied. After trying for a while, Yi Feng finally stopped, thinking that there were some things that were truly beyond human effort, and that he had sensed it wrong after all. However, when Yi Feng had already given up, said goodbye to the sleeping Liang Yu and was preparing to get up, he clearly saw Liang Yu's eyelashes tremble slightly. Although the movement was very subtle, he was confident that he had definitely not seen it wrong. Without hesitation, Yi Feng immediately rang the bell, while constantly calling Liang Yu's name. Before long, a nurse came into the ward, and Yi Feng immediately told her to call the doctor, as the patient had just moved. The nurse immediately ran out when she heard this. This person had been in a coma for nearly 3 years, so if he woke up, it would be considered a miracle. The doctor soon came to the ward, first calming Yi Feng's emotions, then going over to examine him, and after that checking the equipment again. In the end, he concluded that there were signs of improvement compared to before, but he was not sure if he could wake up in the short term. However, after understanding Yi Feng's state when he discovered Liang Yu moving, the doctor gave some advice. The patient may have regained some consciousness, and the reason he moved may be a response to the outside world. Of course, this is just a guess. As a family member, if you have time, you can continue to try, and it will do no harm to the patient. This undoubtedly gave Yi Feng a glimmer of hope. In the evening, Chang Lu returned home and, unusually, did not see Yi Feng. In the past, her husband would always be waiting for her at home with a good meal, but now, because of another woman, those special things that were only for her were gone. It was another pang of sadness in her heart. However, before Chang Lu could feel much emotion, there was a noise at the door, and then the figure of Yi Feng appeared. Yi Feng was a little surprised to see her at first, and then she said, "Why are you so punctual today? In the past, you were always a little late." Yi Feng was carrying several takeaway boxes in his hands, but the packaging didn't look like takeaway. He had finished with work, so he returned home early. Chen Lu had not completely detached herself from her previous emotions, so her tone did not fluctuate much. Yi Feng did not notice Chen Lu's unusual mood, but walked straight into the kitchen, put down the things in his hands, found a few suitable dishes, put the packages in them, and then carried the dishes into the dining room one plate at a time. "Usually you eat what I cook, but today let's change it up a bit," Yi Feng said with a smile to Chen Lu, who was not far away. On hearing this, Chen Lu felt even worse. She remembered seeing his back at the hospital at lunchtime, and the scenes in that hospital room were still before her eyes. He had obviously been delayed at the hospital for a long time, and returned too late to cook dinner, so he ordered takeaway. Now he said he wanted to change it up a bit. Did he used to treat me like this? Yi Feng didn't know what Chen Lu was thinking, but he was busy smiling and bustling around. Liang Yu's condition had improved, and although she hadn't immediately regained consciousness, it had given him great hope, and he was really happy. Everything was ready, so Yi Feng invited Chen Lu to sit down and eat. Although Chang Lu was unhappy, she maintained a superficial harmony and quietly finished eating with Yi Feng. Yi Feng's mind was full of Liang Yu's affairs, and for a while he didn't notice the changes in Chang Lu. After dinner, Yi Feng had planned to go out for a walk with Chang Lu to digest, but Chang Lu said she was too tired and went back to her room. Yi Feng had to clean up the table and chopsticks by himself. When everything was tidied up, he returned to his room and found that Chang Lu had finished washing up and was already in bed. Yi Feng did not disturb her, thinking that she was just too tired. So he went to the bathroom by himself, and when he came out, he climbed into bed quietly. As a result, just as he lifted the quilt, Chang Lu rolled over. Yi Feng tentatively called out, "Honey," and Chang Lu seemed to be half awake and half asleep, so he sat on the bed and gave her shoulders a massage to relax them. In the 2 years since they got married, Yi Feng has massaged Chang Lu a lot. He doesn't mind doing it at all, as it's a small romantic gesture between husband and wife that enhances their relationship and makes Chang Lu feel relaxed. Yi Feng's technique is very skilled, and the pressure is just right. Chang Lu must not have been asleep, because after Yifeng massaged her shoulders for a while, she started to moan with pleasure. After finishing with her shoulders, Yifeng began to relax Chang Lu's arms, working his way down from the arms to the fingers, giving her a full body massage. Chang Lu spends most of her time in an office, usually dealing with company affairs on the computer, so the parts of her body that suffer the most are her waist, shoulders, and fingers. Sometimes she goes out for a walk a lot, and she wears high heels, so when she comes back Yifeng gives her a leg massage, which helps her relax a lot. After massaging her for a long time, Yifeng has become semi-professional at his work. Yifeng pressed from her shoulders to her knuckles, and Chang Lu felt very comfortable. However, when he scratched her palm, it still tickled a little, and Chang Lu subconsciously tightened her body. After her hands had been relaxed for a while, Yifeng turned his attention to Chang Lu's soft waist. Chapter 11, Choosing. After the night was over, Chang Lu's mood was not as bad as it had been the day before. It had to be said that sex was indeed a good medicine for relationships. Last night, Chang Lu was almost asleep, but Yifeng kept going until the fire was lit. She was no longer a young girl, so she naturally responded. She had planned to go to bed early, but they had a long fight instead. Her original worries were temporarily put aside because she was extremely tired, and instead she got a good night's sleep. When she got up, she saw that Yifeng had prepared breakfast for her as usual. In fact, she didn't think about anything else. Yifeng was really good to her. It's just imaginary love, but it's not like this. Chang Lu and Yifeng actually met in junior high school, but they didn't really know each other at that time. It was just because Yifeng suddenly appeared and saved her that he left a shadow in her heart from then on. It was just a face, and they didn't see each other again after that, but it was already impossible to get rid of it in her mind. Listening to the girls around her say that if you always think about boys, you are in love, Chang Lu naturally felt embarrassed to say that it was herself, but she also had to admit that she would often think of that handsome profile. Unexpectedly, fate played a trick on her. In high school, she met Yifeng again and was even in the same class, which made her ecstatic. Unfortunately, the boy she had longed for didn't recognize her, which made her feel so disappointed. Fortunately, after a few twists and turns, she finally got together with Yifeng. At that time, she was still very happy that she had not given up and had persevered to the end. Now, it seems to be not bad, but the existence of Liang Yu has always been a knot in her heart. After breakfast, Chang Lu went out. She was picked up by assistant Huang again today, but she didn't care about it and just said goodbye to Yifeng before leaving. Yifeng only told Chang Lu to take care and not to work too hard, and then he watched his wife leave. He had wanted to talk to his wife last night, whether it was about Liang Yu or the photos, he still wanted to mention it to her. But seeing how tired his wife was last night, he thought she probably didn't want to hear about it, especially not about the photos. He didn't want to say anything, because he didn't want to make her feel like he didn't trust her. He wasn't completely incapable of investigating, but it was a wild goose chase. As long as he didn't know the other party's intentions, he didn't want to waste resources. On the other side of the office, Chang Lu sat down to deal with her work for the day. She had a lot of work to deal with now, not only from the headquarters, but also project approvals submitted by various subsidiaries. The projects that can be sent to Chang Lu's attention indicate that they are not trivial, and at least they can affect the quarterly profits of a subsidiary. The senior management team headed by Chang Lu was responsible for making decisions on these major projects. Therefore, in addition to sitting in the office, a large part of Chang Lu's day is spent sitting in the meeting room. At the end of the day, the thing she can't stand the most is her back. No matter how good the chair is, some strain is inevitable. Near noon, Chang Xian received a call from Yifeng, who told her that her brother-in-law had something to do this noon and could not come to deliver lunch to his cousin. Upon receiving the news, Chang Xian immediately wanted to go and notify her cousin. However, Huang Haitao had been paying close attention to Chang Xian's movements and saw that she was going to Chang Lu's office, so he immediately got up and stopped her. Chief Assistant Chang, are you going to see the president? Chang Xian did not hide it and said that no one was delivering lunch to the president today, so she was going to ask the president what he wanted to eat. Hearing this, Huang Haitao immediately took the matter upon himself. It so happens that I'm going to report to the president, so you don't need to make a trip. I'll just tell the president. Chang Xian nodded in agreement and returned to her workstation. It wasn't that Chang Xian was being paranoid, but Huang Haitao was pretty well behaved at the company, and on the surface, he was always amiable. His cousin had also given him a positive review, so she never thought twice about it. Huang Haitao went straight to Chang Lu's office. Senior sister, my brother-in-law said he was going to the hospital, so he won't be able to deliver your food today. Chang Lu's eyebrows furrowed slightly at this, but she still didn't say anything. Brother Feng, really, if you want your sister, do you not want your senior sister anymore? You're even not delivering the food anymore, you've really changed. Huang Haitao muttered something, and then he glanced at Chang Lu's visibly changed expression. Before Chang Lu could say anything to send him away, he immediately changed the subject. What do you want to eat for lunch, senior? I'll go prepare it for you. Chang Lu's words were stuck in her throat, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. You just go ahead and prepare it. If there's nothing else, I'll be going out first. Huang Haitao nodded and then left. His goal had been achieved. He knew exactly what Chang Lu wanted to eat, but it definitely wasn't the same as what Yifeng usually prepared. In the office, Chang Lu, who had been working calmly all morning, was no longer so calm. This morning, she had just started to feel a little better, but then Yifeng went back to Liang Yu's place. What Huang Haitao said had an effect, and at the moment, she really felt that Yifeng wanted Liang Yu and not her. Chang Lu knew that she shouldn't compete with a patient, but she was competing for her husband. It was originally hers, but now that the person in the hospital bed hasn't woken up yet, her husband is about to be lost. Chang Lu didn't want to admit that she had lost, losing a relationship that she once cherished so much. If she really couldn't keep him, then let's do it with dignity. Sitting in front of the French windows overlooking the scene outside, Chang Lu had never felt so powerless. She understood that if you can't hold onto the sand, no matter how hard you try, it will only speed up the process of it slipping away. She wasn't the type of person who couldn't let go, but letting go now was like cutting flesh on her body, it hurt so much. With no desire to work, Chang Lu just sat there in a daze, until Huang Haitao knocked on the door to deliver lunch, and Chang Lu came back to her senses. On the other side, Yifeng did appear at the hospital where Liang Yu was recuperating. However, he didn't come on his own initiative, but rather received a notification from the hospital. The person who called was a nurse at the hospital, and the phone call was not clear. All they said was that Liang Yu's situation had changed, and they suggested that Yifeng come to the hospital to take a look. Yifeng had originally planned to go to the company as usual before going to see Liang Yu, but he had been worried about Liang Yu recently, and as soon as he heard news of her, he immediately became nervous, so he hurried over. On the way, in order not to disturb Chang Lu's work, and because it was so sudden, Yifeng chose to have Chang Xian relay the news to Chang Lu. Chang Xian didn't think it was a big deal, just delivering food, and it didn't matter if it was a day late. Yifeng arrived at the hospital and immediately went to the attending physician's office. After asking a lot of questions, he learned that the situation was improving, so he was relieved. Originally, the hospital notified him in a hurry, and he thought something had happened. It's good that everything is fine, so he didn't pursue the matter of whether the nurse had explained clearly or not. In the ward, Yifeng rarely showed a relieved expression on his face. Looking at Liang Yu lying quietly there, it seemed that her complexion had improved a bit, and she was not as pale as before. Chapter 12, The Past. Perhaps it was remembering the past, or perhaps it was because he had received news that Liang Yu was improving, but today Yifeng's face was free of worry and had a hint of a smile. In his life so far, he had encountered many hardships, but he had never complained, because even so, he had been lucky, and there was always a way out of every dead end. Yifeng sat in front of the hospital bed, constantly recalling the past events before Liang Yu fell into a coma. The many beautiful memories made him feel nostalgic, but all of this had completely changed after Liang Yu's accident. In fact, Yifeng was truly pitiful after losing both parents at a young age. His parents died in a car accident when he was 10 years old, leaving Yifeng all alone. Since his parents had fled their hometown to the south, Yifeng never knew if he had any other living relatives until they died. For a 10-year-old child, this was undoubtedly a huge blow, an unbearable pain at that age. Fortunately, his parents had befriended a pair of good friends during their entrepreneurial days, and they were entrusted by his parents' last wishes to take care of Yifeng growing up from then on. It was just that the blow of losing both parents was too great. Although Yifeng had a place to live, his mental state was not very good from then on. Yifeng's aunt and uncle had very good family conditions and took good care of him. His aunt even treated him like her own son. However, at that time, Yifeng could not get over the grief and was always immersed in his sorrow. It was at that time that Liang Yu played a very crucial role. Yifeng and Liang Yu grew up together. Yifeng was a year older than Liang Yu, so they were in different grades. Before the accident, Yifeng took care of Liang Yu like an older brother would a younger sister. Because the two families were close friends, they not only saw each other at school, but also met up after class quite often, and their relationship was quite good. After the accident, Yifeng seemed like a different person. He had a sense of decline about him, and he was always quiet and uninterested in anything. His aunt and uncle could do nothing about him. They were afraid of provoking him and upsetting him, so they could not scold or beat him, and they were very careful with what they said. Yi Feng's situation was even worse because he could never get over the death of his parents. However, Liang Yu changed all that. Instead of deliberately avoiding Yi Feng's fragility, she dragged him around and did all kinds of things with him, stimulating his emotions. At first, Yi Feng was still uninterested in everything and just found Liang Yu annoying. But after a while, he reluctantly obeyed Liang Yu and did things with her. Over time, Yi Feng gradually gained some motivation to do things, and gradually stopped thinking about the death of his parents. Yi Feng knew that this was Liang Yu dragging him out of the mud in her own way. And for a long time after that, Liang Yu became his external driving force, and she deeply influenced him until he graduated from high school. The two became more and more deeply bound to each other, and gradually grew to love each other. After going to university, Yi Feng opened up, and also worked hard to improve himself and eventually gained the approval of Liang Yu's parents. However, just as the two were about to get engaged after graduation, an accident suddenly occurred when Liang Yu's parents picked her up to go to the agreed filming location. The moment Yi Feng received the call from the hospital, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. Liang Yu's parents died on the spot, leaving Liang Yu dying. When Yi Feng arrived at the hospital, the doctors told the family to prepare for the worst. Yi Feng's heart sank to the bottom. Once again, he was about to lose the most important person in his life at the most important moment. He didn't know how to accept this. He panicked and instructed the doctors to do everything they could to save Liang Yu, using the best medicine and the best surgeons. He didn't want to lose her, and he couldn't afford to lose her. Later, the rescue was successful, but it wasn't completely successful. The situation was temporarily stabilized, but she was not out of danger. Afterwards, it happened a few times. For a long time, Liang Yu stayed in the intensive care unit. Yi Feng refused to give up. He was willing to give up everything for Liang Yu. Yi Feng guarded the ward every day, and he became very haggard. The expensive medical fees put a lot of pressure on him, and his company was unable to take care of it as well. In the end, he had no choice but to sell all his property to continue Liang Yu's medical expenses. During that period, a lot of things happened, and Yi Feng was unable to care about them. He was completely focused on Liang Yu. At that time, his career was actually on the rise, and all his cash was invested in his career. He also took out a lot of loans to expand, and if he continued to follow the established course, his career would have a very promising future. However, the sudden change of events prevented his success and instead directly dragged him down. After the sale of the property, there was not much money left to pay for Liang Yu's medical expenses, and it was then that the doctor told him that if Liang Yu did not wake up in the short term, it was likely that he would become a vegetable. That would be a long-term and considerable sum of money, and Yi Feng was about to be unable to support it. That was when Chang Lu appeared, bringing with her an unfinished business, but willing to help Yi Feng unconditionally. But she solved Yi Feng's urgent problem. But Yi Feng knew that Chang Lu helped him because she liked him. And now he was taking advantage of her feelings for him. Yi Feng felt guilty. At that time, he was already penniless. He was unable to repay the money Chang Lu lent him, so Yi Feng had no choice but to respond to Chang Lu's feelings, and the two soon got married. After that, Liang Yu fell into a deep sleep. Compared to the previous danger, all that was needed now was for the machine to maintain it and someone to take care of it. Yi Feng was able to catch his breath. In return for Chang Lu's help, he used what he had learned to fully support Chang Lu's career. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint those who work hard, and Chang Lu's career was booming. With his career a success, Yi Feng also retired. Liang Yu also received higher-level treatment. Yi Feng switched his focus to taking care of both Chang Lu and Liang Yu. In Yi Feng's eyes, the two were actually of equal importance, and both were very important to him. However, he would not tell Liang Yu about any of this later, nor would he mention it in front of Chang Lu. The doctor had said that Liang Yu might have regained consciousness by now, so naturally Yi Feng would not tell her that he had already gotten married. This was undoubtedly saying to his fiancée that he had already fallen in love with someone else. Even though there was something unspeakable at the time, how could you expect someone who was seriously ill to understand? As for Chang Lu, Yi Feng would never mention it to her. He was not an idiot. In the past, Chang Lu would occasionally respond to Yi Feng's questions about Liang Yu, but now it seemed that she had not mentioned it for a long time, and she was not even willing to take a look at her. Yi Feng knew all this because he was not generous, at least not emotionally. Yi Feng could not ignore Chang Lu's feelings, but he could not let go of Liang Yu either. Chapter 13, Warmth. After spending another afternoon at the hospital, Yifeng said goodbye to the sleeping Liang Yu and went home. As usual, Yifeng entered the kitchen and waited for dinner to be ready. It was 6:30 p.m. At this time, Chang Lu would usually be home. But today was a little different. Yifeng had already reheated the food he had prepared, but Chang Lu still hadn't returned. At first, he thought that Chang Lu had been delayed on the way home, but now he thought that there might be a problem. Not seeing Chang Lu return, he also worried about his wife, so Yifeng decided to give Chang Lu a call to ask about the situation. However, no one answered even after several attempts. Yifeng had called Chang Lu's personal phone, so if no one answered, it was possible that she was busy and had no time to answer the phone, because if she had time, she would definitely answer. So Yifeng thought he'd better confirm, so he called Chang Lu's work phone again, but again there was no answer, which made Yifeng a little anxious. The more you worry about someone, the more you can't get in touch with them, the more uneasy you feel, and the more you want to know what's going on with them. So Yifeng had no choice but to call Chang Xin, his sister-in-law and Chang Lu's assistant, who would definitely know Chang Lu's schedule. After a few beeps the phone connected. Hello? Xin, where are you? Is your sister with you? Yifeng was a little anxious, and before the other end of the line had a chance to speak, he had already asked the question. My sister had to work overtime tonight, and she's in a meeting right now. She didn't tell you? Chang Xin was puzzled on the other end of the line. Yifeng was relieved to learn that it was just overtime. No, I can't get through to her either. It's okay, I was just worried about her. If she's busy, you take care of her for me. Chang Xin on the other end of the phone rolled her eyes. Brother-in-law, you're deliberately calling me to show off your love, aren't you? I know you care about my sister, don't worry, I'll take care of her. How could I not take care of her? She's my sister and my boss, how would she dare to act up? But Chang Xin was also a little confused. After all, if her sister had something to do and wasn't going home, she would definitely let her brother-in-law know in advance. What was going on today? After hanging up the phone, Chang Xin didn't think much about it and just continued with the task at hand. As the assistant to the CEO, she couldn't go home until the CEO did. Yifeng, on the other hand, knew that Chang Lu was working overtime and so he let his worries go. Looking at the food on the table, he shook his head helplessly, took a lunchbox and put some of each dish in it, then put it in the fridge, thinking that if Chang Lu came home late and hadn't eaten, he could just heat it up. After all, they are an old married couple, not so particular, and they have suffered together during their hard times. They often ate the leftovers from the previous day, not to mention something like this. Yifeng is now at home every day. Apart from taking care of Chang Lu and Liang Yu, he is developing some of his own hobbies, such as writing small things. Yifeng used to be good at reading, and he could learn a lot from it. Now he likes to write. His life has been quite eventful, and if he wrote about it, it might make a good book. And Yifeng is practicing his writing now to prepare for the future, so maybe one day he will start writing his autobiography. When Chang Lu is not at home, Yifeng is alone and has nothing to do. After writing for a while, his eyes get tired, so he washes up early and goes to bed to rest. It was midnight when there was a noise at the door. Yifeng was worried about Chang Lu, so he didn't sleep very well and woke up when he heard a noise. Chang Lu didn't intend to turn on the light, but Yifeng did it for her. You're back? Why are you so late today? Yifeng rubbed his eyes, not yet accustomed to the harsh light. Something came up at the company, so someone was left behind to discuss a response plan, and it was a bit late. Chang Lu sat in front of the dressing table and unloaded her burden. Is it a big deal? Yifeng asked. It's not a big deal, but I have to go on a business trip tomorrow. I have to take someone with me because I can't handle things at the branch office. Do you need me? Yifeng asked habitually, but he was a little worried when he heard the news. In the past, when Yifeng went on business trips, he always accompanied Chang Lu. After all, Chang Lu was a woman, and there were some things that she couldn't handle safely, so he didn't feel at ease. But now Liang Yu might wake up at any time, and Yifeng was afraid that if he left, Liang Yu might suddenly wake up and not see him, which would be a problem. Liang Yu was in a pitiful situation. His parents had suddenly died, and he had lost his family fortune. His once prosperous life had vanished in an instant. If he learned that he had suddenly lost all of that, he didn't know if Liang Yu could bear it. Most importantly, Yifeng was already married. He wanted to tell her himself, and under no circumstances would he let anyone else do it for him. If Liang Yu could understand, that would be best. After all, apart from the relationship as fiancés, the two had grown up together since childhood and were like family. Yi Feng had long since regarded Liang Yu as his closest relative. Shang Lu was sitting in front of the dressing table, her back to Yi Feng, and did not see the hesitation in his eyes. "No, it's nothing, I'll be back in a couple of days." Yi Feng seemed relieved to hear this. "Take some people with you, don't be a hero if something happens, and take care of yourself most importantly." Shang Lu seemed extremely tired, and just nodded without saying anything else. Yi Feng didn't ask any more questions. After a while, Shang Lu entered the bathroom and came out again, already dressed in a light silk nightgown. Yi Feng leaned against the bed and looked at the slender Shang Lu, feeling in his heart that his wife had become even more feminine. In her school days, Shang Lu was reserved, and every move she made carried the shyness of a young girl, except when she was bold with him. This was Yi Feng's impression of his wife, and now his wife exudes charm in every move she makes. Perhaps it was the success of her career that gave her a strong sense of self-confidence, and the business world has honed her full of momentum. Although she doesn't show off in front of Yi Feng, that feeling really makes men crazy and want to conquer such a woman. His wife was clearly under 30, and Yi Feng really felt lucky. Yi Feng lifted the thin quilt next to him and gestured for Chang Lu to lie down. Chang Lu was not embarrassed and naturally lay down. It was only when Yi Feng embraced Chang Lu's slender waist that Chang Lu, lying in Yi Feng's arms, said with a tired voice, "I'm tired tonight, go to bed early." Yi Feng was taken aback, and then he laughed, "What do you take me for?" Then he tightened his embrace. "You've worked hard, go to sleep." But the person in his arms seemed to mumble, "I don't know who it was last night." Yi Feng's smile grew even wider, but he had no intention of tossing and turning his wife again. He just patted his wife's shoulder, as if he were comforting a child. After a while, Chang Lu began to breathe regularly, and it looked like she was really exhausted. Yi Feng felt a little sad, stroked his wife's hair that was covering her face, and seeing that she didn't respond, he thought that she must really be asleep. So he gently pulled his hand out and laid her head flat so that she could sleep more comfortably, and then tucked the corners of the quilt in for her before going to sleep. Chapter 14, Business Trip. The business trip was decided at the last minute. It was said that there were some problems with an outsourcing company affiliated with the branch, and they had now gathered at the branch to cause trouble. It was not yet clear what the situation was. However, the ins and outs of the matter had probably been sorted out, and Shang Lu had always been known for her decisive approach to work, so a meeting was immediately called to discuss a response plan. In the end, Shang Lu decided to go and take a look for herself, which is why she said she was going on a business trip. But Shang Lu couldn't figure out why she wanted to go herself. Maybe she just wanted to escape? Shang Lu was a little confused about her own heart. She was enjoying the intimacy with Yi Feng, but she also minded his tenderness towards another woman. Was she in the wrong? She wasn't in the wrong. Love is selfish. Who would share their lover with someone else? She couldn't be that selfless. But if she had to choose, how would she choose? She couldn't think of an answer to the question. Maybe if she left for a while, she could figure it out? Soon, Chang Lu was on a plane to a foreign land. Yi Feng, on the other hand, had stopped caring about company matters. He knew Chang Lu's abilities, and had dealt with similar problems before. The company's development had already stabilized, so he didn't think there would be any major problems. Yi Feng is still quite at ease. What worries him now is Liang Yu's side instead, because the doctor said that Liang Yu's signs of improvement are becoming more and more obvious, and there is a high probability that she will wake up, perhaps within this month. Yi Feng was excited when he heard the news. He is overjoyed that Liang Yu has woken up. His years of persistence have not been in vain, and he has not broken his promise to Liang Yu. He has truly stayed by her side, no matter what she becomes, and will never abandon her. In the afternoon, Yi Feng went to the hospital again. In the past, he might not have been able to visit Liang Yu every day due to some things, but her day of waking up was approaching, and Yi Feng didn't want to miss the moment when she woke up. However, the closer it got to the day Liang Yu woke up, the more Yi Feng felt uneasy when facing her. Not because of anything else, but because he didn't know how to face Liang Yu and the relationship between him and Liang Yu. To be honest, he doesn't feel that he has done anything wrong to Liang Yu. After all, what he did was to save Liang Yu's life and to save her. If someone else were to talk about this, they would not be able to find fault with him. But the hardest thing is the barrier in their hearts. Yi Feng always feels that he owes Liang Yu. He has let her down. Will Liang Yu also blame Yi Feng for betraying their relationship? Yi Feng didn't know, he couldn't figure it out, and he didn't want to think about it. He just felt that life was cruel. If Liang Yu hadn't had an accident, he would have married her a long time ago, and they would still be deeply in love and inseparable. He would not have the troubles he had now. But there were no ifs in the world. When thinking about these things, Yifeng had less to say when facing Liang Yu. He just muttered to her about the past, not sure if the other person could hear him. Over here, Huang Haitao was sitting alone in the car, having just hung up the phone. This time, Chang LV had not taken him on the business trip, and it could be said that he had never been taken before, as most of the time it was Chang Xian who went. However, he felt that he had gained enough trust from Chang LV, and his plan had already begun. Now that Yifeng and Chang LV were separated, he felt that this was a great opportunity to drive a wedge between the two, and he definitely could not let it go. So he needed to create an opportunity. Right now, he did not have a legitimate reason to go and meet Chang LV, but he had a way. Chang Lu is very meticulous and almost never makes mistakes, but Chang Xian is different. Although Chang Xian is also Chang Lu's assistant, she is not very calculating, and Chang Lu only gives her tasks that are not difficult. Most of the time, she just conveys Chang Lu's instructions. Thinking about the plan that followed, Huang Haitao felt excited. If he succeeded, he would really be able to hold on to the thigh of a beautiful and wealthy woman, and from then on, he would live in luxury and enjoy boundless glory. Just thinking about it made him happy, so Huang Haitao quickly took out his phone and dialed again. Chang Lu felt like she had only slept for a moment when the plane had already landed. It had been a long time since she had been on a business trip, so she wasn't quite used to it. She and Chang Xian arrived at the hotel where they were staying, and it was already dinner time, but Chang Lu didn't have much of an appetite. After instructing Chang Xian to prepare the information needed for the trip to the branch office the next day, Chang Lu went back to her room. Just as she finished packing her bags, she received a message from Yifeng asking if she had landed. Chang Lu sent him a message in return and then lay down on the bed. The emptiness of a room alone didn't used to bother her, but now she felt that the quiet was a bit too much. Chang Lu turned on all the lights in the room, but the vague feeling of emptiness still lingered in her mind. In the past, no matter how far away from home she was, or how long her business trips lasted, she only felt busy and never had any feelings of loss or gain. But now she does. Perhaps it was because in the past, no matter what happened, she knew that there was someone at home waiting for her to come home, but now she is not so sure. She is not sure if that person will still be waiting for her when she gets back. She wasn't sure anymore. Holding the phone, she lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, not sure if she had already slept on the plane or if she was still feeling sleepy after arriving at the hotel. Before she knew it, Chang Lu fell asleep again. She slept until midnight, when she woke up slowly. It was a bit awkward, as it was already the middle of the night. Chang Lu felt a little hungry, but she usually didn't eat at this hour. She hesitated for a long time with her phone in her hand, but finally let it go and simply didn't eat. So she turned around and went into the bathroom to wash up. After coming out of the bathroom, Chang Lu felt that her dizzy head had cleared up quite a bit, but it wasn't a good thing to be awake at this hour. Plus, she had already slept a while ago, so she really wasn't that sleepy now. But thinking about the meeting at the branch office tomorrow, she turned off her phone, which had been lit up. Turning off all the lights, Chang Lu tried to force herself to sleep, but her mind just didn't want to do what she wanted. After tossing and turning for a long time, Chang Lu still couldn't fall asleep, and then her hunger became more and more obvious, making it even harder to sleep. Suddenly, she felt a little aggrieved. If she were at home, her husband would have helped her figure it out, right? Her husband was so considerate, he would definitely find a way to make her fall asleep. As she thought about this, she also thought about Liang Yu lying in the hospital, and that she might wake up soon. Chang Lu then felt that she might lose her husband. Why? Why is it like this? The more she thought about this, the less sleep she got. She lay in bed tossing and turning all night, until dawn was about to break, and then Chang Lu fell into a daze and fell asleep. It seemed that she didn't sleep for long, however, as the sound of knocking on the door woke her up. Chapter 15, Fainting Suddenly. On the way to the branch office, Chang Lu leaned against the back of the car and pretended to sleep. Chang Xian sat in the passenger seat, and the driver was sent by the branch office. When she knocked on Chang Lu's door early in the morning, Chang Xian noticed that her cousin was not feeling well. Chang Xian wondered if her cousin had trouble sleeping in a different bed. But that was impossible. She had been on business trips before and had never experienced anything like this. So what could it be? If I had to say what was different this time from before, it would be that this time, my brother-in-law didn't come along. Thinking about this, Chang Xian felt enlightened. It must be that her brother-in-law didn't come, and her cousin couldn't sleep alone. I didn't realize that my cousin was so dependent on her brother-in-law. These two are such a good couple. After a short while, the car stopped downstairs at the branch office. Chang Xin softly reminded Chun Lu that they had arrived. Chang Lu nodded, took 2 minutes to get her brain working again, and then opened the car door and got out. At this time, the group of senior executives waiting downstairs at the branch office were all trembling with fear. As soon as the CEO's car arrived, they immediately perked up. Seeing the CEO's car park, they were ready to greet him with a smile, but the CEO was taking his time getting out of the car. This was undoubtedly a shock to everyone. The president's failure to get out of the car was interpreted by everyone as a warning that this matter would definitely be dealt with severely. Little did they know that Chun Lu was just not feeling well and was adjusting her state in the car. Finally, after everyone's anxious wait, Chun Lu finally adjusted herself and got out of the car. She gave the group a blank expression, then strode straight into the building, her aura of authority as president spreading out around her. The group followed behind her, growing increasingly uneasy. A receptionist led the way, and at Chang Lu's signal they went straight to the meeting room. Once inside, Chun Lu sat in the chair at the head of the table and looked sternly at the executives. "Let's get started. Who is in charge of this project?" Her voice was cold and emotionless. The executives looked at each other, not expecting anything from Chun Lu without any build-up. It looked like she was going to hold them directly accountable. Everyone became even more panicked. Those sitting here are all managers, and they will more or less guess the thoughts of their leaders. Chang Lu's approach made everyone present feel uneasy. The scene was quiet for a while, and Chang Lu frowned. "Didn't you hear me? Or should I repeat myself?" Despite her beauty, Chang Lu was not someone to be trifled with when she was serious. Her imposing manner sent a shiver down everyone's spine. It had to be said that her presence was related to her position and the impression she made on others. The reason for their fear was not only her serious expression, but also the fear of her status as the CEO. Coupled with the rumors that the CEO was decisive and swift in her actions, no one dared to look her in the eye, despite her beauty. The executives were sweating, but eventually one of them stood up and handed Chun Lu a statement of the investigation into the matter, and dictated the course of events and the problems encountered. The project was started and construction began last year. The problem this time is the subcontractor responsible for part of the main structure. Their boss ran away, and the hired workers haven't been paid for 3 months. The person in charge lied to them, saying that it was because our project funds had not been settled that they could not pay the wages. The workers really couldn't wait any longer and came to us to make a scene. Has the project been settled? This is what Chun Lu is concerned about. Yes, our project payments are settled immediately after passing the progress acceptance inspection. We don't have any problems with the process itself, the person in charge said hastily. Upon hearing this, Chun Lu slammed the documents in her hand onto the conference table, making a crisp sound that startled everyone. If there were no problems with the process, how come no one noticed that the workers hadn't been paid for 3 months? It was clearly a result of poor supervision. How dare you say there are no problems? Do you take me for an idiot? Chang Lu had not slept well last night and was now even more furious. The situation was undoubtedly bad. Money had already been paid out, and it was a considerable amount. The workers would definitely not rest until they received their money. This meant that in order to calm the situation, the company would have to come up with another sum of money to pay the workers first. Although there was nothing wrong with the contract, and the workers were in the wrong even if they went on strike, they could be dealt with by simply calling the police. But the project schedule is there, the company's reputation is there, and if someone takes advantage of this, once public opinion is formed, it will have a significant impact on the company. At that time, the internet will say that their company is a heartless enterprise, that they have delayed the construction period and cannot deliver as scheduled, and they will have to pay liquidated damages. If the workers cause any more extreme incidents, the development of events will be completely out of control. At that time, the authorities will not be able to stand by idly either, and they will still pressure them to deal with the situation properly, and dealing with the situation properly is nothing more than paying money to calm the public's anger. If we let the situation develop, the losses in the future will be immeasurable. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I feel like I've raised a bunch of good-for-nothings. Thinking about Chun Lu made it hard to hold back my anger, and I scolded everyone on the spot. However, the others felt a sense of relief. After being worried and scared all morning, they now felt that this was indeed the case, and they were less nervous. The meeting lasted 2 hours, and a series of measures and division of responsibilities were finally determined. Chang Lu banged on the table in front of her. Each department would implement the plan as set out, ensuring that wages were paid accurately to the workers and that the construction site could start work smoothly. The legal department would immediately sue the subcontractor and do their best to recover the company's losses. The public relations department would prepare a plan to ensure that there would be no bad publicity for the company. Although it was a matter of money, it had to be admitted that even if the money was paid, there would still be many problems to deal with afterwards. For example, will the workers stay on and continue working after receiving the money? If the workers quit, how can the construction period be guaranteed? How can the transition to a new subcontractor be stabilized? Will someone use this incident to attack their company? How should we respond to official inquiries? It's just a lot of trouble. Chang Lu's head hurts just thinking about it. The matter has been finalized, and everyone is told to go out and get to work. No one dares to linger for a moment, and they can't wait to disappear, for fear that they will be caught and scolded again. Soon, the meeting room was left with only the two sisters, Chang Lu and Chang Xian. President, everyone has left. What should we do next? Chang Lu rubbed her forehead, as if she had a headache. We need to observe the development of the situation next. I don't trust these people to do their jobs. We need to stay here and supervise. We can go back in a few days when things have completely stabilized. Chang Xian said she understood. I don't feel well. Take me back to the hotel first. Chang Lu had not felt well since yesterday, and at the moment, she had no heart to work. But when Chang Lu got up and tried to stand up, she suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell over. Luckily, Chang Xian was quick and immediately helped her. All you could hear was Chang Xian's exclamation. President! What's wrong with you? Chang Xian was anxious and immediately called someone in. So the group of people who had just left the meeting room saw the president being carried away from the meeting room. Chapter 16, Wontons. In the branch office, a group of senior executives were still speculating about what had happened and why the president had fainted just after arriving at the company. The news quickly reached the ears of most people in the company, and as it spread, it became that the president had exhausted himself thinking for the company and finally collapsed. Chang Lu, who was lying in the ambulance, did not know any of this. Chang Xian, who was beside her, was about to cry out of worry, and at this moment, she deeply blamed herself. When she left home in the morning, she noticed that her cousin didn't look well. At that time, she should have persuaded her cousin to go to the hospital to check her health and put work aside. She also felt that she was too stupid and couldn't help her cousin, which caused her cousin to be so tired and work so hard that she collapsed. Anyway, the little girl couldn't stop crying and didn't know what to do. Just before the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Chang Lu slowly woke up. Seeing this, the young girl was overjoyed. Sister? You're awake? Oh, you're awake. You scared me to death. You know that? You scared me to death. Oh. Chang Lu felt that she didn't have much strength in her body, but she still said something. You're so noisy. Chang Xian immediately stopped crying on hearing this, but her shoulders still twitched from time to time, and her hands kept wiping away the tears. I was worried about you. It's okay, I'm fine. Where are we? Where are we going? Chang Lu asked. To the hospital. This is an ambulance. Chang Lu also reacted. The white coat on the side had already come into view. Just now, Chang Xian's crying was so loud that she didn't even notice that the doctor had already asked how she felt. How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Dizzy? Chest tightness? This time, Chang Lu heard the doctor clearly. My head feels a little dizzy. I probably got up too quickly just now. My eyes went dark, and then I don't know what happened, Chang Lu said. Have you eaten anything this morning? The doctor asked. No, I didn't eat anything last night either. I didn't have an appetite, so I didn't eat, Chang Lu said honestly. The doctor nodded. Are there any other areas of discomfort? Chang Lu paused, as if feeling her body carefully, and after a while said, not at the moment. The doctor nodded again. You are probably suffering from hypoglycemia, which should not be a problem, but I still recommend that you go to the hospital for a checkup to prevent any other problems. The doctor said so, and Chang Xian felt a sense of relief, fearing that the doctor would say something bad. Chang Lu shook her head. There's no need for a checkup, thank you doctor. Just give me some medicine later, I should be fine. The doctor didn't insist and nodded to indicate that he understood. Chang Xian was a little worried. Sister, why don't we have a checkup? Just in case there's something. Chang Xian felt uncomfortable continuing, so she stopped after saying half a sentence. What is there? I know my body, and your brother-in-law takes very good care of me, so there's nothing to worry about. Chang Lu said these words from the bottom of her heart. Yi Feng really has been very good to her, taking care of every detail, both inside and out. But in the past few days, Chang Lu has also thought that the reason Yi Feng has gone to such lengths is to repay her for paying for Liang Yu's treatment. Whenever she thinks like this, Chang Lu feels a little sad. In fact, there is no need to feel this way. Yi Feng is just trying to make himself feel less indebted when he leaves. Chang Lu actually wants to say to Yi Feng, if you really want to go, I won't try to stop you. It's just that my heart will still ache, but she won't say it out loud, to spare each other's feelings. She will let him go, and it won't be in vain that she has been thinking about him for so many years. Chang Xian doesn't know what Chang Lu is thinking, and at this moment, when she hears that Chang Lu is determined not to go for the checkup, she doesn't persuade her anymore. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor examined Chang Lu as usual, then prescribed some glucose tablets and told her to eat something quickly, and to eat regularly in the future, no matter what her appetite was, so that this would not happen again. Chang Lu politely thanked the doctor and left the consultation room, then sat in the corridor in the hospital lobby, waiting for Chang Xian to go get her medicine. Chang Xian soon returned, and the two left the hospital together. Chang Xian urged Chang Lu to eat something quickly. Sister, the doctor said for you to eat something quickly, you must not go hungry again. Chang Lu looked a little haggard. The reason she fainted was not only because she hadn't eaten, but also because she hadn't rested well last night. Chang Lu petted Chang Xian's head a little fondly to show that she understood. Chang Xian was her assistant and also her cousin, the daughter of her younger brother's family. Chang Xian had always had good grades at school and was obedient, well-behaved and sensible. Chang Lu quite liked this younger sister and often took her out to play when they were young. Later, when they grew up a bit, they didn't live together because they were studying and the schools were not in the same place, so they saw each other less often. Later, Chang Lu started her own business and achieved some success. She later married Yi Feng, and Chang Xian came to her wedding. At that time, Chang Xian had not yet graduated, but she also revealed her desire to learn under Chang Lu. Chang Lu naturally agreed, and the two sisters had a deep bond. Chang Xian also had a good personality, and it was much more reassuring to have family help than to recruit from the outside. Later, when Chang Xian joined the company, Chang Lu also intended to cultivate her, so she kept her by her side as an assistant. She didn't deliberately teach her anything, and how much she learned depended on her own understanding. Chang Xian didn't complain, worked hard, and didn't take advantage of her relationship with the president to do evil in the company. She also had a good reputation. After all, she was a pretty young girl and the assistant to the president, so who in the company didn't love her? Even if they didn't love her, they had to respect her a little. And just because of her identity as president assistant Chang Xian, this entry on her resume will be a plus when she goes out to work elsewhere in the future. It's just that Chang Xian is unlikely to go out and look for a job. The Lufeng Group is not a small company, and Chang Lu's treatment of her is also top-notch in the industry. She is still young, and if she grows in a few years, maybe Chang Lu will even let her take care of some of the branches. Because of this, Chang Xian places an absolute emphasis on her cousin, and her cousin's words are more effective than her father's. Chang Lu looked at her sister, who was nervously looking at her, and knew that she was concerned about her health. But Chang Lu still found it funny. Why be so nervous? I'm fine. Come on, let's go eat. Look at you, you're all nervous. Hearing this, Chang Xian's worried expression in her eyes eased a little. As soon as they left the hospital, Chang Lu saw a small shop not far away with a bright interior that seemed to sell wontons. Chang Lu suddenly became interested. Let's try those, let's go, she said, and dragged Chang Xian away. Sister, slow down. You're just getting better. Chang Xian was worried sick, afraid that her cousin would walk too fast and pass out again. Chapter 17, Fitness. After eating, Chang Lu and her cousin returned to the hotel. Although her health was fine, Chang Lu really wanted to rest, as she hadn't really gotten much sleep the night before. She slept until the evening, and when she woke up, she looked at the time and was a little surprised that she had slept for so long. What was going on with her sudden sleepiness? But what about her inability to sleep last night? Chang Lu couldn't figure it out. Just as she was thinking, she glanced at her phone and saw an unread message. She opened it and saw it was from Yifeng. It didn't ask about work, just whether Chun-Lu had slept well last night, whether she had eaten on time, and so on. He also shared his lunch. Chang Lu messaged him back, then got up to tidy up her appearance and get ready to go out and explore the city with Chang Xin. After sleeping for so long, if she doesn't go out and burn some calories, she might not be able to sleep again tonight. After the two met and heard Chun Lu's thoughts, Chang Xin directly suggested that Chun Lu go to the gym to exercise. It was just a casual suggestion, but she didn't expect Chun Lu to agree. So the two only had some light food for dinner and then changed clothes and went to the hotel gym. When they first arrived at the gym, there were no other people inside, probably due to the time of day, which was just as well, as it wouldn't affect the two. Both decided to do cardio, which is more suitable for office workers like them. It can strengthen the body and maintain the figure, killing two birds with one stone. Half an hour later, the two were sweating profusely. Chang Xin said with difficulty, "I can't write anymore." Chang Xin's breathing began to become labored. "Hang in there a little longer." Chang Lu wasn't doing much better. Another 5 minutes passed, and Chang Xin couldn't hold on anymore, so she stopped. Not long after, Chang Lu also stopped. After both had calmed down, Chang Xin handed Chang Lu a bottle of water. "Sis, we don't exercise enough normally, and I can't take it for even a short while." Chang Xin's chest was still rising and falling slightly. "Yes, I haven't exercised for a long time either, and I can't take it if it's a bit faster." Chang Lu's chest rose and fell more obviously than Chang Xin's. After all, the two of them were of different sizes, mainly because Chang Xin was a little smaller, and she was still a young girl who had just graduated not long ago. "But sister, you don't exercise, and you still keep your figure looking so good. How do you do it?" Chang Xin was a little puzzled by this. Logically speaking, Chang Lu doesn't exercise normally, and she often has to go out for social engagements, so logically her figure should have long since gone out of shape. But looking at Chang Lu now, her figure is well proportioned, with absolutely no lack of fullness where it should be, and not a hint of excess flesh in the places that should be slim. It really is enviable. Chang Xin felt that even if her cousin didn't come to the company, she could become rich just from this secret to maintaining her figure. Chang Lu laughed out loud when she was praised. "If you know how to talk, talk more, I know I like to hear it." Chang Lu just felt that Chang Xin was teasing her. It was impossible to say that she hadn't gained weight over the years. She had been on the scale, and she was more than 10 pounds heavier than when she was studying. What Chang Lu didn't know was that although she had gained weight, it had all gone to the right places, making her look even more attractive. Compared to her previous greenish complexion, she now looked more like a young woman. Chang Xin could tell that her cousin just didn't believe her words, and she could only feel helpless. Her cousin was unaware of her own beauty. "I'm so jealous." While the two sisters were chatting, several men suddenly entered the gym. They immediately looked at the two sisters with admiration, and then their eyes became unrestrained. They pointed at the two sisters and couldn't be bothered to say anything. This made the two sisters feel very uncomfortable. "Let's go." Chang Lu didn't want to cause trouble and left immediately. When she passed by the people at the door, their stares were particularly piercing. Chang Xin really wanted to scold them out loud, but she was stopped by Chang Lu's gesture. Fortunately, the other party did not make any outrageous moves, and the two of them left smoothly. This is how Chang Lu acts outside. She is very vigilant and keeps a low profile to avoid trouble. These are insignificant people, and there is no need to waste time on them. On the contrary, if you directly accuse them, they will deliberately make things difficult for you because they feel humiliated. When they returned to the room, Chang Lu immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower. She had just sweated, and she couldn't catch a cold. If Yifeng were here, he would have long since pushed her to go to the bathroom. After taking a shower, Chang Lu made a video call to Yifeng. The phone rang a few times before it was answered, and Yifeng's avatar immediately appeared on the screen. The two talked about their respective situations, and this scene made Chang Lu involuntarily think of the time they spent together in college. At that time, the two were not yet in a relationship. Yifeng was studying in Nanchang, while she went to Shida to attend university. At that time, Chang Lu had already made her feelings clear to Yifeng, but unfortunately, Yifeng did not agree at that time. "I think it was because of Lianyu, wasn't it?" Chang Lu just didn't know at that time. She just didn't want to. So the way the two kept in touch was to have video calls from time to time. Yifeng was relatively quiet and reserved at that time, and often Chang Lu needed to start the conversation. However, Chang Lu was happy to do so, and she was very satisfied with being able to keep in touch with Yifeng. At least there was still hope, wasn't there? Now she has her wish. But when she looks at the person on the screen, she no longer feels the same way as she did at the beginning. Everything seems to be a matter of habit, as if every word spoken and every greeting exchanged were just a routine. But the person on the other end has been doing this for years, and she has never seen him change. But how can anyone stay the same? Unless he doesn't mean it. He was just putting on an act, just playing the role of a good husband in front of her, so that when he quits one day, he won't be criticized. After a few words of greeting, Chang Lu said goodbye on her own initiative and then hung up. This is just how he is, even letting her go first when hanging up the phone. A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of Chang Lu's mouth. So in this relationship, she has to hang up first, too, right? Her mind started to wander again, and Chang Lu hated this side of herself. She had always been the image of a strong woman, always decisive and resolute, and now she was also worried and indecisive. Love really changes people beyond recognition. She had become unrecognizably different from herself. She didn't know how long she had been rolling around in bed before she slowly fell asleep. On the other side, Huang Haitao had just hung up the phone and learned about the current situation at the branch office, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow, he should also set off. He has arrangements at the branch office, and he has a legitimate reason to appear. At that time, he can solve the company's problems, gain Chang Lu's recognition, get close to Chang Lu, and find a way to drive a wedge between Chang Lu and Yifeng. As long as he can separate Yifeng and Chang Lu, he is confident that he will be promoted. Chapter 18, Offering Advice. After a night's rest, Chang Lu's condition improved a lot. The next day, Chang Lu directly brought Cheng Xian to the branch office to take charge. After the morning passed, the person in charge of dealing with the issue of unpaid wages of the workers came to report that the workers' salaries had been checked and distributed, their emotions had been appeased, and all the workers had now returned to the construction site. Chang Lu told the person in charge to continue to follow up and waved him away. This is why Chang Lu had to stay at the branch office. If it wasn't under her nose, things would inevitably be delayed. According to the information collected by Cheng Xian, this group of workers have been causing trouble for more than one day, but it has always been at the subcontractor company, so it has not reached their ears. Some people even don't want these things to reach the ears of the higher-ups. Needless to say, there are all kinds of twists and turns. Chang Lu only knows that if she had not made the arrangements yesterday, someone would have arrived in the afternoon to appease the workers and count and check the workers' hours, promising to pay them today. It is said that the workers had nowhere to turn for help, and it was only when someone suggested going directly to their general contractor to demand an explanation that the workers finally seemed to have a way to vent their anger. This is not the first time their demands have gone unresolved, and this time they were planning to make a big deal about it. I heard that some people had even hired the media. If Chang Lu had not reacted in time, it is possible that the company building would already be blocked by banners. Cheng Xian found out that if the blockade of the company's entrance still could not be resolved and they were driven away by the police as usual, their next step would be to blockade the entrance of the government building, and if that failed, they would go to the roof collectively. There were precedents for these things anyway, and they could follow the example of the former, going through all the others' ways, and they would not believe that this matter could still be suppressed. After all, they were just demanding their wages, and if they used extreme measures, they would be occupying the moral high ground. They can't even get their hard-earned money, so what do they care? Sister, what do you think of them? It wasn't a contract signed with us. Their company ran away. If they can't get the money, they'll make trouble for us. Isn't that unreasonable? Cheng Xian was a little indignant. She had followed Cheng Lu since they were at school. She could say that she didn't really know the hardships of the world. She might have heard about them, but she hadn't seen them for herself. Different perspectives lead to different views of the problem. You're being a bit one-sided in the way you're thinking about this, said Chang Lu. Although you're right, the workers' original intention was to get back their hard-earned money, and that's also true. The contradiction here is that we paid the money, but they didn't get it. So we feel we've lost out, and they feel they've been cheated. They don't have any effective ways to get their wages, so they have no choice but to resort to such extreme measures. Cheng Xian pouted and said, but we shouldn't be blamed for this, right? Chang Lu smiled. But someone has to take responsibility. They're definitely going to make a fuss if they don't get paid. If no one steps up to solve the problem, someone with ulterior motives will do it for them, and they'll label these workers as malicious wage seekers, stoking the flames of class conflict and leading to class antagonism. Chang Xin nodded as if she understood. Chang Lu continued patiently, as business managers, we need to think long term. The money we spend on the workers now is only a small fraction of the project fees that will be taken by the subcontractor. Compared to this amount of money, we care more about the company's reputation. We are a large group that focuses on corporate image, not those fly-by-night companies. The reason we can stand firm is not because we are so capable, but because of our reputation built up over the years. The public trusts us, so the buildings we build sell better than others, our products sell better than others, and the services we provide make people more willing to spend money. All of this is because of our good corporate image. Chang Xin retorted after listening, who says so? Mingming is the most capable, without her the company would not have developed to its current scale. Chang Lu laughed, thinking that she was educating her younger sister, but it turned out that she was being praised by her younger sister. You're so sweet talking. Remember what I said. When thinking about things, try to change your perspective and weigh up the pros and cons. I know, sister. Chang Xin obediently agreed. In the afternoon, Chang Lu continued to work in her office when the door was knocked on. Enter. Chang Lu didn't look up. It had been a long time since she heard any noise, so she sensed something was wrong and looked up to see Huang Haitao standing in the doorway. Why are you here? Chang Lu was a little surprised. Huang Haitao had not been scheduled to follow her on this trip, so in theory he should not have been here. I knew something had happened here, and I happened to think I could help, so I came over. Huang Haitao's face was filled with a sunny smile. Why didn't you tell me before? All you had to do was give me a call. Why did you come here in person? Chang Lu got up to greet him, and gestured for Huang Haitao to sit on the sofa. But then she saw Huang Haitao walking over with his arms crossed, looking mysterious, and suddenly pulling out a bunch of flowers from behind his back. Ta-da! Of course I wanted to surprise you. Do you like them? Senior? Chang Lu was taken aback by this sudden move, and there was a hint of embarrassment when she reacted, but it quickly passed. She then put on a smile and took the flowers, which she casually placed in the vase nearby. But then Huang Haitao continued, I've arranged everything over there, and I was worried that there might be problems here, so I followed you over, thinking that I could help. Oh? How can you help? Chang Lu was puzzled. She hadn't arranged for Huang Haitao to come here, and she didn't know what kind of help he was talking about. It's like this, senior. I understand that the subcontractor our branch contacted before ran away and could not be found, right? I happen to have a friend here who also does construction outsourcing and has been here for many years, with no problems with his reputation or quality. He heard about our situation over there, and as you know, people in the same industry usually have a lot of contact with each other, and he knew that I worked in our group, so he came to me about this. Chang Lu already understood what Huang Haitao meant. The company's projects are evaluated by the project team and publicly tendered. What he meant was to let this so-called friend of Huang Haitao go through the normal process. Huang Haitao seemed to have not understood and continued. I know, but the conditions they offered were also very good. They can take over the remaining subcontracted projects in their entirety, and they are also very capable, so we don't have to worry about the progress of the project, and they can absolutely guarantee the quality and quantity. After a pause, Huang Haitao continued, the main thing is that they can be responsible for the placement of these workers currently remaining in the project. Later, won't we still have to go to court with the previous company? These people will still be useful after they stay. Moreover, time is also an issue. This time, the problem is with the main part of the building, and the construction period was already very tight. According to the normal process, it would take at least a month. The handover will also take time, so I think we should handle this as an extraordinary matter. After Huang Haitao finished speaking, he looked at Chang Lu expectantly. Chapter 19, Dinner Together. Chang Lu leaned back on the sofa, resting her chin in one hand and narrowing her eyes slightly, as if she was considering Huang Haitao's proposal. Seeing Chang Lu's serious expression, Huang Haitao sensibly kept quiet and just waited for Chang Lu's response. But in fact, Chang Lu didn't need to care about such details about how to solve the next problem. She could just leave it to the project team to solve problems at this level. If they really couldn't solve it, there were still the branch managers, who were more familiar with local connections, and it was not up to her to make the decision anyway. Besides, the point of having so many people on the payroll was to solve problems. Chang Lu just needed to give orders, and she could leave the details to the people below her. Yifeng had taught her all this, and when it came to management ability, Chang Lu felt that Yifeng was still a little better. Yifeng told her that as a boss, all you need to do is come up with concepts and make decisions at critical times. Being a boss is like managing an orchard. You decide what seeds to plant, and you can hire professionals to do the rest. There are experts in treating fruit tree diseases, and professionals who are better at applying fertilizers. You just need to wait for the harvest and leave the rest to the professionals. As for that professional knowledge, you can understand it, but you don't need to be able to do it. The same goes for a management company, just control the big picture. The people below you are paid to do a job, and they will put in as much effort as you pay them. If this ultimately doesn't make you money, it's because the variety of fruit tree you chose wasn't right. In the case of a company, it's because the project you set out to do wasn't right. Therefore, Chang Lu didn't care at all about Huang Haitao's suggestions. What she cared more about was the intention behind Huang Haitao's actions. If she had to describe her impression of Huang Haitao, she would only think of him as an obedient junior colleague. His abilities were just so-so, but he could get things done as instructed. He seemed very bright and optimistic, with no ulterior motives or ambitions. There were no bad rumors about him in the company. So Chang Lu had to wonder about the reason why Huang Haitao had followed her on this trip. He said he was helping, but that was obviously not the case. But the intention was also too obvious. If he had something up his sleeve, he wouldn't have chosen such a direct approach. After all, Chang Lu, was no fool. No matter how stupid Huang Haitao was, he would not directly come to her and play such a lowly trick. Therefore, Chang Lu is more inclined to believe that Huang Haitao's so-called friend is a relative in his family, or that Huang Haitao previously bragged to someone and came to beg her in order to save face, but he was too embarrassed to say beg, so he had to use the lame excuse of help. With a guess, there is also a decision. Go back and submit your friend's company information to the project department for evaluation. What Chang Lu meant by saying this was actually a concession. After all, she had previously said that it did not comply with the process. Chang Lu's reason for loosening her grip was actually nothing special. At her position, it was more about controlling people's hearts. People like Huang Haitao were everywhere. From Chang Lu's perspective, he had not used his power for personal gain for so long in the past, and now that he had desires, it was actually a good thing. It is difficult to control someone who has no desires. He doesn't love money, power, or beauty. He is like a monk. What can you do to motivate him to work hard for you? Once an ordinary person shows desire, the person in power has room to bestow favors. In this way, the person's desires can be cultivated to grow and grow, until they become too big for the person to handle. Then the person in power can use people's desires to drive them, in exchange for satisfying their own desires. If everyone thinks from the bottom of their hearts that money is enough to get by, then no one will work hard. In order to stimulate people's desires, companies will make some arrangements. For example, some sales departments occasionally arrange department dinners and go to shopping malls to spend money and drink, just to stimulate people's nature and let you enjoy the temptation of materialism. Your monthly performance is at the bottom? After going out, do you want to go again next time? Do you want to go often? If you want, you have to work hard to get results, otherwise the little sister who originally drank with you will be taken away by someone else. Of course, Chang Lu didn't think that far ahead. She just felt that Huang Haitao was worth cultivating, and it was good to keep him with something. No matter which of her guesses it was, or even if he wanted to profit from it, Chang Lu acquiesced. It was Huang Haitao who was overjoyed, and he quickly thanked Chang Lu and shifted his body in her direction. The two were not on the same sofa, and Chang Lu didn't care. Okay, go get ready. I'm busy here, so don't bother me if you're not needed. Huang Haitao didn't mind being dismissed by Chang Lu. Originally, he was just testing the waters, and he didn't expect Chang Lu to say yes. His goal was to test Chang Lu's tolerance for him. He knew his reasons were not convincing, but the more he did this, the more it showed Chang Lu's indulgence of him. He would gradually increase the pressure, and when the day came that Chang Lu would do anything he asked, then his goal would be achieved. What he didn't know was that he had misjudged Chang Lu's intentions, and what he didn't know even more was that the reason Chang Lu had agreed was because she had misjudged him. The blame lies with Huang Haitao, who acted too well in front of Chang Lu and gave her a good impression. After getting Chang Lu's consent, Huang Haitao, who was overjoyed inside, withdrew. Later, under Chang Lu's arrangement, he moved into a room on the same floor as Chang Lu's, with the two separated by a few room numbers. After work, Chang Lu, Chang Xian, and Huang Haitao left the company together. After all, they all had to go back to the hotel, so they were considered to be going the same way. Dinner was settled directly at the hotel restaurant. Since Huang Haitao was there, the two women could not possibly eat just some light food as they had done the previous day. All three ordered food, but the two women ordered low-calorie dishes. Huang Haitao naturally did not know this and ordered according to his own appetite. However, after the food arrived, Chang Lu felt that the taste was average and did not eat much of it. Seeing that Huang Haitao was eating quite a lot, she offered him the uneaten food. If you have a good appetite, eat more. You must be tired after flying today, right? Chang Lu casually asked out of concern. However, in Huang Haitao's ears, it was Chang Lu's care for him, which made his heart beat rapidly. But on the surface, he still wore a smile and said, "I'm not tired." "You're the one who's tired, senior." Then he ate the food that Chang Lu had ordered. Seeing Huang Haitao eating so voraciously, Chang Lu was a little surprised. She usually didn't notice that Huang Haitao had such a big appetite. Worried that he wasn't full, Chang Lu glanced at Cheng Xian and saw that she didn't seem to like it either, so she simply pushed it all in front of Huang Haitao. "Take your time, we're not in a hurry." Huang Haitao had actually already finished eating, but he didn't want to reject Chang Lu's kindness, so he pretended to be delighted, nodded in agreement, and continued to bury his head in his rice. Chapter 20, The Gym. During the meal, Cheng Xian received a work call and, after saying hello to Chang Lu, left first, leaving the two of them alone at the table. Seeing that Huang Haitao had not finished eating, Chang Lu did not feel comfortable leaving either. After all, they were friends, and it would be impolite to just leave him. However, Chang Lu did not expect that Huang Haitao would eat so much that he had almost finished the meal for all three of them. Little did he know that Huang Haitao had long since been unable to hold back anymore and that at that moment he just wanted to go back to his room and relax. But he still had to put on a sunny smile. "Lulu, I'm full. Let's go, then." Chang Lu got up to leave. "Do you have any plans after this?" Huang Haitao asked, following her. "No." Chang Lu said, pausing before adding, "If you're free, you can go out for a stroll, you don't have any work arrangements here." "What about you, Miss Chang?" Huang Haitao did not respond about work, he was more concerned about Chang Lu's movements. "I don't plan to go shopping. I'll go to the gym with Xin later, and then go back to rest. After all, she came here to work, and a stable routine is better." Huang Haitao subconsciously wanted to refuse when he heard the word gym. He didn't like sports, but then he changed his mind. "Then I'll go with you guys." Thinking about the image of Chang Lu wearing tight clothes must be very beautiful, how can he not go and feast his eyes on it? Although his stomach is still full, it does not affect him from going to look. Upon hearing this, Chang Lu looked at Huang Haitao with suspicion. He obviously didn't seem like a fitness enthusiast, and this was easier for a guy to tell. Huang Haitao didn't have any signs of exercise on his body, and he even looked a bit thin, not as good looking as her husband. Unlike women, men work out more to sculpt their muscles, so it is easy to tell from the outside. However, women's bodies are different biologically, and most women work out to maintain their shape, so there are no obvious signs of exercise. But if you look at a woman who is no longer young but still has a good figure, she has probably been exercising for many years, or at least she has been doing yoga or Pilates. "Do you like working out?" Chang Lu was a little unconvinced. At that moment, Huang Haitao thought his thoughts had been seen through, and he was a little panicked, but he immediately calmed down. Of course, he couldn't say he didn't like it. You have to have common interests and be able to empathize. "Of course, I also insist on running." After he finished, he even revealed a confident expression. Only Huang Haitao himself knew how guilty he felt. But in order to perform in front of Chang Lu, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. The two parted, and when they met again, the location had changed to the gym. Seeing Chang Lu in a tight-fitting sports suit that highlighted her figure, Huang Haitao felt like he was about to have a nosebleed. Who could resist such a figure? He couldn't help but curse in his heart that Jifeng was really lucky, and even as a kept man, he could still meet such a gem. It was a bit of a pity, though, that Chang Lu wasn't wearing the tight halter sports tank top and yoga pants combo that Huang Haitao had imagined. Chang Lu was wearing clothes that showed off her figure, but they were tight-fitting stretchy long-sleeved trousers and sneakers. If she had really worn the clothes that Huang Haitao had in mind, he would have probably had a nosebleed. Cheng Xian's style was similar to Chang Lu's, and the two sisters were like the same size in the same dress. Chang Lu was a large and Cheng Xian was a small. In contrast, Huang Haitao was completely unprepared. At the moment, he was wearing a large white t-shirt and shorts. It was not exactly sportswear, but it was on the borderline between sportswear and casual wear. Seeing this, Changlu did not want to burst out laughing, so she told Huang Haitao to feel free and went with Cheng Xian to warm up. Huang Haitao pretended to warm up on the side as well, but since he had just eaten too much, he now had some difficulty bending over, which caused his stretching movements to be very small and look very strange. Fortunately, Changlu and her friend did not pay attention to him. However, although the two women did not care about Huang Haitao, his eyes never left them. The more he looked, the more he could not take his eyes off them. Changlu's figure was really good, absolutely comic book figure, not at the same level as those skinny sticks, the kind that all young boys can't take their eyes off when they see it. Huang Haitao also discovered that Cheng Xian also had a lot going for her. Although she was not as outstanding as Changlu, she was one of the few beautiful women in the crowd. Moreover, Cheng Xian was a little younger than him, and given time, she might also grow up to be as pretty as Changlu. At the moment, she was more suitable to be described as a young flower. It could be said that the two were each good in their own way. After warming up, the two women first did a few sets of movements. Cheng Xian was a bit rusty, so Changlu also took care of coaching Cheng Xian while doing the movements. After fully stretching, their bodies were completely in shape, so the two got back on the exercise bikes, set the resistance, and started exercising. Huang Haitao also took the opportunity to go to a place closer to the two women where he could see them. After looking around, he realized that only the treadmill was most suitable. It just so happened that he had said before that he often ran, so it made sense. After getting on the treadmill, he was looking at the side of Changlu, which made her perfect figure even more obvious. Her waist-to-hip ratio and curves were perfect. He just overlooked one problem, and that was that he could see Changlu, and Changlu could see him too. When he met Changlu's gaze, he subconsciously felt guilty, and wanted to avert his eyes, but he felt that would be too deliberate, so he pretended to be calm. But he secretly pressed the accelerator button with his hand. After all, if he was seen to be going slowly, his lie would be self-defeating. When Huang Haitao accelerated and then met Changlu's gaze again, he saw Changlu smile at him before looking away. This undoubtedly made him feel a lot better about himself. It seemed that Changlu liked to exercise, and like a shot of adrenaline, Huang Haitao increased the speed by another gear and tried hard to look relaxed. What he didn't know was that Changlu had long since seen through his little attempt at showing off, and had laughed because she thought it was childish. Changlu's interpretation of Huang Haitao's actions was that he was trying to please her. As for why, it was simply because she had agreed to his request today, and he wanted to show her his good side. It was just that this way of forcing it would ultimately make him suffer the consequences. Sure enough, after a while, Huang Haitao felt that he could no longer hold on. He didn't do much exercise to begin with, and now he was a bit sick to his stomach from overeating, but he was trying hard not to show it. If he could see his own appearance from the side, he would know how ridiculous his persistence was. At this moment, Huang Haitao frowned, the veins on his forehead stood out, as if he was using great strength. The amplitude of his arms swinging became smaller and smaller, and his rhythm had already become chaotic. His steps were also a bit unsteady, but he was just barely holding on. Seeing Huang Haitao in this state, Changlu knew that he was holding on for dear life. She guessed that if she didn't keep going, he would just follow suit and die from exhaustion. Chapter 21 Conflict. After watching Huang Haitao struggle to keep going for a while, and seeing that he was about to collapse, Changlu, in order to save Huang Haitao's face, gave Cheng Xian a look and stopped first. Huang Haitao next to her was so tired that his tongue was dragging on the floor, but on the surface he had to pretend that everything was fine. Seeing that Changlu had stopped, Huang Haitao tried to pretend that everything was fine, and casually asked why they weren't continuing. But as soon as he tried to speak, he felt like he was about to pass out. Huang Haitao quickly dismissed the idea of continuing to speak, and even thought about asking someone to get him a bottle of water. He felt a bit weak in the legs and couldn't walk, and his stomach was also in terrible pain. At that moment, Huang Haitao thought, it's all because I ate too much earlier, otherwise I would never have been so weak. He had never considered the fact that he had not exercised much since graduating from university. Sometimes people are just inexplicably confident. Cheng Xian took 3 bottles of water from the rest area, handed one to Changlu, and then handed another to Huang Haitao. It wasn't that Cheng Xian cared about him, it was purely a matter of convenience. As for Huang Haitao, although Cheng Xian couldn't say that she hated him, she didn't have a good impression of him either. She always felt that this person was no good, and she didn't know why her cousin would keep this person around. Huang Haitao didn't even dare to breathe heavily in order to maintain a relaxed appearance, so when he received Cheng Xian's water, he couldn't even say thank you, and could only force a self-assured smile to show his gratitude. Cheng Xian didn't care at all. Once they stopped, Changlu also lost interest in exercising, so she planned to go back, and so she went straight to get her phone. Huang Haitao didn't expect that the exercise would end before he had a chance to show off. It can't be said that he didn't do well, but it can be said that he looked a bit embarrassed. It felt like he had suffered for nothing. Changlu took the lead and walked in front, and Chang Xian immediately followed. Before the two of them could go out, a group of people came in chatting and laughing. Out of courtesy, Changlu waited on the side first. Changlu still planned to ignore these irrelevant people and wait until they had entered before going out. However, this group of people did not think the same way. Hey, two beautiful ladies. We meet again, fate. One of them looked slutty and spoke in a strange voice to stop the two women. Changlu felt great disgust, but she knew that there was no point in arguing and just ignored them. She waited until they had entered before going out, and to avoid trouble, she would not come again next time. Huang Haitao, who had been panting nearby, suddenly felt that his chance had come. It was his turn to go on stage and save the day. It seemed as if a powerful force had erupted from within his body, allowing him to move freely immediately after his panting had stopped. What are you doing? Stop right now! Huang Haitao shouted, immediately startling the rest of the people. Chang LV felt a headache coming on. The men were startled, then looked at Huang Haitao. After a few of them exchanged glances, the one who had spoken just now turned to Huang Haitao and said, "What's your problem?" Huang Haitao walked over with his head held high and asked, "In broad daylight like this, are you trying to be a bully? What's it got to do with you? Don't you be slandering people." "What do you mean, being a bully? Are you blind? I can see that you are up to no good. In broad daylight, you dare to molest an innocent woman," Huang Haitao said with righteous indignation. "Who are you? Mind your own business." One of the men glared at him, pointing angrily and shouting. Huang Haitao took a step forward, putting Chang Lu behind him, looking really like the man of the situation. Chang Lu was a little helpless, and said to Huang Haitao, "Don't be impulsive." Her tone was very calm. But it seems that Huang Haitao has gotten into character. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, I won't let them hurt you." He turns his head and says to the men, "I'm telling you, if you know what's good for you, get out of here." Huang Haitao puffs out his chest. "Haha, you?" Someone in the group laughs. Seeing Huang Haitao getting heated, Chang Lu steps forward, tugging on the corner of his jacket to indicate that he should stop talking. Turning her head, Chang Lu said to the man, "Sorry, my friend is a bit impulsive, please don't be offended." "Oh, pretty girl, we were just trying to get to know each other, but your friend is not very polite, are we molesting you?" The man who spoke first asked. Chang Lu cursed in her heart, the other party was obviously digging a pit for her, no matter if she answered yes or no, the other party would not let them off the hook. If she said no, Huang Haitao would find fault with her. If she said yes, the other party would still be dissatisfied and find fault with her. "I'm sorry, my friend speaks without thinking, and I apologize to you on his behalf. You are all generous people, so let's not pursue this, shall we?" Chang Lu only wanted to avoid trouble and had to soften her tone. "See you there." Chang Lu's attitude was good, and she was a beautiful woman, so they were willing to save face. After all, they just wanted to get to know a beautiful woman, and picking a fight was not their ultimate goal. As long as they didn't get into a fight, they could still go out with her, and they could say that they had become friends after the fight, and the whole thing would be over. But who knew that Huang Haitao would say, "Senior, don't be polite with them. I don't think they dare do anything to us. You guys move aside, we want to go over there. Do you hear me?" The atmosphere, which had been somewhat relaxed, immediately became tense. Chang Lu cursed in her heart, calling Huang Haitao a troublemaker. Why did he have to provoke people for no reason? Can't he see that there are so many people? Doesn't he have any sense? You're something. It seems like I won't be able to save face unless I teach you a lesson. With that, several people started to surround them. The other side had the advantage in numbers, and when several people pressed forward together, Huang Haitao suddenly felt a little panicked. "What are you doing? There are security cameras here. You know this is a crime." The other party ignored Huang Haitao's warning and went straight for him. Seeing the situation was not good, Chang Lu kept backing away, prioritizing her own protection. And she didn't say anything harsh. If it really came to it, she would pay them off to calm them down. Don't fight!" Huang Haitao shouted. "Oh, so you're backing down? You were quite the talker a moment ago." The man in charge of the group became sullen again, but then he changed his tone and shouted, "Get down on your knees." Chang Lu and the others were taken aback. Huang Haitao just sat down on the floor, and his courage from earlier disappeared without a trace. "You just insulted my brothers, so you tell me how to solve this problem." "Tell me." The man threatened again, and the others surrounded Chun Lu and the others in a corner of the gym, preventing them from leaving. "Listen to me, I'm his boss. He was just being childish. I'll let him apologize to you. It was just a misunderstanding, so just untie him. I brought them here, so I'll bring them back here in one piece. You can name your terms, I'll try to meet them. What do you think?" Seeing that Huang Haitao didn't dare to say anything, Chang Lu had to speak up again. Chapter 22, Getting Beaten Up. Chang Lu wasn't wearing a tracksuit at the moment, but when she unfurled her aura, the air of superiority radiated from her. The others were a little taken aback. So it was the employee who caused trouble and made the boss clean up the mess? That was a little intriguing. While everyone was in a daze, Huang Haitao quickly got up. He had originally wanted to hide, but if he did, it would look like Chang Lu was protecting him, and that was not allowed. So Huang Haitao stood with his neck sticking out in front of the group. However, he looked so miserable and funny that the group, who had been intimidated by Chang Lu, relaxed. The man in charge laughed, reached out and grabbed Huang Haitao by the collar, pulling him forcefully towards him. Huang Haitao wasn't paying attention and his legs were still weak from the run, so when the man applied a little pressure, Huang Haitao almost fell to the ground again. This scene made the group burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. No way. You're already weak in the knees? You're so scared but you still dare to provoke trouble. You're admirable for your courage? Or are you just stupid? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Why are you such a coward?" The jeers continued, and Huang Haitao grabbed the other person's hand hard to steady his body. He felt humiliated. His face flushed for a moment, and Huang Haitao immediately tried to shake off the other person's hand. "What are you talking about? What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm warning you to let go of me right now. Otherwise, I'll call the police." Chang Lu didn't expect the other person to get physical either, but seeing that the other person was just testing the waters, she thought that they were just trying to intimidate her and didn't intend to really get physical. "Everyone, don't get physical. Let's talk about this." Chang Lu was still able to remain calm. However, after a struggle, Huang Haitao still did not get out of the other person's control. In shame and anger, he did not care about much and directly swung his fist and tried to hit the other person. However, the other person seemed to have good skills, and Huang Haitao noticed it when he struck. He directly raised his hand to block the punch, and Huang Haitao's punch also gave the other person a reason to strike. Before the person in charge struck, the few people behind him already pounced on him and pummeled Huang Haitao with punches and kicks. Huang Haitao didn't expect the other party to attack him all at once. Originally, one person was already more than he could handle, but now there were so many of them, and he was caught off guard. It was hard to fight off two hands with four fists, and before long, he was on the ground. The moment the other party attacked, Chang Xian was so scared that she screamed, but apart from attracting the attention of a few people, it didn't affect the actions of the people attacking him. Chang Lu took a step back towards Chang Xian and protected her behind her back. Although Chang Lu was nervous that Huang Haitao might get into trouble, there was nothing she could do to help at the moment. It was more important to protect Chang Xian. If anyone was to blame, it was Huang Haitao for being meddlesome and for not knowing when to back off, otherwise he would not have suffered this physical pain. Before they could fight for much longer, several security guards suddenly appeared at the door, carrying riot shields and steel forks. Seeing that they were still fighting, they immediately shouted to stop the crowd. Seeing the security guards coming, two people immediately stopped. The security guards stepped forward to stop them, and the crowd was separated 2 minutes later. Huang Haitao looked miserable. The hotel manager helped Huang Haitao up and asked about his physical condition. "Report. Call the police. They were all fighting me. Don't let them go." Huang Haitao panted, and with the security guards present, he seemed to have regained his composure. Chang Lu watched from the sidelines, a little puzzled as to what was going on in Huang Haitao's head. Why did he feel a little stupid? "Don't worry, guests, the police have been called. We'll wait for the police to arrive before deciding what to do," said the lead manager. "So what if you call the police? You started it, and you hit first. The police will probably just say that you both hit each other. You think I'm scared of you? The person in charge said disdainfully, "Stay away next time. If we meet again, I'll beat you up again. Do you hear me?" Huang Haitao didn't know if the other person was telling the truth or not, and he shivered at the sound, as if he was really afraid that the other person would take action. Before long, the police really arrived. The local police station was very close, and as early as the beginning of the standoff between the two sides, Cheng Lu signaled Cheng Xian to call for help, so Cheng Xian had been hiding in the background and not saying anything, and no one had noticed her. The reason the security guard came up was also because Cheng Xian secretly contacted him. Originally, she thought that with the security guard present, nothing would happen, but she didn't expect Huang Haitao to really get beaten up. Fortunately, the manager immediately called the police as soon as he heard the news and came with the security guard. Naturally, the police asked about the situation at the time, and Huang Haitao said that he was in pain all over from the beating, but in fact the other party just wanted to teach him a lesson, avoiding the vital points with the aim, and if he really went for a medical examination, it would be a minor injury at most. The other party, however, insisted that Huang Haitao had provoked the fight and started it. Cheng Lu naturally sided with Huang Haitao, but she could only tell the truth. She had just checked, and there was surveillance in the room, so there was no point in lying. Naturally, the hotel wanted to settle the matter quietly. Reporting the incident was recorded, which would not reflect well on the hotel. In addition, the surveillance footage was provided, and the police believed that although the other party was outnumbered, Huang Haitao's behavior was also inappropriate and was the trigger that caused the conflict. The police's meaning was that the two sides should reconcile. If Huang Haitao felt that he had been seriously injured, he could also apply for a medical examination. If the case met the criteria for filing a case, the police would file a case and prosecute the other party. It was probably because the police didn't think it was serious and didn't want to get involved, and they made the process sound very troublesome. Both sides were from other places, and it would take a lot of time. This discouraged both sides. Huang Haitao still wanted the other party to pay compensation before agreeing to a settlement. Cheng Lu saw that he was still arguing with the police, feeling that he seemed to be fine, so she directly pulled Huang Haitao, who was still arguing. "Forget it, don't waste time, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup, and the cost will be the company's," Cheng Lu said. Then she took charge of the negotiations with the police and, after making sure there would be no trouble, she led the way out. After the three had gone a long way away, Cheng Lu walked over to Huang Haitao and asked with concern, "Are you okay? I'll go to the hospital with you for a checkup." In fact, Cheng Lu still felt that her junior had been a bit inconsiderate this time, probably because he wanted to impress her. Huang Haitao shook his head and said, "I'm fine, I don't need to go to the hospital, it just hurts a bit." Huang Haitao had just a few scrapes and bruises, but he couldn't let the opportunity to play the victim pass, hoping to win sympathy. "Luckily you're fine, that really scared me." Cheng Lu didn't say anything, but Cheng Xian patted his chest and said, "I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble," Huang Haitao said with some guilt. "Forget about it, just be more careful in the future." Cheng Lu didn't comment, but in her heart she already planned to re-evaluate Huang Haitao. Huang Haitao is Cheng Lu's junior. At first, Huang Haitao interned at her company. At that time, she thought he was obedient and diligent, so when he came to her and said he wanted to come back, she agreed. Chapter 23, Applying Medicine. Cheng Lu felt that she might have misjudged him before, and now she needed to re-evaluate her junior. She didn't dislike him, but if something like this happened again, she might not be able to continue to train him. If it happened often in the future, then it might not be necessary to keep him around. After all, no one wants to be around trouble. Cheng Lu originally insisted that Huang Haitao go to the hospital. "I'll go with you to the hospital for a checkup." "Senior, this is too much trouble for you, really you don't need to." Huang Haitao pretended to decline. As a result, Cheng Lu really didn't want to go. "Then you go by yourself, and bring the bill back to the company for reimbursement, I'll sign it for you." Cheng Lu was very calm. Huang Haitao didn't expect Cheng Lu to say that, so he said awkwardly, "Well, then." There was a hint of disappointment in his expression. Cheng Lu saw it, but instead of responding, she said goodbye and went to the room with Cheng Xian. Huang Haitao felt a little remorseful. He had only wanted to pretend to be considerate and refuse, but then Cheng Lu insisted that he accompany her to the hospital, and as a result, he had made a complete mess of things. Outside the hotel lobby, Huang Haitao felt as if he had eaten a fly and was suffering. Not only had he been beaten for nothing, but he had not received any care from Cheng Lu. He thought that Cheng Lu must have blamed him for getting into trouble. He couldn't save the day like a hero, and he had just wanted to make a good impression on Cheng Lu. He hadn't expected his body to fail him like that, and he had made a fool of himself. Huang Haitao suddenly regretted his decision. He had been a bit hasty. In the past, his plans had inadvertently driven a wedge between Chang Lu and Yifeng. Now he wanted to cultivate Chang Lu's good impression of him, but he should do it gradually. It wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Moreover, Chang Lu did not show any signs of vulnerability at the moment, so this was not the best time to do so. Huang Haitao made up his mind and decided to return to his role as the well-behaved and sensible younger brother. Leaving the lobby, Huang Haitao pondered, do I really need to go to the hospital? What's the point of going to the hospital alone? It would be better if Chang Lu could take care of him. It's pointless to go to the hospital alone, and Chang Lu won't feel bad for him. Feel bad for him? Huang Haitao suddenly had an idea. In the end, Huang Haitao didn't go to the hospital, but instead went to a nearby pharmacy, bought some medicine for bruises, and then returned to the hotel. After taking a shower, Huang Haitao, wearing a bathrobe, walked through the corridor to Chang Lu's door and knocked on it. After a while, a voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me, Senior. What's the matter at this hour? It was Chang Lu's voice, with a tone of doubt. I want to ask you for a favor. Can you open the door? Huang Haitao continued. After a moment, the door creaked open. Why are you here? Did you come back from the hospital so soon? Chang Lu had no intention of opening the door, especially since Huang Haitao looked like he was only wearing a bathrobe. Huang Haitao pretended to be embarrassed and scratched his head, then said with an embarrassed look, Senior, it's too late. I didn't go to the hospital. I bought medicine downstairs and just applied it. After a pause, until Chang Lu cast a puzzled glance, Huang Haitao continued. But behind me, I can't reach, can you help me? Chang Lu suddenly understood. In fact, if this request were made during the day, it would be fine, but it was now night, which meant that the two of them would be alone in a room together, and Huang Haitao's current attire inevitably made people think more than they should. Huang Haitao saw Chang Lu's gaze sweep over him and seemed to guess her concerns, so he hurriedly explained. Don't worry, it's just some medicine. I'll leave after I've applied it. As he spoke, he pulled the bathrobe around his chest a little to show a little more of what was underneath. Look, I'm wearing clothes underneath, and I'll just leave the door open. I'm only bothering you because I can't do it myself. Please, Chang Lu. He then made a weird and funny plea. It turned out that Huang Haitao was wearing clothes underneath his bathrobe. Chang Lu wondered why he was dressed like that, but didn't care. She thought to herself that Huang Haitao had a point, and that it would be fine if she didn't close the door. So Chang Lu opened the door and let Huang Haitao in. When Huang Haitao turned his back to Chang Lu and lifted up his shirt, Chang Lu felt nothing inside. She was no longer a young girl, and she didn't blush or have a pounding heart just from seeing a member of the opposite sex. The injuries weren't serious, just bruises and scrapes, but there were several real ones. Chang Lu used a cotton swab to dip in the Chinese medicinal wine and apply it to Huang Haitao's body. As a result, Huang Haitao twitched and winced every now and then, and he groaned a lot, looking very painful. Chang Lu thought to herself, sure enough, today's young boys are weak and feeble, with no trace of manliness. They whine and moan over the slightest injury, just like a woman. Chang Lu finished treating the wound quickly, gathered her things, and said to Huang Haitao, there you go. Thanks, Senior. Huang Haitao quickly pulled his shirt back up, but didn't seem to be planning on leaving. Sorry, sister, I've caused you trouble again today. I was just afraid that they would harass you, but I didn't think it would turn out like this. He hung his head, looking contrite. It's fine, I don't blame you. You've suffered enough, go back and rest. Chang Lu just wanted to get rid of him. Really? You forgive me, sister? I knew you were the best. Thank you, sister. Huang Haitao really looked like a child who had been forgiven after doing something wrong, with a face full of joy. Chang Lu helplessly shrugged. Okay, go back quickly, I need to rest, I still have to go to the site for an inspection tomorrow. The meaning of the dismissal was very clear. Chang Lu had already spoken so bluntly, so Huang Haitao didn't dare to linger any longer, and after saying goodnight, he left the room. But just out of Chang Lu's sight, a smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. And Chang Lu hadn't lied. She did need to rest. Early the next morning, she took Cheng Xian to the branch office first, and then took several project leaders to the construction site. The construction site was currently at a standstill. The original subcontractor had people in charge on site, but they had disappeared as well. Without supervision or direction, the workers were all just hanging out in the shack, chatting and sleeping. In their opinion, they will be paid for a day's work even if they don't work. According to the law, Chan Lu's company is indeed responsible for paying the wages of these workers before officially terminating the contract with them. After all, the subcontractor has run away, and it is their responsibility as the general contractor, as stipulated by law. Chang Lu did not bother with the workers, but instead put on a safety helmet in accordance with construction regulations and inspected the surrounding area of the construction site with a group of project team members. Chapter 24: Selfishness. After inspecting the construction site, Chang Lu found a number of problems, which the accompanying staff recorded one by one. Chang Lu looked at the group with a serious expression. These problems must be solved as soon as possible and must not affect the progress of the project. Furthermore, safety issues must not be ignored. If an accident occurs, the consequences will be unimaginable. She turned to the project manager and said, "Arrange for someone to come and inspect regularly. If similar problems are found again, you can just wait and see." The project manager nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would definitely rectify the situation as requested. "I hope you will keep your word." Chang Lu's tone carried a hint of majesty. "The problem this time must not be the first time it has occurred. You must pay attention to it in the future." Yes, we will definitely strengthen management," the project manager hurriedly responded. "Also, the safety training of construction personnel must be kept up to date. You cannot just pursue progress and ignore safety," Chang Lu added. "Okay, we will arrange safety training as soon as possible," the project manager replied. Chang Lu looked at the time and said, "That's enough for today, everyone has worked hard." After saying this, she left the construction site and went to the company to prepare the next work plan. On the way back to the company, Chang Lu felt deeply tired. Recently, she has been troubled by many things. During the day, she was busy with work, and at night, she would think about Yifeng and Liangyu, which caused her to be unable to sleep, and this made working during the day even more mentally exhausting. Chang Lu has to admit that, despite her resentment towards Yifeng, she always feels at ease when she is around him. At least she doesn't have insomnia at night. If she really can't sleep, the couple will exercise before going to bed, so they won't have time to think about other things, and they can also have a good night's sleep after being tired. These past 2 days staying in a hotel, Chang Lu really hasn't been able to eat or sleep well, and yesterday she even had an accident. Chang Lu thought to herself that it might be best to end things here and go home early. Perhaps it was time to make up her mind. After dealing with Yifeng, she also planned to go on a trip to clear her head. It seemed that after being married for so many years, the two of them didn't have any romantic travel memories, and even their marriage had seemed a bit rushed. Half dozing in the car, she returned to the company in no time, and Chang Lu went straight to the office. In the afternoon, Huang Haidao sat in the office, but this was not the office of their group's branch, but the general manager's office of the construction company that Chang Lu had mentioned. "This time, I have to thank General Manager Huang for setting this up for me, haha." The man sitting on the sofa in front of the meeting room beamed and said to Huang Haitao, fiddling with the tea set in front of him. In a short while, a cup of clear tea was brought to Huang Haitao. The man looked to be over 40 years old. Logically, if they were not related, they would not have crossed paths. However, because of Huang Haitao's identity as the assistant to the president of Lufeng Group, he was often respected in the outside world. "President Lu is joking." Huang Haitao lifted the teacup in front of him and smiled lightly. "Don't worry, Mr. Huang. If this project goes through, you will definitely benefit from it," President Lu said with a smile. Huang Haitao gave a slight smile and said, "Thank you, President Lu, in advance." Huang Haitao's purpose in coming this time was precisely to subcontract the project. Huang Haitao met the general manager Lu in the field by chance. After learning that he was the assistant to the president of Lufeng Group, the other party showed him full goodwill, constantly praising him for being young and promising. He really liked being praised. Later, through communication, he learned that General Manager Lu's company was located here, and it happened that there was the possibility of cooperation with the project that their branch was working on, so he paid attention to it. Huang Haidao also checked some of the company's background and published financial situation, which was basically fine, which is why he felt at ease recommending it to Chang Lu. Of course, Huang Haitao would not have made the suggestion just because of this, because it didn't mean much to him, and he would have been suspected of ulterior motives by the people in the branch office. The reason he did make the suggestion was precisely because Mr. Lu had promised him benefits, which made him a little tempted. As it happened, Huang Haitao took the opportunity to speak to Cheng Lu, thinking that he would give it a try, regardless of whether it would work out or not, and that it would be best if it did. However, he did not expect Cheng Lu to actually agree. Although she did not directly agree to use this company, after he conveyed her meaning in a tactful way, everyone else knew what she meant. This time, he came to see President Lu to get the company's materials and to mention this incident in passing. I don't know when there will be a result from President Huang. Lu, I'd better get ready early. President Lu asked, and they had basically finished talking. According to President Huang, whether it would work out or not would depend on the materials, but with him mediating, there shouldn't be any problems. President Huang understood that this was a reminder for him to offer a benefit. President Lu was relieved, and basically felt that it was 80% certain. Huang Haitao smiled, but I can't say exactly when, it depends on the arrangements from above. After hearing this, Mr. Lu's face broke into a smile and he nodded repeatedly, that's good, that's good. Mr. Huang is still capable, and the young are awe-inspiring. Ha ha. Huang Haitao was secretly pleased in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be humble and said, Mr. Lu is too kind, I'm just doing my best. However, let's agree, if this works out, Mr. Lu must remember the conditions you promised me before. Of course, of course. Mr. Lu quickly said that as long as this works out, everything is negotiable. The two men chatted for a while, and then Huang Haitao got up to leave. He took the company materials Mr. Lu gave him and left in a happy mood. Cheng Lu, who was still busy at the company, didn't know what was going on here. She hadn't arranged any work for Huang Haitao here, and just told him to finish whatever he was doing as soon as possible and leave first to go back to the headquarters. Yifeng was in the doctor's office discussing Liang Yu's condition with the doctor. The patient had been in a coma for 3 years, but now she was in good health and there were faint signs of recovery, which was considered a medical miracle. Yifeng was very excited after hearing the news. He shook the doctor's hand and asked with a slightly trembling voice, when will she wake up? The doctor smiled and reassured him, it's hard to say, but judging from the current situation, it's only a matter of time. You need to be prepared mentally, and the rehabilitation treatment in the later stages is also very important. Yifeng nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would cooperate fully. After leaving the hospital, Yifeng wanted to call Cheng Lu to tell her the good news. However, after dialing her number, there was no answer, and the call was automatically disconnected. Yifeng did not dial the number again. Standing in the park below the hospital building, basking in the afternoon sun, Yifeng's emotions calmed down a little, feeling that he had been a little excited just now. Ring ring ring. Chapter 25, Pretending to go back to the city. The phone rang. It was Cheng Lu calling back. Hello, honey? I forgot my phone earlier, so why are you calling me? Cheng Lu's tone was flat, as she usually was at work, not letting on who she was talking to. You know your husband is unemployed, so how could he be busy? I just missed you and wanted to call. Yifeng's tone was affectionate and full of laughter. There seemed to be no response from the other end of the line, and after a while, all that could be heard was Cheng Lu saying, stop being so flirty, let's get to the point. Yifeng had lost the excitement he had felt earlier, and he had no intention of telling Cheng Lu anything. It would be more appropriate to wait until she returned and talk face to face. It's nothing, I just missed you and called. Don't you want me to call you? Yifeng said casually. Something's wrong with you. Cheng Lu on the other end of the line was a little suspicious. Yifeng is not the clingy type. The couple have always gotten along with mutual respect and trust. They may say sweet nothings when they are together, but they don't bother each other when they are not, and they definitely don't call each other for no reason. Oh, I see you don't want to. Never mind, you go ahead and get back to what you were doing. I'll wait for you when you get back. Yifeng pretended to be sad. But she heard what sounded like a light laugh on the other end of the line. It's fine, I'll be back in a couple of days. After hanging up, Cheng Lu felt a little restless. She had been correcting documents without being distracted, but after answering Yifeng's call, she couldn't concentrate. As she looked at the documents, her mind wandered again. Over the years, the two had tacitly avoided certain topics, and Cheng Lu suspected that the reason Yifeng called without saying anything was also related to this topic. Then it might be about Liang Yu. Cheng Lu couldn't help but sigh. In fact, she got along very well with Yifeng. In the past, she only felt that Yifeng was considerate, but now she felt that Yifeng was only deliberately catering to her in order to ensure that the other woman was safe and sound. For no reason at all, she had become like a villain, using Liang Yu as blackmail to tie Yifeng to her side. But that wasn't the case. She really did like Yifeng very much at the beginning, even though her confession was rejected, even though she learned that he had a fiancée, and even though she met him years later looking haggard, her feelings for him never changed. Even now, it's just that there has always been a gap between the two of them. It's not that she doesn't love him, it's just that she's tired of loving him. Chang Lu called Chang Xin in. Go get me a cup of coffee. Yes, President. Chang Xin prepared to leave after receiving the order. However, Chang Lu called out to her again, forget it, just pour me a cup of black tea. Chang Xin once again replied, yes, and left. Chang Lu leaned back in her chair and gently pinched the middle of her eyebrows. She recalled the bits and pieces of her time with Yifeng, and the bitterness in her heart grew. At that moment, Chang Xin walked in with a cup of black tea and placed it in front of Chang Lu. President, do you have any other instructions? Chang Xin asked carefully. Chang Lu shook her head, indicating for Chang Xin to leave. She lifted the black tea, took a light sip, and let the warm liquid slide down her throat, trying to calm her nerves. She knew that she and Yifeng needed to have a good talk about their problems, and they could no longer avoid them. She was sure that she would be able to calmly accept the idea of leaving. Helping others is a noble thing, but when the price is your own sacrifice, it can seem a little bleak. But Chang Lu felt that she could not compete with Liang Yu. That was Yifeng's lover from 3 years ago, and he was still a patient. If she had to compete for that, it would seem that she was being too heartless. Besides, she didn't care to compete. She dared to love and to hate, and she could love passionately or turn away with style. At least those beautiful memories have not disappeared because of the struggle. Those romance novels where women fight for the love of the male protagonist, exhausting their affection for each other and ending up turning against each other, are really not very good to watch. Chang Lu would not do that. She doesn't care about fighting over love. She took another sip of tea, closed her eyes and let out a long breath. Her thoughts became clearer, so she stopped thinking and got back to work. After 2 days of busy work, Chang Lu was already very tired. Chang Xin was also very worried when she saw her cousin like this, but after much persuasion, she was unable to make Chang Lu stop. Chang Lu thought about finishing the work at hand quickly these 2 days, and then going home early. On this day, Huang Haitao came to bid Chang Lu farewell. He had already submitted the information from General Manager Lu's company to the project team of the branch company, and after some tactful expressions from him, the project team tacitly agreed that this was Chang Lu's intention. However, Chang Lu never mentioned this. However, Huang Haitao left the hotel with his luggage, not because he wanted to leave, but because Lu had made arrangements. In order not to let Chang Lu find out, he lied and said that he had to leave first. Chang Lu had no intention of keeping him, so she let him go. The lights in the private room were dim, the music deafening, and the air filled with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol. General Manager Lu was beaming, attentively directing the young girls to toast Huang Haitao. The girls, all dressed in sexy outfits and with exquisite makeup, giggled coquettishly, twisting their waists slightly as they passed the wine glasses to Huang Haitao, their eyes full of flattery. President Lu laughed along, praising Huang Haitao non-stop, his words full of flattery. From time to time, he would propose a toast to Huang Haitao, holding his glass high to express his respect. Huang Haitao, on the other hand, sat on the sofa, beaming with satisfaction. He enjoyed President Lu's flattery and the attentiveness of the girls, and he was the focus of attention in the private room. The atmosphere in the entire box was warm and ambiguous. The laughter and cheers of the crowd intertwined to form a noisy sound. General Manager Huang, thank you so much this time. In the future, I will rely on you to say a few kind words in front of the president. Ha ha. General Manager Lu felt more and more that his initial judgment had been correct. Meeting Huang Haitao was a coincidence, but now that Huang Haitao had been able to slip his company profile into the project team and deliver a message to the president of Lufeng Group, the effect had been very obvious. General Manager Lu had hardly made any effort to befriend such a key figure, and although the two men were quite a few years apart in age, he was willing to accommodate him. It seems that this Huang is not very old and doesn't seem to know any rules. This kind of person is best controlled. President Lu already had a plan in mind, but he still had some doubts about Huang Haitao being able to work by the president's side. After all, the people around the president not only have to be outstanding, but also be able to stand on their own. Obviously, the person in front of him does not have such ability. So his identity is intriguing. Most likely, he is a family member. As for what kind of relationship he has with the president, let's slowly investigate. Chapter 26, Back to Nanchang. Huang Haitao returned to Nanchang Group headquarters the next day after a night of partying. He dared not delay for too long, for fear of being discovered. Chang Lu, after several days of busy work, finally stabilized the affairs of the branch company. In the end, she gave everyone a summary meeting in the conference room of the branch company, and then returned to Nanchang with Chang Xin. By the time Chang Lu landed in Nanchang, a full week had passed since she left Nanchang to go to the branch office. After leaving the airport, she turned on her phone and unconsciously flipped to the chat history with her husband. The last message showed Yufeng's concern for her, but when she scrolled up, the content was the same kind of casual concern. She had originally wanted to call her husband and have him pick her up, but she had lost interest at that moment. It's time to get used to living without him. Chang Lu walked ahead, followed by Chang Xin. Go home and rest today. I'll give you the afternoon off, and you can report to work tomorrow. Chang Lu said to Chang Xin, who was standing next to her. Thanks, sis. Can I just take a taxi and go? What about you? Chang Xin's tired face instantly cleared up. That's what workers are like, they're happy as long as they don't have to go to work. Don't worry about me, I'll go back on my own, Chang Lu replied. She and Chang Xin were not going in the same direction. Chang Xin lives near the company, and the company had arranged for her to live in a single-person apartment. Although they were both from Nanchang and had families there, they did not live with their families. Chang Lu lived with her husband because she was married, and Chang Xin moved out because she didn't want to be controlled at home. Chang Xin's family did not agree at first. Chang Xin was a young woman who had just graduated from university and it was not safe for her to live alone. Her parents were always worried that their two daughters could not stand on their own outside the home. However, Chang Xin had been living in a boarding school since high school and had been able to take care of herself for a long time. So sometimes parents' concerns are unnecessary. It is more realistic to say that they are reluctant to let their children go. Later, they learned that the apartment had been arranged by Chang Lu's company. The two were cousins, so naturally they trusted Chang Lu to take care of Chang Xin, and they agreed. The two said goodbye at the airport. Chang Lu was about to take a taxi when her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was Huang Haitao. Hello? What's wrong, senior? Have you arrived yet? It was Huang Haitao's clear voice on the other end of the line. I just got off the plane. Why? Chang Lu thought Huang Haitao had some business to attend to, so she asked. Have you come out yet? I'll drive over to pick you up, you'll see me when you come out. Listening carefully, Chang Lu could hear some noise in the background, as if they were in a car park, with a lot of car horns sounding. Chang Lu was suddenly surprised. Why was Huang Haitao coming? Chang Lu didn't remember telling him what time her flight was, nor had she told her company that she was coming back. Chang Lu's original plan was to come back and rest for a few days, and if there was a suitable opportunity, she would talk to Yifeng. These past few days, she has thought a lot while staying alone in the hotel. She still wants to be decent, and even if the two of them separate, she wants to part peacefully and not make a scene. Chang Lu wants to divorce Yifeng before Liang Yu wakes up, so that he can go after happiness freely, rather than being pulled apart while the marriage is still in effect. After all, her identity is that of the CEO, and if it gets out that her husband is getting a divorce because he cheated on her, it would be very bad for the company. Therefore, Chang Lu did not tell anyone else in the company that he had returned from the branch office. She planned to put aside the matters at hand and usually let her secretary handle them, with her two assistants coordinating. The company had already stabilized and would not be in any trouble. Therefore, Chang Lu never expected Huang Haitao to pick her up at the airport. There was another voice on the phone. Senior? Are you listening? I'm listening, I'll be right out. After she came back to her senses, Chang Lu kept talking as she walked towards the airport exit, without dwelling on it any longer. When she reached the pickup point, Chang Lu saw a familiar car, and Huang Haitao was leaning against it, waving at her. Chang Lu walked quickly over and got in the car. How did you know I was coming back today? Chang Lu asked curiously. Hey, I asked the team leader Lee at the branch office yesterday and learned that you were coming back today. Then I checked your flight ticket and knew your flight, so I thought I'd come and pick you up. Huang Haitao explained with a silly smile on his face. Chang Lu's flight tickets were booked by her two assistants, so it was normal that he could find out. That's very thoughtful. Chang Lu smiled. By the way, where are you going, senior? Back to the office or home? Huang Haitao asked while driving. Go home, you've worked hard. Chang Lu sat in the back seat and threw a grateful smile at Huang Haitao in the driver's seat. Okay. Huang Haitao looked like he had received an order. After the car had been waiting for a while, Changlu was playing with her phone in the back seat, when Huang Haitao in front of her suddenly spoke, as if they were just chatting. "Have you told your brother-in-law when you got back?" Changlu looked up at him, wondering why Huang Haitao suddenly asked that. "No." Chang Lu replied indifferently. After she finished speaking, she saw Huang Haitao let out a long breath as if he had been relieved. He said, "No wonder, I thought your husband deliberately didn't come to pick you up." Chang Lu immediately heard a hint of something in Huang Haitao's words, as if there was something she didn't know. "What's wrong with my husband?" Chang Lu still referred to Yifeng as her husband to outsiders, and the two were not yet divorced. "What?" "Nothing, I just came from the hospital. When I came out, I saw your brother-in-law rushing to the hospital. I don't know what's going on. I thought that apart from his comatose sister, there's nothing else at the hospital that he would care about. I was just wondering why he didn't come to pick you up. I thought he was busy and couldn't make it, but I didn't expect him to go to the hospital. He goes there every day, so he doesn't care if he's a little late, right? I didn't realize until you told me that it was you who didn't tell him. I'm sure if you had, he would have come to pick you up." Huang Haitao spoke as if he hadn't meant to, but in fact he was slightly observing Chang Lu's expression in the rearview mirror. Chang Lu's face turned a little ugly. "Does he go to the hospital every day?" Chang Lu's tone was still light, and her emotions were not discernible. Huang Haitao knew that Chang Lu definitely minded it. Yifeng had an intricate relationship with that woman, and Chang Lu definitely harbored ill feelings. Otherwise, he would not have paid the other person's medical expenses while never visiting her. Go every day. When your company was there, he went every day for an hour and left. During this time, you were gone, and he was there every afternoon, not leaving, talking to the hospital bed. In fact, if you ask me, sister, you need to persuade your brother-in-law. Although the doctor said that there is a possibility of recovery, there is no need for him to be obsessed, right? I don't know, I thought he had mental problems." Huang Haitao persuaded in a seemingly sober manner, as if he was really thinking about Yifeng, but in fact, he was just adding fuel to the fire. He diverted to the hospital. Chapter 27, Liang Yu's recovery. On the car, after listening to Huang Haitao's account, Changlu felt very uncomfortable. Hearing that her husband was so concerned about another woman, she felt like a cuckold. Although the woman lying in the hospital was a patient, Changlu now felt that she had really been a bit stupid in the past. How could she have silently allowed her husband to care so much about another woman? Maybe she was also in love once? Now she is a little more sober. After listening to Huang Haitao's words, and thinking about how she has been deliberately avoiding Yifeng and Liang Yu's relationship, and even afraid to face the scene of the two of them appearing in front of her at the same time, Changlu felt very silly. She is the rightful wife, and no matter what, she should not avoid this matter herself. In the past, she was afraid that her love for Yifeng would disappear, and she would regret the decision she had made for love, because that was her denying her past self. Now she has come to terms with it. If the love is gone, she should leave in time, and she doesn't have to wait until they grow tired of each other. At least the memories will remain. It's time to face it. She changed her mind and went to the hospital to meet the two people. However, where Chang Lu was unaware, Huang Haitao slightly raised the corner of his mouth imperceptibly. In the hospital, Yifeng was sitting in front of Liang Yu's hospital bed as usual, telling her stories. Yifeng held Liang Yu's pale hand and rubbed the back of her hand. Suddenly, Yifeng felt Liang Yu's fingers tremble slightly. The movement was very subtle, but in Yifeng's perception, it was like thunder. He had been guarding her bedside ever since he noticed Liang Yu's fingers move last time. At this moment, Liang Yu responded again, and Yifeng's heart leapt with excitement. Yifeng, who had been sitting in a chair, had now stood up. He bent down close to Liang Yu's face, calling her name while observing her face for any reaction. "Liang Yu. Stao Yu. Yu." Yifeng kept calling her various names. Just when Yifeng thought Liang Yu would not respond, he saw her eyelashes twitch slightly. Yifeng's heart suddenly tightened. He was convinced that he had not seen it wrong. He didn't care that Liang Yu still had tubes inserted, and he placed a hand on Liang Yu's face. His calls became even more urgent. He couldn't help but feel anxious. He had never felt so close to waking Liang Yu up. Yifeng could hardly suppress his inner urge. He even held Liang Yu's hand a little harder, and he wanted to shake Liang Yu's body, but he was afraid of hurting her. Yifeng's heart began to tremble with joy, and he kept praying inwardly, she must wake up. Yi Feng kept calling Liang Yu's name. At that time, there was no one else in the ward, and as long as the equipment did not alarm, the doctor would not come. Yi Feng was so excited that he forgot to call the doctor. It seemed that Yi Feng's call was heard, because after Liang Yu's eyelashes trembled a few times, she actually opened her eyes. However, it seemed that she was not used to the light, because her eyes were narrowed and only a slit was open, and her eyebrows were also furrowed. Yi Feng was so excited to see that Liang Yu had really woken up that he choked up for a moment. He had just kept calling Liang Yu's name, but now it was as if something had choked his throat, preventing him from making a sound. Yi Feng's eyes were already wet, and as he watched Liang Yu's eyes slowly open, his heart was indescribably happy. Yi Feng took a few deep breaths to try to calm down, and whispered, "Xiaoyu, you finally woken up." He paused before asking, "How do you feel now? Are you feeling unwell in any way?" Liang Yu blinked, finally adjusting to the light in the room, and after a few seconds weakly asked, "Where am I?" His voice was not very clear, probably because he had not spoken for so long that the function of his vocal cords had been impaired. Yi Feng quickly replied, "The hospital. You were in a coma after being injured in a car accident. Don't be afraid, you're fine now." As he spoke, he tightly grasped Liang Yu's hand. Liang Yu managed a labored in response. Liang Yu's consciousness seemed still very hazy. After asking a question, she seemed to be having difficulty and didn't speak again. Yi Feng then realized that he had become a little too excited. Although he had a lot to say to Liang Yu, it was not the right time, as she needed to rest. It was only then that Yi Feng remembered that he should first find a doctor, so he immediately pressed the call button by the bed. Before long, a nurse came over. "Call the doctor. The patient is awake." Before the nurse could get close to check, Yi Feng already shouted out. As soon as the nurse entered the room, she was about to check the data on the equipment first, and while she was trying to ask about the results, she heard Yi Feng's words and was stunned. Then she saw the patient in the bed with his eyes open, tilting his head slightly towards her, and immediately came back to her senses. Without pausing, the nurse turned around and ran out, and when she came back, she was already accompanied by a group of doctors. In addition to the attending physician, there were also several experts in the field. Cases of people who could wake up from a 3-year vegetative state were really rare. Yi Feng did not dare to leave her side for a moment, his gaze fixed on Liang Yu's face. He didn't want to leave Liang Yu's side at all, but the doctor's examination was also very important, and Yi Feng knew that he could not delay the doctor's diagnosis of the condition. After the examination, the doctor confirmed that Liang Yu's physical condition was good and she would recover after a period of rest. "The patient is currently very weak, and we will need to observe her for a period of time. The family may need to spend more time with her. If the patient wants to eat, it means that her bodily functions are recovering, but be careful, at first she can only eat liquid food, otherwise her stomach may not be able to handle it." Yi Feng finally let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. Although it may be a long time before she fully recovers, compared to the past 3 years of being in a coma, Yi Feng felt that it could never be longer than this. Chang Lu still had mixed feelings when she arrived at the hospital. Huan Haitao suggested that he accompany her in, but she refused. This was her family matter, and it was not appropriate for outsiders to interfere. When Chang Lu was alone and approaching the ward she knew well but rarely set foot in, she heard a familiar voice inside the ward shouting something. Until she walked up to the ward door and looked through the glass on the door to see the scene inside, her heart already knew. In fact, she had long since recognized that it was Yi Feng's voice, and what she confirmed at this moment was that her husband was urgently calling out the name of another woman. Chang Lu stopped in her tracks, and instead of going in to interrupt Yi Feng, she just quietly watched. It felt like something was tugging at her heart, and it was very uncomfortable. She didn't show up until the doctor entered. She didn't know if the scene was appropriate. She had originally thought that she was in the right, but looking at the scene inside the room, which looked like a broken mirror being reunited, she really didn't want to be the one to break the beautiful dream. In the hospital room, after the doctor finished explaining the medical advice, he planned to leave. Yi Feng thanked the doctor and saw him out the door. Chapter 28, Remembering. Liang Yu felt very tired in the darkness. Certain images kept repeating in her mind, and she could only watch as things happened before her eyes but unable to stop them. Liang Yu was very tired. She couldn't remember why she had become like this, and she even felt as if she had already died, as for some reason, her soul had not been able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Liang Yu was also in pain. It seemed that she was experiencing a car accident over and over again. In that car accident, a couple in the car were killed instantly, leaving behind a dying girl who looked exactly like her. Liang Yu couldn't remember. Who was that girl? Who were the couple? And who was she? The car accident was tragic. Liang Yu went from initial fear to panic to wanting to go up and save them, only to realize that she couldn't touch them. In the end, she was numb after being unable to do anything, and she was able to deal with it calmly. It was just like a nightmare, and every time she witnessed a car accident, she would fall asleep, and when she woke up, she would be at the scene of the accident. After countless times, Liang Yu finally realized that the girl with the same face as her was herself. So, did I die? Liang Yu's process of doubting from the beginning to finally silently accepting was a long one. Liang Yu didn't feel the passage of time, but just felt that it seemed to be a long time. Liang Yu had slowly come to terms with the fact that she was dead, but she was also tired of being trapped in this never-ending repetition, and wanted to escape from this place. In this endless cycle, Liang Yu began to wonder why she had been in a car accident. What was the relationship between that couple and herself? Where were they going? But she couldn't remember. Later, she stopped caring about the car accident, and every time she woke up, she just stared aimlessly. However, one day, while she was daydreaming, she suddenly heard someone calling. The voice was very far away and she couldn't hear it clearly. Until one day, she heard the voice clearly. It seemed to be calling someone by the name Liang Yu. At that moment, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. She finally remembered her name, Liang Yu. In the hospital room, Liang Yu opened her eyes. The doctor had already left, leaving Yifeng still there. This face was a little different from what Liang Yu remembered. The lines on the face were more distinct, and the physique was stronger. Liang Yu's memory still lingered before she fell into a coma. To her, it was just a nap, and when she woke up again, everything had changed. In the ward, there was only the sound of the machine dripping. Yifeng was quietly watching her, waiting for her reaction. Yifeng could see the confusion and disorientation in Liang Yu's eyes. "Do you still recognize me?" Yifeng spoke first. Liang Yu's emotions didn't change much, and she seemed very tired. Yifeng heard this and felt a little relieved. At least Liang Yu still remembered him, and Liang Yu had not lost her memory, which was a good thing. Yifeng did not ask any more questions, but just sat quietly in front of Liang Yu's bed, watching her. Yifeng had already added a caregiver for Liang Yu. Although he had been here a lot recently, sooner or later he would have to leave. In the next few days, Yifeng planned to stay at the hospital with Liang Yu. She had just woken up and didn't know a lot of things, so Yifeng was worried about her mood. With him there, he knew what to say and what not to say. "I want some water." Liang Yu's breathing seemed very weak, and it took a lot of strength for her to speak. "Okay, I'll pour it for you." Yifeng quickly poured Liang Yu a glass of warm water. Liang Yu tried to raise her hand, but it was inconvenient as her hands were still full of tubes. Yifeng went up and helped Liang Yu sit up, so that she could swallow the water at a comfortable angle. Liang Yu drank very small sips, only half of a glass of water, and even divided it into several times. The hospital equipment could only maintain Liang Yu's vital signs, but a long coma was a great burden on her body. At the very least, nutrition could not be guaranteed, and Liang Yu was extremely weak at the moment. "Do you want to eat something?" Yifeng asked, putting down the water glass. Liang Yu first shook her head slightly, paused, and then changed her mind. "Yes. I'll go prepare it." Yifeng returned with a smile. To be honest, Liang Yu's desire to eat made Yifeng very happy, because it meant that Liang Yu would soon get better. Yifeng walked out of the ward and gently closed the door behind him. He went to the hospital cafeteria and selected some liquid food suitable for Liang Yu. Fortunately, the hospital cafeteria had a wide variety of food, and most of it was targeted at patients. When he returned to the ward, Yifeng found Liang Yu squinting her eyes. He didn't wake her up, but quietly sat by the bed and quietly watched her. Liang Yu needed to rest. She was in a very poor state of health, but once she could eat, her body would slowly recover. Liang Yu's face was still pale, but it was already much better than when she first woke up. Yifeng thought to himself that he must take good care of her, at least until she recovered and could get out of bed and walk. After a while, Liang Yu slowly opened her eyes. Yifeng observed every move Liang Yu made, and when her eyelashes fluttered, Yifeng noticed. "She's awake? Let's eat something first." Yifeng took out the food prepared in the thermos, which was still warm at the moment and just right for Liang Yu. Liang Yu did not refuse, but she was unable to feed herself at the moment, so Yifeng did it for her. Spoonful by spoonful, Yifeng brought the food to Liang Yu's mouth, and as she watched her slowly eat, her heart felt a little more relieved. It will be fine, everything will be fine. Yifeng fed her carefully, wiping Liang Yu's mouth corners from time to time. Just like when they were young, the two of them were inseparable. Liang Yu ate very slowly, but it was very natural. Yifeng fed her very slowly, paying attention to the spoon in Liang Yu's mouth. He didn't notice when Liang Yu's eyes had already turned red, and it wasn't until a tear slid down Liang Yu's eye corner, across her cheek and onto Yifeng's forehead, that he reacted. Yifeng hastily put down the bowl. What's wrong? Don't cry, tell me what's wrong? Yifeng wiped away Liang Yu's tears. After eating, Liang Yu seemed to have regained her strength. She raised her hand and held Yifeng's hand, then buried her head in Yifeng's arms. From the initial tears to the silent sobs, Yifeng stroked Liang Yu's back. The person in his arms made him feel very distressed. It's okay, don't cry, it's okay. Yifeng comforted her softly, and every time Liang Yu cried in the past, Yifeng was there to comfort her. There was no need to express anything complicated, just companionship. However, Liang Yu did not stop sobbing because of Yifeng's reassurances. The person in his arms gradually began to cry, and the sound grew louder and louder, until finally she let out a loud cry. The person in his arms was crying miserably, and Yifeng didn't know what else to do, so he could only pat her back lightly, as if he were comforting a child. Brother, I don't have parents anymore. I don't have parents anymore. Chapter 29 Divorce. Liang Yu finally got tired of crying and fell asleep directly in Yifeng's arms. Yifeng was very worried about her such big emotional ups and downs, and whether it would have any impact on her recovery. After Liang Yu fell asleep, Yifeng went to see her attending physician again to give feedback on Liang Yu's condition and ask about any precautions. However, the doctor's response was that the situation was very optimistic. According to the data, Liang Yu's physical indicators have improved significantly compared to when she was in a coma, which is a sign of recovery. Yifeng was very worried about Liang Yu's condition, but when he heard the doctor's judgment, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. After all, it was good news. Chang Lu was sent home by Huang Haitao. She felt very tired, both physically and mentally. She didn't keep Huang Haitao, and she sent him away. Along the way, she kept thinking back to the images in the hospital room just now, as well as the expression on Yifeng's face. His attention was on Liang Yu, so much so that she watched from the doorway of the hospital room for a long time, and Yifeng didn't even notice her presence. So when Yifeng was about to leave the hospital room, Chang Lu retreated. She didn't want to meet Yifeng, or rather, she didn't know how to face the fact that her husband's heart was already completely in the hands of another woman. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Chang Lu closed her eyes as her thoughts became confused. She wondered how she should bring up these matters when Yifeng returned that night. However, Chang Lu was wrong. Yifeng did not return home until after dinner was over. Chang Lu did not ask because she knew Yifeng was still at the hospital and did not want to disturb him. Chang Lu laughed to herself. Yifeng knows that she is so understanding, so he should thank her, right? She had settled for dinner on her own, and received a text message from Yifeng on her phone, probably asking her if she had eaten dinner yet, if she was tired from work, if she had a nap, and so on. Chang Lu was a little impressed, because Yifeng was clearly focused on Liang Yu, and yet he still found the energy to check in with her. Chang Lu made up her mind to take some time off work recently, to rest up and sort out her relationship with Yifeng. As a result, she felt a bit idle in the evenings, so at 9 o'clock she went to bed, but she tossed and turned until midnight and still couldn't fall asleep. When she woke up the next day, she realized that there was no one next to her. It turned out that Yifeng had not returned home all night. Suddenly, she felt that her marriage seemed to have failed. All the past good memories had now become lies, all created by Yifeng to please her, and they had deceived her for 3 years. Chang Lu looked blankly at the ceiling, her mind a blank. She wanted to find Yifeng and explain everything, but she didn't seem to have the courage to face it all. Chang Lu was really scared. Hearing Yifeng admit to her that everything in the past was fake, that the good times were fake, the memories were fake, and even love was fake. She thought she should wait for him to come back. Even if it was the end and they had to separate, it should start with this home. Chang Lu ate some breakfast, her expression blank as she thought about today's schedule. Then her phone received a message. She took it out and read it. It was from Huang Haitao, and it was a video. In the video, Yifeng was in his arms, holding Liang Yu, who was crying. Yifeng's expression of pain was not fake, as if he wanted to rub the woman into his body. Chang Lu was deeply moved by this tender scene, but also felt a strong sense of betrayal. It may be that she once loved him too deeply, and now she even felt hatred in her heart. Could he not wait? The man in the picture was still her husband, so how could she accept that he had given his love to another woman? Chang Lu tried hard to suppress her emotions and the unpleasant feeling in her heart. There was also a sentence on the chat interface. Brother Feng's sister has woken up. Huan Haitao seemed to have just found out about it and came to inform Chun Lu. He probably thought that Chun Lu would be happy too, but Chun Lu had already learned about Liang Yu's recovery yesterday, she just hadn't seen the video at the time. So was her husband staying out all night confiding in another woman? Cheng Lu was furious, and she simply turned off her phone. After a moment of anger, as if she had made a decision, Chang Lu picked up her phone again, pressed a few keys on the keypad, and then dialed. The call connected, and there was a greeting from the other end. Chang Lu got straight to the point. Lawyerly, help me calculate the assets in my name and make a list for me. After waiting for a reply from the other end that there was no problem, Chang Lu hesitated for a moment, but then said, by the way, help me draft a divorce agreement. Yes, you heard me right. As soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Chang Lu felt as if she had lost all her strength and slumped onto the sofa. She felt both reluctant and unwilling to do it, but she was a person who could let go easily. To avoid any complications that might cause trouble and implicate the company and others, Chang Lu decided to bring an end to it as soon as possible. Yifeng on the other hand had no idea that his wife had already sentenced him to death. At the moment, he was still basking in the joy of Liang Yu's recovery. At the moment, Liang Yu seems to be in much better condition. Yifeng had originally thought that Liang Yu would be depressed for a long time after crying so much yesterday, but today Liang Yu is just being very calm, actively cooperating with treatment, and able to eat. Little did he know that Liang Yu still remembers everything from her dream. After the memories in reality collided with the dream in her sleep, she became much more at ease. Although she is very sad, she has seen that scene countless times and has become numb. Yesterday, the memories slowly came back to her, and now she can deal with them calmly. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't remember in the dream, it was that she was so grief-stricken that her weak body couldn't bear it, so her brain deliberately helped her forget. Those memories have always been in her mind, until she is no longer affected by her emotions, until her physical condition improves. Yifeng takes good care of Liang Yu in every way, and although a nurse is hired, most of the time Yifeng comes in person, unless there is something inconvenient. Yifeng even asked the doctor when the equipment on Liang Yu could be removed. The ward was too cold and Yifeng wanted to take Liang Yu outside to feel the sunshine. It had been a long time since she had basked in the sun. Liang Yu also wanted to leave the ward and go out. After a day of rest, her recovery was obvious, and she could already lift her hands and feet, but she was still very weak and it would be very difficult for her to sit up on her own. You rest for a while, I'll go and ask about your condition. Yifeng left after saying this. When Yifeng returned, he saw Liang Yu sitting motionless on the bed. Yifeng asked, why are you sitting up? However, Liang Yu looked blankly at Yifeng and asked, why? Yifeng didn't understand. Why what? Why did you save me? Liang Yu's tone was not good, as if she was questioning. Yifeng, didn't know how to answer this question. His mind had not yet reacted, and Liang Yu's tears of annoyance already flowed down her face, followed by heart-wrenching sobs. Why did you save me? You don't want me anymore, so why did you save me? Why did you have to leave me too? Why? Woo. Chapter 30, What Followed? Liang Yu's sudden crying and screaming caught Yifeng off guard. Yifeng tried to go over and comfort her, but Liang Yu warned him not to come near. Don't come near. Don't you come near. Get out. Get out. Liang Yu was driving Yifeng away while howling and crying. The commotion in the ward was so loud that the doctors and nurses soon came over, and they were also surprised to see the situation. Everyone's stares were very strange. After all, the words Liang Yu had said made people unable to help but speculate about the two's relationship. The nurse wanted to go over and comfort Liang Yu's emotions, persuading her that being so agitated was not conducive to her recovery. Leave me alone. I have nothing left. Even he doesn't want me anymore, what's the point of me living? Why did you save me? Liang Yu pointed at Yifeng and cried out at the crowd. Yifeng felt very uncomfortable in his chest. What was wrong with him trying to save Liang Yu? 3 years of perseverance had finally brought about Liang Yu's recovery, but in the end, he got nothing but her incomprehension. Yifeng ignored Liang Yu's objections and walked up to her directly, taking hold of her shoulders and trying to explain to her. Can you calm down first? You've finally woken up, so I'm begging you, okay? It doesn't matter what you do to me, just get better first, okay? Yi Feng pleaded. However, Liang Yu seemed to be unable to hear him, and kept pounding Yi Feng's hands in an attempt to break free. In her world, Yi Feng was already her only support and the person she was closest to, yet she learned from someone else's mouth that Yi Feng was already married. This undoubtedly caused her already fragile inner world to completely collapse. Yi Feng had betrayed her love. He had broken his oath, and all the things he had said about being by her side no matter what had now become lies. Yi Feng grabbed Liang Yu's flailing hands and tried to hold her in his arms, not wanting to let go no matter how hard she struggled. "Let go of me! You liar!" Liang Yu cried out. Yi Feng's heart was filled with pain and guilt. Was he a liar? Maybe. Had he done wrong? Probably not. Would he regret it? The answer was no, because now Liang Yu had woken up, which was the best outcome. As for what would happen in the future, it was too early to think about that. The nurse next to him wanted to go over and help control Liang Yu, but Yi Feng stopped her, worried that she might hurt her. Liang Yu couldn't push Yi Feng away, so in desperation she grabbed the glass on the bedside table and smashed it directly at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was not prepared and was hit in the forehead, instantly opening a cut that was bleeding profusely. Yi Feng let go of her hand in pain. Despite this, Liang Yu still did not calm down, no matter how everyone present tried to persuade her. This is not good for the patient. Let's sedate her. The doctor walked over to Yi Feng's side and said. Yi Feng had no choice but to nod in agreement. Soon another nurse came in, and several nurses worked together to push the medicine into Liang Yu's body. The medicine took effect quickly, and Liang Yu seemed to have lost all her strength and quickly fell asleep. Yi Feng looked at Liang Yu on the hospital bed, who had temporarily fallen asleep, and her heart was very complex. Liang Yu looked very haggard. Before she woke up, apart from looking a little paler and thinner, she didn't seem to have any other problems. The hospital had used the best medicine and the best carers. However, just in the short time since she woke up, she had already cried several times. Now she looked haggard, and even in her sleep she was still frowning, as if in pain. Yi Feng felt distressed, but there wasn't much he could do. Yi Feng left the ward at the doctor's persuasion and went to the clinic to treat the wound on his forehead. Fortunately, the cut was not large and did not require stitches. After a simple bandage, the bleeding stopped. After calming down, Yi Feng thought back to the situation just now. It was clear that Liang Yu must have known something. As to how and how much she knew, Yi Feng was not sure. But what was certain was that Liang Yu must have already known that he was married. That was why Liang Yu was so emotional. Yi Feng sat in the hospital corridor, covering his face with his hands. A sense of powerlessness welled up within him. He had thought that one day he would tell Liang Yu everything, but not so soon. Yi Feng had been worried about Liang Yu's condition, thinking that he would wait until she recovered a little before telling her everything, and that he would choose a relatively gentle way to tell her little by little. However, now it was out of his control. Yi Feng didn't know how to face Liang Yu next, but what he was sure of was that someone had deliberately told Liang Yu something while he was away, and it had only been a short time, as he had only been gone for a short while. He just didn't know if the other person had done it on purpose or by accident. He hadn't offended anyone, and Liang Yu even less so he couldn't think of anyone who would want to plot against them. Just as Yi Feng was at his wit's end, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Yi Feng took out his phone and saw that there were a few messages. When he looked at the numbers, he didn't recognize them. But when Yi Feng clicked on the content, he was suddenly struck by lightning. The messages contained a lot of photos, and the heroine in the photos was all his wife, Chang Lu. In addition to her wife, there was also a man in the picture, someone Yi Feng knew, that was Chang Lu's assistant, Huang Haitao. The pictures showed the two of them in an ambiguous situation, laughing together, eating alone in a restaurant that looked like a couple's restaurant, and behaving intimately. What made Yi Feng feel most uncomfortable was a picture of Huang Haitao standing in the doorway of Chang Lu's room in a bathrobe, and the subsequent pictures showed Huang Haitao entering Chang Lu's room. Yi Feng couldn't believe what he was seeing, and kept clicking to enlarge the pictures to find traces of photo manipulation. Recalling that someone had often sent him photos of his wife with this male assistant before, he couldn't believe that Chang Lu would have an affair. At the end of the message was a sentence. If you don't want your wife's scandal to be exposed, prepare 1 million yuan. I'll be waiting to collect it from you. Oh, I forgot to tell you, there's more shocking stuff, so don't try anything funny. The other party wanted to extort money? Yi Feng didn't expect it to be like this, and from the tone of the other party, it seemed that there was more to his wife's affair with her male assistant than just that. His nerves, which had been on edge because of Liang Yu, were once again stimulated at this moment, and finally his rationality completely disappeared. Yifeng now felt that the reason Chang Lu had gone on a business trip seemed to be to facilitate her meetings with her male assistant, and in order to avoid him, she had deliberately gone out of town for work. Why? What had he done wrong? Did Chang Lu have to treat him like this? Obviously, she couldn't sense anything before, but now she has changed her mind? Yifeng wanted to confront Chang Lu face to face and ask her why she was doing this to him. Before Yifeng could vent his anger, the phone in his hand rang. The photo suddenly turned into Chang Lu's profile picture, and it was Chang Lu's phone. Yifeng answered it directly, and before he could say anything, Chang Lu's somewhat indifferent tone came over the line. "Take some time to come home, I have something to discuss with you." Good. Yifeng only replied with one word. Chapter 31, Making a Deal. When Yifeng arrived home, he saw Chang Lu already sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Along the way, Yifeng calmed down a bit, even comforting himself that there might be some misunderstanding. But at the moment, seeing Chang Lu's serious expression, he knew that today, some things needed to be said. Sit down. Chang Lu's tone was detached. Yifeng had never imagined that after a week apart, their meeting would be like this. Yifeng walked straight over to the sofa next to Chang Lu and sat down, but saw a file on the coffee table in front of Chang Lu, in a document bag, as if it were for him. Take a look. Chang Lu pushed the document bag towards Yifeng. Yifeng didn't say anything. He didn't know what Chang Lu wanted, but he picked up the document bag and took out the file inside. However, when he saw the words divorce agreement written on the cover, Yifeng froze. He never imagined that Chang Lu wanted a divorce from him, and it seemed that she was so decisive. You have contributed to the success of the company, and after so many years of marriage, let's be decent and not make a scene. Chang Lu folded her arms and looked ahead with a blank expression. However, Yifeng knew that these words were directed at him, and he looked at Chang Lu in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chang Lu continued, "We built the company together, but I started it in the first place. I can only give you 10% of the shares. I'll give you half of the car, the house, and the cash as a reward for your hard work over the years." What do you mean? Yifeng looked at Chang Lu in disbelief. Reward? Is she going to buy out everything he's done with money? What does that make him? You don't think it's enough? Chang Lu looked at Yifeng with a questioning expression. She felt that the price she had offered was already very reasonable. Which ex-wife would be willing to give so much of her assets to her ex-husband? Or was it because her ex-husband had someone else in his heart? Why? Yifeng still asked. He had a guess, but was not sure. Why? Of course it's to help you too, you love each other so much, of course I want to help you. Chang Lu laughed with disdain. Us? Yifeng was puzzled. Don't play dumb. Liang Yu has already woken up, hasn't she? Chang Lu said. You know? Of course I know. And I also know that you two are not innocent. Chang Lu suddenly became very angry. Yifeng regained his focus. Xiao Yu and I grew up together, and I treat her like a sister. A sister? Do you believe that yourself? What have you been doing these past few years? Dare you say that you don't have feelings for her? Do you think I don't know about your relationship? Chang Lu interrupted Yifeng directly. Yifeng laughed in anger. In his opinion, Chang Lu was completely turning the tables on him. The photos were still fresh in his mind, but Chang Lu was using his relationship with Liang Yu as a bargaining chip. Yifeng was very disappointed. I will no longer pay for Liang Yu's medical treatment in the future. The conditions I have offered are already very generous. No one else would be as kind as I am. Chang Lu said resolutely. I'll grant your wish, but you'd better not pester me, or else if we go to court, no one will pay Liang Yu's medical expenses. If we go to court, there will naturally be an asset division, and Yifeng won't be able to get a penny until the trial is over, so naturally he won't be able to pay Liang Yu's medical expenses. Grant my wish? Yifeng scoffs. It's more like you're granting your own wish, isn't it? In Yifeng's opinion, Chang Lu had already changed her mind, and now she was treating him using the same tactics as in the business world, threatening him with punishment and offering him incentives. Yifeng felt that Chang Lu did not want the company to be affected by the marital changes, so she used some means to quickly resolve the situation. Chang Lu thought that her affairs had not been discovered and wanted to get a divorce first. A surge of anger welled up in Yifeng's heart, and he suddenly did not want to let this couple go. However, before Yi Feng could say anything else, Chun Lu spoke up, "Isn't this helping you? Don't forget. I was the one who paid to save Liang Yu in the first place. Without me, she would have died." Chun Lu didn't pick up on the other meaning in Yi Feng's words. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's anger almost exploded. He raised his hand and almost struck, but then he saw that Chun Lu was shocked by the sight of him raising his hand, and subconsciously flinched. It was this moment that Yi Feng calmed down and was also startled by his own actions. Cheng Lu was right, she was Liang Yu's savior, it was he who put himself in the wrong position. Cheng Lu was indebted to him, it had been like that from the beginning, and what he had done later was nothing compared to saving his life. Yi Feng slowly lowered his hand. Cheng Lu was indeed startled a moment ago. Yi Feng had never hit her before, but now he wanted to lay hands on her. Sure enough, he couldn't hide it anymore. "You want to hit me, ha 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 ha." Cheng Lu laughed, a little crazily. Yi Feng remained silent. "So it is. For so many years you have been pretending, and all the good you have done to me is so that you can pretend to please me, just in case I cut off Liang Yu's medical expenses. Now that Liang Yu has woken up, your true colors have finally been revealed." Yi Feng was a little moved. Although he had tacitly agreed that Chun Lu took everything for granted, he really couldn't believe that she was denying everything he had done for her before. "You underestimate me, Yi Feng. I, Shang Lu, am not that kind of person. I would rather you owe me than use kindness to blackmail you." Chang Lu roared. Shang Lu had originally wanted to be decent, but she felt like she was now like a madwoman, furiously spreading her resentment. Resentment. Yi Feng had woven a beautiful dream for her to fall into, and now that the dream had awakened, the thorns of that dream were stabbing at her heart, becoming an eternal pain. Chang Lu gasped for breath, having exerted herself too much. Yi Feng calmed down. This was his usual style, the angrier he got, the calmer he became. This was also the reason why he never made mistakes in company decisions. The air was silent for 2 minutes. Yi Feng probably had thought things through and spoke first. "You're right, I owe you." Chang Lu didn't say a word, just stared at Yi Feng, waiting for him to continue. "I promised to get a divorce. I don't want the house, the car, the savings, or the shares. I just want the house in the north of the city that my parents left to me, and the factory that they left to me." In the puzzled gaze of Chang Lu, Yi Feng continued, "Over the years of our marriage, I have tried my best. I don't think I have done anything wrong, either to the company or to you. I will repay your kindness. I will pay you back as soon as possible for the medical expenses I have spent on Liang Yu over the past few years. If you still feel that it is not enough, you can name a price, or you can also mention any conditions, and I will try my best to agree." Yi Feng's words were very sincere, but they were decisive. What he meant was that after the debt of gratitude was paid, it would be a clean break and they would owe each other nothing. Goodbye might even mean goodbye forever. Chun Lu laughed to herself, feeling truly sad for herself. So Yi Feng could go to such lengths for Liang Yu? Compared to all the good he had done for her, it was really insignificant. "Fine. You said it." Chang Lu tore up the divorce agreement on the table, her heart filled with malicious intent. Chapter 32, Going Home. After a week apart, they reunited only to part on bad terms. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a little sad. Driving alone in the bustling city, Yi Feng felt nothing but the noise. His body instinctively wanted to escape from here, so he drove all the way north of the city. Along the way, Yi Feng's heart was in turmoil, unlike his outward calm. He had always been an introverted person, only showing his sharp wit when necessary. That's why he was able to control his emotions, or rather, he was able to hide his true feelings. But deep down, he couldn't help but recall the past. There was Cheng Lu, and there was also Liang Yu. Both women were undoubtedly important to him, but fate played tricks, and he could no longer see his own heart clearly. As for Liang Yu, they had been childhood sweethearts, growing up together and sharing a deep friendship. He had even promised Liang Yu that he would never leave her. But then he got married, and despite that, he stayed by Liang Yu's side until she came to her senses. But she blamed him. Even though he was prepared for this, Yi Feng still felt sad and asked himself in his heart if it was worth it. He has kept his promise, and he has done so until now. But what about Chun Lu? She was once a very outstanding girl, and she had liked him since a long time ago. Maybe at that time she couldn't tell if she really liked him or not. But she was persistent for many years. When Yi Feng first started going out with Chang Lu, he probably felt the same way as she did towards him, and was more grateful. They both felt they could rely on each other, and naturally fell in love. But in the end, he married Chang Lu. Now he still can't figure out what he was thinking, but their marriage is already coming to an end. Has Chang Lu changed her mind? Maybe. Does he blame her? He has no right to. Cheng Lu was right, he already owes her a life, enough for him to repay with his whole life. Recalling their encounter when they were young, Yifeng actually can't remember clearly. He vaguely remembers saving Cheng Lu from a stray dog in an alley. At that time, they were still in their teens and in junior high school. More specific details were only vaguely recalled by Yifeng from Cheng Lu's mouth. However, Cheng Lu had remembered this incident for more than 10 years, and now both of them were almost 30. I think I may not love her as deeply as she loves me, so she has a reason to want to leave. But why does my heart feel so bad, my chest feels stuffy, and I find it difficult to breathe? The traffic light at the intersection ahead changed from green to red. Yifeng did not notice the car in front braking, and when he reacted, he was also startled. He slammed on the brakes, and fortunately, he was able to stop in time. He let out a sigh of relief, relieved that he had avoided an accident. However, before Yifeng could calm down, the driver of the car behind him got out of the car, cursing, and came up to Yifeng's car, banging on the window while cursing. Can't you drive? Who taught you to slam on the brakes like that? You almost made me crash, do you know that? Yifeng glanced at the other person, then looked back and continued to stare straight ahead, taking a deep breath to calm himself down, completely ignoring the shouting outside the car. Fortunately, after a while, the driver of the car behind saw that Yifeng was ignoring him, and probably felt that it was no fun. He kicked Yifeng's car twice to vent his anger, and then went back to his car. Yifeng felt like he was on the verge of an explosion. He hadn't fought with anyone in a long time. Although he occasionally went to the gym, it was to protect the people around him when necessary, not to fight with people. But he felt like he really wanted to fight someone right now. Maybe the pain would make him feel a little better. The green light soon turned on, and Yifeng didn't linger. He drove straight towards the north of the city. Yifeng had many emotions as he returned to the house where he had lived for many years. Since marrying Chang Lu, he had rarely returned here. Yifeng's parents died in a car accident when he was 10 years old, leaving him with only a house and a factory. If it weren't for Liang Yu's family looking after him, he wouldn't know how to grow up. Stepping into this place that he hadn't set foot in for a long time, he felt a little sad, and his body felt tired. Yifeng wanted to sit on the sofa for a while, but there was already a layer of dust on it. Yifeng looked around again, and there was dust everywhere, making it impossible to set foot on the floor. The whole room had a musty smell from long-term lack of ventilation. Yifeng sighed and went to open all the windows to ventilate the room. It's better to disturb it a little, Yifeng said to himself. So Yifeng went to the balcony first, tidied it up and wiped it clean, then went to the room and took all the bedding, such as the bed sheets and covers, and put them out on the balcony to dry. Then he started tidying up the miscellaneous items in the house. It hadn't looked messy for a long time since he hadn't been here for a while. Yifeng took a broom and swept the living room and the room inside and out. It took almost an hour just to sweep the floor. Then he took a rag and a bucket and wiped all the tables, chairs, and objects in the room. This was more work and took almost 2 hours. It was quite tiring for one person to clean a 3-bedroom house, but Yifeng seemed to enjoy it. From the beginning, he seemed to be absorbed in it, temporarily forgetting his worries of the past 2 days. Finally, after tidying everything up, Yifeng took out the mop that had been dried in the wind. It took a lot of effort to get the mop wet, and it took half an hour to mop the floors of all the rooms. After all this, Yifeng was already sweating profusely, but he felt much more relaxed and couldn't help but smile. Looking at the house, which had been given a new lease of life, Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt very gratified. At least this place still belonged to him. Yifeng is not a money grubber, otherwise he would not have grown the company with Chang Lu but then chosen to withdraw from management. He has never wanted to take control of the family finances. He would rather achieve something than make money. But then, because he had no money to pay Liang Yu's medical bills, Yifeng almost lost Liang Yu. Later, Chang Lu came to his aid and helped him tide over the difficult times. Yifeng felt that was enough, and Chang Lu had more than enough money to spend. The biggest expense for Yifeng was treating Liang Yu's illness. Apart from that, Yifeng's life was very simple. He didn't buy luxury goods, didn't pursue so-called high taste, didn't have bad habits, and didn't have money-burning hobbies. He was just a very simple person, and 3 meals a day were enough. Coming back here is like returning to life a few years ago. Perhaps everything will return to the usual, as it was before. Back then, he had a little more to smile about. Because here, he is with the one he loves. Chapter 33 Conditions. Yi Feng spent the afternoon cleaning the house. After dinner, he felt very tired, so he went to bed early. However, early the next morning, Yi Feng received a call from Chang Lu's assistant, from Huang Haitao. Brother Feng, my senior asked me to pick you up. Yi Feng just gave a faint nod, reported the address and hung up the phone. Some things that have been said cannot be avoided, and since they have to be faced sooner or later, Yi Feng tried to be as calm as possible. Yi Feng did not choose to drive, and Chang Lu probably had an arrangement for her assistant to pick him up. As for why it was Huang Haitao, Yi Feng no longer wanted to think about it. When Huang Haitao arrived downstairs, Yi Feng had already been waiting for a while. He pulled open the back seat door and got in, without looking at Huang Haitao's expression. He just closed his eyes and rested in the back seat without saying a word. So Yi Feng didn't notice that Huang Haitao was looking at Yi Feng with a disdainful look in the rearview mirror. The car soon arrived at the company building. Yi Feng got out and walked straight towards the lobby. He was familiar with the place, so he got into the elevator by himself and headed towards Chang Lu's office. When he arrived at the door of Chang Lu's office, after much hesitation, Yi Feng knocked on the door. After hearing a response from inside, Yi Feng walked in and saw Chang Lu sitting at her desk, going through some documents. In the past, Yi Feng would always come in with a lunchbox, and occasionally he would give Chang Lu a massage to relieve her work-related fatigue. Now, when the two of them looked at each other, all that was left was embarrassment. But there wasn't much time to reminisce in the adult world, and Chang Lu got up and walked over to the sofa where they would be meeting with guests, gesturing for Yi Feng to sit down as well. Yi Feng sensed the other person's indifference. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself, and sat down on the side of Chang Lu. Chang Lu took out a new folder and let Yi Feng look at it himself. Yi Feng knew that this was Chang Lu asking him to keep his promise. The division of property has been revised according to your requirements. If there are no problems, just sign it. Chang Lu watched Yi Feng pick up the file and start flipping through it. Deep down, she was disappointed by Yi Feng's frankness, because it meant that he didn't have the slightest attachment to her. Chang Lu persuaded herself to be ruthless. Yi Feng had promised it himself, he owed it to her, and he had to repay it. She shouldn't have a psychological burden. She was the one who had been betrayed, and it was only natural that she wanted to take revenge on Yi Feng. Chang Lu took a deep breath and slowly said, "The medical expenses that Liang Yu has spent in recent years total nearly 3 million, and you said you would pay it back." Chang Lu still couldn't directly ask Yi Feng for the money. Although she had convinced herself to be more decisive, she still felt a little reluctant. Yi Feng didn't show any expression, just nodded and said, "Okay, I will pay it back as soon as possible." Chang Lu felt very angry on hearing this. Yi Feng's factory was worthless at the moment, and the fastest way for him to repay the 3 million was to sell his house, which would still not be enough. Chang Lu knew that Yi Feng had no personal property, and if he sold his house, he would have to rent or live in the factory. For Liang Yu, he would rather go to such lengths? What a deep love! 3 million is not enough, I want 5 million. Chang Lu gave a wicked smile. She suddenly wanted to see how far Yi Feng would go for Liang Yu. "I can." Yi Feng's answer was very straightforward. "I can give you a written promise until I pay it off." Chang Lu felt a stab of pain in her heart, a vague pain. Yi Feng had agreed without hesitation to do something beyond his means, but unfortunately not for her. How ironic, at least he was still her legal husband, but he was doing his best for other women. Chang Lu only felt miserable. So it's not enough, far from it. Chang Lu doesn't want Yi Feng's money, she doesn't lack money, she is unwilling to be cheated of her feelings for so many years. This is a disgrace, she wants to return all this disgrace to Yi Feng. How can I trust you? If you can't pay me back, how long do I have to wait for you? I have conditions. Chang Lu was completely overbearing, the person in front of her was no longer her husband, but like her business enemy. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, then said, "You name it. Until you pay off my debt, you will be my personal assistant, available at all times. I will pay you at market rate, which will be used to offset your debt." Chang Lu looked at Yi Feng with fierce eyes, trying to read his face. "Fine," Yi Feng said calmly. "You must obey my arrangements unconditionally. If you fail to complete my instructions, the employment relationship will be terminated immediately and you must pay off all outstanding debts immediately." Chang Lu's tone carried a sense of oppression. Yi Feng remained calm. "I can agree to all of your conditions. I only have one request, Give me a little time every day so that I can take care of Liang Yu until she is discharged from the hospital. Chang Lu suddenly felt very bored. Yi Feng's attitude made her feel that no matter what conditions she proposed, Yi Feng would agree to them. Even if she told him to go to hell, he might as well go, right? Chang Lu really wanted to tell him to go to hell and let him pay for deceiving her. However, she was afraid that Yi Feng would really go to hell. She didn't know why, so even though she was very angry, she didn't impulsively say something like let him go to hell. Pick me up in the car tomorrow morning and take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Chang Lu closed her eyes and put her hand on her forehead. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand to let Yi Feng go. Yi Feng did not linger. As Chang Lu had thought, no matter what she asked, he would agree. It was just that Liang Yu was still worth his concern, at least until she was able to be discharged from the hospital. However, it was likely to happen soon, as the doctor said that the situation was still very optimistic. Yi Feng left the company and went straight to the hospital. After Yi Feng left, Chang Lu sat alone on the sofa, unable to maintain her previous composure. She felt as if a part of her had been forcibly torn away, her eyes were sore, and tears were welling up in her eyes. It took a lot of effort for Chang Lu to hold back the tears. She wiped her eyes with her hand, trying to take a deep breath to calm herself, but instead she started to choke, covering her face and burying her head in her knees. She was the one who pushed her beloved away. Although she blamed him and hated him, she had loved him so much in the past, and it was not so easy to let go. Every hurtful thing she said in a rage stuck to her when she calmed down. Her past with Yi Feng was undoubtedly sweet. It was not spectacular, but it was not without memories. At least in this office, Yi Feng has spent many days and nights with her. During those busy days, she would sit here by herself, while Yi Feng would be by her side. The two would chat about the project until late at night, and even though they were obviously tired, they would only show each other smiles. On every business trip, every social engagement, and every project inspection in the past, Yi Feng would always be by her side. Chang Lu really misses those days. So she kept Yi Feng by her side, perhaps to humiliate him? But there must be another ulterior motive. Chapter 34 Humiliation. After work, Yi Feng drove and waited downstairs at the company. Employees passing by after work cast glances at him, because Yi Feng had not appeared at the company at this time for a long time. Everyone knew that their CEO and husband had a good relationship, but they weren't inseparable, so something was definitely up. Many employees were curious and disgusted among themselves when they saw it. What they didn't know was that their CEO was getting a divorce. Seeing Yi Feng's expression wasn't good, some people speculated that maybe the CEO had done something to make her husband angry, so he came to question him. Others disdainfully said that the CEO's husband was too strict and didn't deserve the CEO, etc. Yi Feng ignored the stares directed at him. The only reason he was here was because Chang Lu had asked him to be her chauffeur. Yi Feng had agreed to Chang Lu's terms, so naturally he had to obey her orders. When Chang Lu came out of the company gate, Yi Feng had already been waiting downstairs for more than 10 minutes. Since it was the CEO's car and the driver was the CEO's husband, the security guards knew better than to ask any questions. If it had been anyone else, the security guards would have already asked them to leave. Chang Lu carried her handbag, her stride confident and her expression cold, the complete aloof CEO. She walked up to the rear door of Yi Feng's car and stopped, without opening the door. Yi Feng noticed Chang Lu the moment she arrived, and understood that she didn't want to sit in the passenger seat. The two were no longer close, given their current relationship. However, after waiting for a while, no one got into the car. Yi Feng was a little surprised and turned his head to look in the back seat. Chang Lu was still standing outside the car with one hand in her pocket. Yi Feng then understood what Chang Lu meant. Yi Feng got out of the car by opening the driver's door, walked past the front of the car, took a few steps to Chang Lu's side, opened the back seat door, and made a head-protecting motion. When managing the company, Yi Feng had also picked up clients and sometimes temporarily acted as a driver, so he understood these procedures. Chang Lu did not immediately get into the car, but gave Yi Feng a faint glance, and then said expressionlessly, "I hope there won't be a next time." Yi Feng nodded to show that he understood, and then gently closed the car door after Chang Lu got in. Little did they know that this scene had been seen by many employees, especially the security guards at the door, who had seen it clearly. "What's wrong with Manager Chang? Did she have a fight with her husband?" One of the security guards said. "This doesn't look like a fight. Didn't you see how submissive Manager Chang's husband was?" "But it looks like he's been caught cheating," said the other guard. "Caught cheating?" Chang is so beautiful, and his husband still goes out and cheats on her? Who knows for sure? Soon the company was abuzz with the news, and not far away, Huang Haitao also saw the scene. He had originally cursed in his heart that Yifeng's picking up Chun Lu was unnecessary, but now it seemed like a good thing, and he couldn't help but secretly gloat inwardly. Along the way, Yifeng drove very steadily. Chang Lu sat in the back seat, staring at Yifeng without blinking, but averting her gaze when Yifeng looked in the rearview mirror. Chang Lu did this on purpose, deliberately embarrassing Yifeng in front of the company, wanting to see the look of shame and anger on Yifeng's face and make him feel her pain. But no, Yifeng was very calm, as always. In the past, when the couple were still running around for business, they had also been embarrassed by customers. At that time, the company was still very small, and it was inevitable that they would be looked down upon. Once when the couple went out to discuss business, at the dinner table, Yifeng was constantly teased by the other party for being inferior to a woman. He was even scolded by the other party, who was drunk, pointing his nose. Yifeng calmly endured it. But this was undoubtedly an insult to Yifeng. At that time, Chang Lu couldn't help but retort. She wanted to defend her husband, but the price was that the cooperation would fail. However, Yifeng held Chen Lu back and apologized to the other party on her behalf, because Yifeng knew how important that order was to the company at that time. Facing the client's difficulties, Yifeng accepted them all with an open mind. In the end, he drank 2 bottles of white wine under the other party's difficult circumstances, and only then was the order salvaged. That night, Yifeng was also admitted to the hospital. That night, Chang Lu felt like it was a year, because Yifeng was unconscious. Fortunately, in the end, he was fine. However, after the incident, Yifeng not only did not scold her for being too impulsive at the time, but instead comforted her that it was no big deal. Since then, Chang Lu has felt that Yifeng is a very responsible person, with outstanding abilities at work and the ability to handle things on his own. But he wasn't happy because the contract was signed, nor was he sad because he was in the hospital, and he didn't show the slightest sign of dissatisfaction because of the previous client's humiliation. That's just the way he is, unruffled by praise or criticism. Even the fact that he was far from having a dinner with her caused him to have big emotional swings. Looking back, they had many memories, but more of those from work, because life was always the same and they gradually ignored it. Now Yifeng has been reduced to driving for Chang Lu, without any complaints. Chang Lu really doesn't like this Yifeng, who is too obedient, which makes it seem like he was deliberately catering to her in the past, meaning that Chang Lu has never really entered Yifeng's world. Chang Lu sighed in her heart, and a flash of pain and disappointment crossed her eyes. It seemed that she had never really gotten to know Yifeng. The car pulled up to the front door of the villa, and Yifeng got out of the car and opened the door for Chang Lu this time. Chang Lu got out of the car and walked a few steps, hearing the sound of the car door closing, but not the sound of footsteps. She looked back and saw that Yifeng was just standing quietly by the car door, watching her go home. Chang Lu then realized that Yifeng didn't seem to want to follow her home. Chang Lu suddenly felt ridiculous. Yes, they were getting a divorce, so why was Yifeng still living with her? Chang Lu, who had wanted to say something, opened her mouth, but then didn't say a word. She turned around and went straight back inside. Yifeng didn't get in the car and leave until Chang Lu had disappeared from view. The car drove all the way to the hospital. Although Liang Yu blamed him, it didn't mean that he could just ignore her. Yifeng stayed at the company all day and didn't have time to eat dinner. It was already dark when he arrived at the hospital. Yifeng went straight to Liang Yu's ward. When he arrived, Liang Yu in the ward was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Yifeng didn't dare to go in and disturb her, so after watching for a while, he left and went to the doctor's office to ask about Liang Yu's condition. The patient's body is recovering, but today the patient is in a very bad mood and is not willing to eat. This is not conducive to the patient's recovery. The family should do a good job of ideological work with the patient and actively treat him in order to facilitate an early recovery and discharge from the hospital. The doctor spoke with deep concern. As a doctor, he is used to seeing incurable cases and does not feel distressed. However, seeing someone who obviously has a chance to recover but who deliberately abuses their body makes him feel very uncomfortable. Thank you, doctor, I will pay attention. Yifeng thanked the doctor and left. Liang Yu's situation was his biggest concern right now, and no matter what, he wanted to see Liang Yu recover. Chapter 35 Long time no see. When Yifeng returned to Liang Yu's ward, Liang Yu was already awake, leaning against the bed and staring out the window at the night scenery in a daze. Yifeng did not go in to disturb her, but just stood outside the door, gazing at Liang Yu through the glass. He didn't know if Liang Yu wanted to see him or not, and he was afraid that his presence would make Liang Yu emotional again. Yifeng hesitated outside the door for a long time, but finally gently pushed open the door. Liang Yu heard the sound and turned her head to look at Yifeng. A flash of struggle passed through her eyes. To Yifeng's surprise, Liang Yu did not cry or make a scene, and she did not speak until Yifeng had walked up to the bed. Seeing that Liang Yu did not stop him, Yifeng pulled out a chair and sat down. "Are you feeling better?" Liang Yu didn't seem to want to talk. Yifeng was silent, being stared at by Liang Yu. He looked away sheepishly, until it seemed like he had regained his courage, and he looked back at Liang Yu. "Xiao Yu, I'm sorry." A simple "I'm sorry" seemed like an enormous stimulus, causing tears to fill Liang Yu's eyes. Yifeng suddenly felt a little remorseful. He wanted to reach out and wipe away Liang Yu's tears, but she turned her head to avoid it. Yifeng's hand thus stopped in mid-air. Angrily, he withdrew his hand, and the words he was about to say also stopped. Liang Yu turned her head away and never turned back, not saying a word. Yifeng sensibly did not insist, quietly watched for a while, and then planned to get up and leave. However, at this moment, the phone suddenly rang, and the ringtone broke the tranquility in the atmosphere. Yifeng took out his phone and saw that the note on it was still from his wife, and his expression was slightly distorted. Thinking of his current identity, Yifeng immediately answered the phone. "Manager Chang." There was a moment of silence at the other end of the phone, and then a voice came out. "Come pick me up, now." Immediately followed by a busy tone. Yifeng took the phone away, a little shocked. But he quickly came back to his senses, got up and said to Liang Yu, "Get well first, then you can settle scores with me." After a pause, Yifeng still didn't continue. Liang Yu didn't react at all, and Yifeng had no choice but to lift his foot and walk out. He drove to the home he originally shared with Chen Lu. The route was incredibly familiar, but it was no longer his home. Tomorrow, he would divorce Chang Lu. The car speeded up. The hospital was not close to Chen Lu's home, and Yifeng could not slow down for fear that Chen Lu had an emergency. As far as he could remember, Chen Lu rarely went out at night, and every time she did, it was for an emergency, and he was there with her to deal with everything. Yifeng soon returned to Chen Lu's doorstep and called her. Soon Chang Lu appeared in front of Yifeng. Unlike Yifeng, she had changed into casual clothes and seemed to have changed her makeup. It didn't seem like she was in a hurry, but rather like she was meeting someone. Was she that impatient? Yifeng felt a mixture of emotions. Although he had been prepared for this, seeing Chang Lu dating someone else in front of him was still a bit cruel. Yifeng welcomed Chang Lu into the car and then asked for the address. Chang Lu reported the address and Yifeng drove off. Yifeng knew the place, a rather stylish cafe. Coffee in the evening? Yifeng couldn't understand. If it were a date, it would be reasonable, but they were not young lovers in their teens at that age. Was it really necessary? This time, Chang Lu sat in the back seat with her eyes closed and didn't say a word, as if she were angry. Yifeng couldn't figure out the situation, so he also kept quiet. Chang Lu was indeed very angry because of Yifeng's sentence, "President Chang," on the phone. President Chang? Men are really ruthless, they can shift their identity so quickly, which can't help but make Chang Lu's hatred even stronger. Originally, she just wanted Yifeng to come and pick her up, to see him or to stop him from leaving, no matter what the reason was. Chang Lu was actually very conflicted inside. Although she had made a decision, she actually still couldn't let go of this relationship. She could only use this method of torturing the other person and torturing herself to gradually immunize herself against her feelings for Yifeng. In Chang Lu's opinion, she was pretending to be ruthless and decisive, while Yifeng was truly ruthless. So when she heard Yifeng call her Chang Zong, she didn't know what to feel. She was angry at Yifeng's ruthlessness, but she also felt that in their current state, Yifeng was right to call her that. But her heart just felt really uncomfortable. Maybe when Yifeng calls her Chang Zong again, she won't feel anything, and it will mean that she has let go of this relationship. At the moment, Chang Lu didn't want to talk, especially when facing Yifeng. She didn't want her true emotions to overflow. The car soon arrived at its destination, and Chang Lu got out of the car without waiting for Yifeng to open the door for her. "You go back first, I'll walk by myself later." Chang Lu said this and went inside. Yifeng stopped and looked for a moment, and when Chang Lu's back disappeared, he got back in the car. Yifeng felt bad inside, but he knew his place. He was no longer her husband, so he should not interfere with her personal affairs. Yifeng was not unaware of Chang Lu's intentions. Keeping him around was just a way to trap him. He believed that Chung Lu knew that with his abilities, whether it was 3 million or 5 million, as long as he was given time, he could make it back quickly. However, Chung Lu wanted him to stay by her side as an assistant, which would undoubtedly be a waste of time, and prevent him from making the money to repay her. How could he possibly repay the 5 million with that assistant's salary? But Yi Feng did not argue. Just as Chung Lu said, he owed her, so he had no right to object. Even if there was no such reason, just because Chung Lu had once saved Liang Yu's life, it was enough for Yi Feng to work like a horse. After all, given the situation at the time, Yi Feng's situation would not have been much better. Perhaps if Chung Lu had appeared a little later, Yi Feng would have been forced to appear in various jobs that would make quick money in order to earn money for Liang Yu's treatment. As for being beaten, scolded, and humiliated, it was estimated that it would be a daily occurrence. Compared to the little difficulty today, Yi Feng felt that there was no problem at all. Sometimes, once you are dragged into the mud, it is very difficult for a person to save themselves. Yi Feng was facing this problem at the time. He kept lowering his stance for money, and others would keep exploiting him. However, Liang Yu's medical expenses were still a bottomless pit for ordinary people, no matter how hard they tried. The person who rescued Yi Feng was Chen Lu. She not only saved Liang Yu's life, but also prevented him from falling into the mud. After a heavy sigh, Yi Feng started the car and left, although he was worried about Chung Lu's safety. But Chung Lu told him to go first, probably because she didn't want his presence to affect her date. Yi Feng sensibly left. In the coffee shop, the classical music was melodious and long-lasting. Chang Lu sat in a booth, looked across at the person opposite, took a sip of coffee, put down the cup, and said slowly, "Long time no see." Chapter 36 Summer. Summer sat in the corner of the cafe, as she always did. She always chose inconspicuous places to reduce her sense of presence. However, the woman sitting in the corner, with slightly curly hair and a calm expression between her brows, was dressed in a blue and white vertical striped shirt and high-waisted white trousers, showing off her intellectual beauty. She held the cup handle between her thumb and forefinger, while her other hand stirred the coffee in the cup. She took a small sip, then slowly set the cup down, calmly and elegantly, as if she were savoring the aroma of the coffee. A faint smile at the corner of her mouth made her look very peaceful, but she didn't seem to care much about the things around her, giving her a sense of mystery. Outside the window were the neon lights of the street corner, and downstairs the crowds surged. Her gaze seemed to be observing, but it also seemed like she was just daydreaming. When Chang Lu saw Xia Tian at the corner, she was just staring out the window in a daze, and didn't even look back until Chang Lu walked up to her. "Long time no see," Chang Lu said. Xia Tian slowly withdrew her gaze and turned to Chang Lu, smiling slightly. "Long time no see." Then she motioned for the waitress to come over. Soon Chang Lu's coffee was served. Chang Lu stirred the coffee a few times and then took a sip. She didn't really like the taste of coffee, but because of her work, she often needed coffee to refresh herself. Perhaps for this reason, Chang Lu rarely drank coffee outside of work, and if it wasn't for Xia Tian asking her to meet here, she wouldn't have come to the coffee shop so late. "Aren't you afraid of not being able to sleep at night?" Chang Lu said as she put down her coffee. Xia Tian still had an indistinct smile on her face as she shook her head and said slowly, "I'm used to it, so I don't have insomnia." Chang Lu shrugged, nodded, and then asked, "How long will you stay this time?" "I'll leave in a couple of days." Xia Tian continued stirring the coffee in the cup. "Why don't you stay a few more days?" Chang Lu asked. Every time Xia Tian came back, he only stayed for 2 or 3 days before leaving. Xia Tian smiled, a very light and restrained smile. "Don't you know?" Chang Lu didn't say anything, she knew it was because of Yi Feng. "It's okay now." After a long silence, Chang Lu finally spoke. For a moment, Xia Tian's expression was unnatural, but then it returned to its usual calm. "Oh? We're getting a divorce." Chang Lu's words carried a bitter tone. This time, Xia Tian couldn't remain calm. Her brows furrowed as she tried to read Chang Lu's expression. However, she couldn't. Chang Lu didn't seem to be pretending, and she seemed to be in pain, struggling with something. What had happened? Xia Tian wanted to figure out the situation. Liang Yu woke up. Chang Lu suddenly deflated. Summer's brow furrowed even deeper. She naturally knew Liang Yu, and was even more familiar with her than Chang Lu. "You mentioned it?" What Summer cared about was not whether Liang Yu had woken up, but why Yi Feng had agreed to divorce Chang Lu. "I mentioned it," Chang Lu answered. Hearing this, Summer was even more puzzled. "You brought it up? Why?" It was clear that Chung Lu and Yifeng got along very well, and there were no problems in their relationship, but Chung Lu suddenly proposed a divorce, which made Xia Tian very puzzled. He has always been carrying Liang Yu in his heart, and now that Liang Yu has woken up, I should give way. Chang Lu gave a bitter smile and tried to take a sip of coffee to ease her emotions, but the coffee tasted even more bitter when she took a sip. Xia Tian was stunned and then smiled contemptuously. Is this how you see him? Chang Lu looked up blankly, not understanding what Xia Tian meant. You don't understand him. Xia Tian added, suddenly feeling very ridiculous. The two of them had been married for 3 years, but it turned out that they didn't really know each other. Do you know him very well? Chang Lu was not very happy. Xia Tian, however, acted very calmly. At least for now, I think I know him better than you. Then you have a chance now. Chang Lu leaned back in her chair and looked at Xia Tian with a slightly scrutinizing gaze. Summer shook her head and smiled faintly. That's why you don't understand him. Chang Lu suddenly became a little angry. What kind of joke is it when a woman tells her that she knows her husband better than she does? And what kind of humiliation is it? Chang Lu knew that Summer had always liked Yifeng. Over the years, Summer had not had much contact with any members of the opposite sex, let alone been in a relationship. In Chang Lu's opinion, Summer was just waiting for Yifeng. She was waiting for the day when she and Yifeng got divorced, and Summer would reappear in Yifeng's life. To be honest, Chang Lu really envied Yifeng. There was a woman willing to wait for him, and probably at his word, there would never be a shortage of women who loved him. You know a lot, don't you? Care to tell me? Summer lifted the coffee in front of him and took another sip. It was already a little cold. When Chang Lu thought that Summer didn't want to answer, he spoke up. He's just a scumbag. It was like answering Chang Lu's question, but also like talking to himself. Chang Lu didn't understand, but she didn't agree. It wasn't true to say that Yifeng was a scumbag, but it wasn't an exaggeration either. Yifeng was not absolutely upright, but at least he was very self-disciplined. He didn't have any bad habits, and he didn't fool around with women. He kept a proper distance from the women around him. Chang Lu had almost never seen him get close to any female friend. Even when he talked to female employees at work, it was in public. If it was in the office, it would definitely be with the door open. If such a man is a scumbag, either he hides it so well that Chang Lu hasn't noticed, or there are simply no good men in the world. Chang Lu was still waiting for the rest of the story, but in the end, Xia Tian simply skipped over the topic. Let's not talk about her, let's talk about something else. Xia Tian paused and continued. How is Liang Yu? I only know that she's awake, but I don't know the details. Speaking of Liang Yu, and remembering the scene in the hospital room and the images in the video, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Yifeng's tenderness was shown to the fullest in Liang Yu. You haven't visited her? Xia Tian looked at Chang Lu suspiciously. Chang Lu nodded and shook her head. She didn't know if she could be considered as having visited. Xia Tian understood. What do you think? Do you still love him? Chang Lu was silent. Love? I guess so. But what does it matter? Yifeng loves Liang Yu, and she is destined to leave sadly. If you still love him, then you can actually go and meet Liang Yu. Xia Tian took another sip of coffee, which was now cold and tasted much worse. Putting down the cup, Xia Tian continued, You have saved her life, and if you let her go, I believe she will leave. Chang Lu shook her head at this. I don't want Yifeng to hate me, but what's the point of being with him for the rest of my life? It would just be tying him down, torturing each other until the love fades and we get bored of each other. So you're going to help Liang Yu? Xia Tian smiled, not sure if she meant to help Liang Yu or help Yifeng. Chang Lu didn't understand the meaning behind Xia Tian's words. To her, the two were the same, helping Liang Yu was the same as helping Yifeng. The conversation had turned from reminiscing to emotional topics, and the mood became a little low. Soon, both of them lost interest. Outside the coffee shop, Xia Tian watched Chang Lu get into the car, and as he looked at her back as she left, he seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 37, Civil Affairs Bureau. Yifeng was famished when he got home. Chengbei was quite far from the city, and Yifeng had dropped off Chenglu at her home after work and then gone straight to the hospital. He had planned to leave the hospital and get something to eat, but Chenglu had called him away again. By the time he dropped Chenglu off at the cafe, the hunger had passed. It was almost an hour's drive home, and Yifeng was already feeling uncomfortable in his stomach. There was no way to cook dinner in time, and he hadn't prepared anything at home in the past 2 days. It was hard to cook for one person, so he could only choose to cook himself a bowl of noodles and add 2 more eggs. At the dinner table, Yifeng ate the noodles with some melancholy. Thinking that he would be divorcing Chanlu tomorrow, Yifeng felt a sense of panic. After 3 years of living together, it was difficult to get used to being alone again, regardless of how deep the relationship had been. Fortunately, Yifeng was very busy at the moment, as he needed to work as Changlu's assistant, take care of Liangyu, and after the divorce, he would also need to find time to take over the factory left to him by his parents. Being busy would give him no time to reminisce about the bits and pieces he had spent with Changlu. After dinner, his stomach felt a little better. Yifeng took out his old work computer for the rare occasion and started recording things on it. From now on, he would be alone again. The next day, Yifeng waited outside Changlu's house at 8 o'clock as she had requested. He waited for half an hour before Changlu slowly came out of the front door. Yifeng still acted as a chauffeur and opened the car door for Changlu to get in. The role play was very natural. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two of them didn't say a word. Changlu sat in the back seat, afraid to look at Yifeng's expression, afraid to catch Yifeng's eyes in the rearview mirror, afraid to see relief in his eyes, and afraid to see his struggle. She was afraid that her decision was wrong. In fact, Changlu regretted it. After chatting with Xia Tian last night, Changlu tossed and turned all night and had difficulty falling asleep. She didn't know if it was the coffee that had kept her awake, or if it was Xia Tian's words that had disturbed her. Xia Tian said she didn't understand Yifeng. Xia Tian asked her if she still loved Yifeng. Changlu had also asked herself countless times, recalling countless past memories with Yifeng, but there was no definite answer. But she asked herself if she wanted Yifeng to leave. The answer was definite: she didn't want him to. Deep down, she didn't want Yifeng to leave her. No matter how she pretended to be generous, or how she convinced herself to let go, she couldn't fool her heart. If she was willing to let go, she wouldn't have kept Yifeng around as her assistant. Did she really need Yifeng's money? No, she wanted Yifeng to stay by her side. But she was the one who proposed the divorce, and she couldn't bow to her husband's demands. She wanted to remain together with Yifeng with dignity. She regretted it, but Yifeng wouldn't bow to her demands. She wished Yifeng would ask her if they could call off the divorce, but Yifeng never did. Changlu waited the whole way, waiting for Yifeng to ask her to stay. She would pretend to be hesitant and say she would think about it, and then postpone the divorce. Because Xia Tian said she didn't understand Yifeng, she wavered. Even though she had seen with her own eyes Yifeng's attitude towards Liangyu, and had seen with her own eyes that Yifeng valued Liangyu above himself, she still wavered. Because Xia Tian said she didn't understand Yifeng, didn't understand the man she had shared a bed with for 3 years. She was afraid that her decision was wrong. The car drove all the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Even after the car had come to a stop, Changlu was still staring out the window in a daze. She knew they had arrived, but she was waiting. Yifeng parked the car and got out to open the door for Changlu. It was only when the door opened that Changlu saw the calm expression on Yifeng's face. Yifeng didn't have any expression, or rather, Changlu didn't read any emotions from that face. There was no pain of separation, no relief of release, and no joy of running towards a new life. Changlu couldn't understand why Yifeng could be so calm. The car door had already opened, so Changlu had to get out. As she walked up the steps and reached the door, she stopped, and Yifeng, who was right behind her, also stopped. Changlu turned to face Yifeng directly, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Have you ever loved me?" Yifeng's expression momentarily flickered, but he quickly calmed down, and said in a calm tone, "It doesn't matter what my answer is." In Yifeng's opinion, it didn't matter what he said. Whether he loved her or not wasn't determined by what he said, but by whether Changlu felt it. Even though he had once loved her with all his strength, if she didn't feel it, then to Changlu it was as if he didn't love her, and he had failed. Now he had already proven that he had failed. Changlu gathered her thoughts, turned her head and continued walking inside, her footsteps hurried, as if she was afraid that Yifeng would see her clenching her trembling lips. As she walked further inside, Changlu took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag and put them on to hide the redness in her eyes, but she didn't know how strange this action looked indoors. However, no one seemed to care about them here. The married were only looking at each other, and the divorced were not distracted. Soon, Yifeng and her number was called. The woman who processed the paperwork first sized up the two of them. Seeing that they were a young couple, she first gave them some advice. Young people shouldn't act impulsively. Divorce is no trivial matter. Anger is only temporary. You'll regret it after you're divorced. Chang Lu didn't say a word, and didn't take a position. Yi Feng knew that the older sister meant well, but he didn't think it was necessary. Chang Lu was the CEO, and naturally wouldn't deal with such things. Her usual style was competent and efficient. So dealing with this situation should be left to him, the assistant. Older sister, there's no need to persuade. We're very rational. Please handle it for us. Thank you. Her intention was to persuade them, but seeing Yi Feng's sincere attitude and that he didn't seem like an impulsive person, she sighed and registered the two of them. Chang Lu had not said a word, and after handing over her ID, she kept the same posture she had when she first sat down, wondering what was going on in her head. It wasn't until the staff returned her ID that she came back to her senses and dazedly accepted her ID. So, is it over? Chang Lu kept asking herself in her mind if she would regret it. But she heard her sister say, "You have a 30-day cooling-off period. At the end of the period, bring this receipt and come back to print your divorce certificate. You can go back now." Chang Lu was stunned, and then reacted, asking, "Did it not get done?" My sister patiently explained, "It's not that it didn't get done. The country has a new policy. There is a 30-day cooling-off period for divorce. During this period, you should first deal with the division of property, child custody, and other miscellaneous issues, and then come back to pick up the certificate." Chang Lu understood, which meant that they were not divorced yet. "What if I don't come back then?" Chang Lu blurted out subconsciously. Chapter 38 Reason. In the hospital ward, Liang Yu had just finished answering the doctor's questions. Overall, she had been very cooperative, but the doctor was a little worried about her emotions and tried to comfort her. As she watched the doctor leave, Liang Yu saw a somewhat familiar figure appear at the door. When Liang Yu met his gaze, he did not look away, but waited until the doctor had left before walking straight towards the ward. It was only when he stood next to the bed that he asked, "Don't you remember? You are Xia Tian." Liang Yu really did almost not recognize him at first. Her impression of Xia Tian remained from 3 years ago. Although they had not interacted much, she remembered him quite vividly. "It seems you do remember." Xia Tian gave a faint smile and sat down next to the bed. "I haven't lost my memory." Liang Yu's tone was flat. She didn't expect Xia Tian to show up, and their relationship wasn't that good. They only met because of Yi Feng. "How does your body feel? Have you recovered?" Xia Tian asked. "I feel fine," Liang Yu answered. At this time, the various instruments on Liang Yu's body had been removed. For a comatose patient who had been in a vegetative state for 3 years, such a recovery rate was truly miraculous. It seems so. Apart from being a little paler and thinner, she doesn't look much different from 3 years ago. Xia Tian still maintained an elusive smile. Liang Yu's impression of Xia Tian was that she had changed a lot. Perhaps it was because she had lost so much of her memory that her perception was fragmented. Yi Feng was not the same as before, Xia Tian was not the same as before, and sometimes she wondered if this was really the same world. If it weren't for the memory of the car accident, Liang Yu would have suspected that she had time traveled. Liang Yu was silent and did not reply. The aura around her had faded. Xia Tian continued, "Do you have any questions?" Liang Yu remained silent, as if she were thinking. However, her mind was in a mess right now. With her parents dead and Yi Feng married, she had a million things on her mind and didn't know where to start. She also didn't know Xia Tian well. In the end, Liang Yu shook her head. Xia Tian was a little surprised. "Do you know that Yi Feng got married?" Liang Yu's face showed pain at the news, and she nodded gently. "Aren't you curious?" Xia Tian asked. Liang Yu raised her eyes, as if she was asking. After learning that Yi Feng had gotten married, Liang Yu felt endless pain, not to mention confronting Yi Feng face to face. She had already been abandoned, and no matter what the reason was, she felt it was unforgivable. Summer read Liang Yu's emotions. "Then you remember your parents' death in a car accident, right?" Liang Yu's emotions almost couldn't hold back, and she was about to cry. How could she not remember? She hadn't been in a coma during the car accident, and she vaguely saw the tragic scene of her parents at the time, as well as the scene that had been repeated countless times in her dreams, all telling her that her parents had left her. As if she hadn't seen Liang Yu's sad appearance, Xia Tian continued, "So since you woke up, you haven't noticed anything unusual? None of your relatives or friends have come to visit you, aren't you curious?" Upon hearing this, Liang Yu seemed to suddenly wake up and looked up at Xia Tian with teary eyes. You're still as silly as before. Xia Tian's mouth curved up. Do you want to go for a walk? Liang Yu agreed, because she wanted to find out something, and because she hadn't been in the sun for a long time. However, Liang Yu couldn't walk yet. It wasn't that she had no feeling in her legs, it was just that her muscles had degenerated after being unable to walk for so long, and she couldn't walk even with a cane. In the summer, she went to borrow a wheelchair for Liang Yu, pushed Liang Yu down the elevator, and went to a bench in the garden below the hospital. Summer sat at one end of the bench, and Liang Yu's wheelchair was next to her. What's it like to feel the sun again? Summer asked. Liang Yu leaned back in the wheelchair, closed her eyes, tilted her head, took a deep breath, and felt the temperature in the air. It was a long-lost warmth. Very comfortable. Liang Yu's answer was simple. Summer smiled and didn't comment. Actually, I'm curious. What did you feel when you heard Yifeng got married? At one point, Summer also thought that in this life, Yifeng would only marry Liang Yu. They had been childhood sweethearts and were very close to each other, and it was a mutual love. But life is full of twists and turns. Liang Yu had a car accident, and Yifeng married Chang Lu. When she mentioned this, Liang Yu still found it hard to accept. She looked at Xia Tian with sad eyes, as if blaming her for pricking her wounds. It's okay, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. Xia Tian turned her head away from Liang Yu, but it seemed that she had no intention of changing the subject. Liang Yu thought about it for a while and then spoke up, heartache, disbelief, and hatred. Xia Tian revealed a smug smile. What kind of person do you think Yifeng is? Liang Yu didn't think about it, and blurted out, he's very good to me. Summer looked at Liang Yu and smiled meaningfully. Liang Yu was looked at for a while before she realized the problem with her words, which were very contradictory. So what Summer meant was that there was a hidden story? Liang Yu's heart began to grow anxious, and she began to want an answer. However, there is something that everyone knows, and if you search the internet, you may be able to find out more. Summer didn't keep her words to herself. You should have an older brother, right? After your parents passed away, your brother returned to inherit Liang's, but he mismanaged the business, and now there is no more Liang's. Your brother is also nowhere to be found. As far as I know, your family's relatives are also involved. Liang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. The Liang family's Liang's was once the largest enterprise in Nanchang. Her father Liang Wei was the highest-ranking person in charge of Liang's and the person in charge of the Liang family at the time. She could not believe that Liang's had collapsed. When you were in a coma, Yifeng spent all the money to pay for your treatment, and finally mortgaged the property and sold the factory, but it was still not enough. During that time, he went to see your brother, but your brother didn't see him, and he never said he would help you. I don't know exactly what happened, but at that time, Yifeng was at his wit's end about your illness. Chang Lu, you should know her. It was her who appeared at that time. At that time, her company was not as large as it is now, but she was willing to use all her liquid assets to pay for your medical expenses. If she hadn't paid at that time, you might not have been saved. It was also at that time that Yifeng married her not long after. Liang Yu felt like she had been struck by lightning. So much information was flooding her mind that she couldn't process it all at once. Her focus at the moment was entirely on Yifeng. Putting it all together, she realized that Yifeng had gone bankrupt for her, and finally sold himself to Chen Lu to pay for her treatment. How could this be? How could things be like this? Liang Yu couldn't shed a tear at the moment, and just stood there speechless. Chapter 39, A Way Out. So, is he doing well? After barely digesting the message that Xia Tian had conveyed to her, Liang Yu's mind began to be able to think about things. Learning that Yifeng had sacrificed so much for her, Liang Yu felt endless guilt well up in her heart. Thinking about how she had treated Yifeng so badly before, and had driven him away, Liang Yu now felt immense regret. What she wanted to know most now was whether Yifeng had been doing well in the past few years. Very well, the couple is harmonious. Xia Tian replied. Liang Yu felt like she had been relieved, but her expression became complicated again. She didn't know what kind of feeling this was. Deep down, she hoped that Yifeng was doing well and could have happiness, but her reason told her that Yifeng had left her, and his happiness did not include her. From an emotional point of view, Yifeng had betrayed her. She would think, there are many ways to repay Chang Lu, why did she have to give herself to him? Was it that Yifeng had long been in love with Chang Lu, and repaying the favor was just an excuse, and getting married was just a natural progression? Liang Yu's heart was even more confused. She had thought that Xia Tian would tell her everything, and she would understand everything as a result, but now that wasn't the case, and she was even more entangled. While Liang Yu was saddened by the complex emotions in her head, Xia Tian once again said something that surprised Liang Yu even more. I heard that they are getting a divorce. In the car, Chen Lu was still recalling the situation at the Civil Affairs Bureau earlier, and it seemed that she had lost her temper a little. The question that came out of her mouth subconsciously made her feel that she might have revealed her true intention of not wanting a divorce. However, she was thinking too much. Yi Feng did not think this way. It was just that at that time, Chang Lu was worried that something unexpected would happen and delay the divorce of the two. After all, in Yi Feng's perception, Chang Lu already had another person in her heart. Keep the receipt safe and don't forget to bring it with you when the time comes. Chang Lu said this to try and hide her intentions. I know. Yi Feng drove on, not turning his head, his full attention on the road. Chang Lu was very unhappy with Yi Feng's indifferent manner. He didn't seem to have any extraneous emotions. And in Chang Lu's opinion, this behavior meant that he didn't want to save the marriage in the slightest. There was no conversation the whole way, and when the car pulled up in front of the company building, Yi Feng still got out and opened the door for Chang Lu, not caring about the stares from the surrounding people. However, after calming down, Chang Lu noticed the malicious intent in the stares around her. She suddenly regretted her impulsive actions, and perhaps she had gone too far humiliating Yi Feng. People's opinions are to be feared, and she wondered what these onlookers would be saying behind Yi Feng's back. Although in the end the two did divorce, Chang Lu didn't want to leave a bad impression on Yi Feng's mind, leaving her malicious feelings towards him. Chang Lu didn't know how to solve the trouble she had caused Yi Feng. In the past, she would just have to show intimacy with Yi Feng, and all the rumors would disappear, but that obviously wasn't suitable now. Chang Lu had no choice but to leave first and go to the office. Yi Feng went to the parking lot to park the car, and then planned to go upstairs and wait. Chang Lu had not arranged any specific work for him so far, but according to the agreement, he had to be on standby at all times, so he naturally could not leave at will during working hours. So he could only wait at the company first. When going upstairs, Yi Feng met Chang Xian. Brother-in-law, why are you here? Chang Xian smiled like a little girl when she saw Yi Feng. I'm also here for work. Yi Feng smiled. Are you here to check up on me? It's fine. I'm here, I'll keep an eye on my sister for you, don't worry. Chang Xian was still smiling. In the 2 years at the company, Chang Xian had witnessed how much the couple loved each other. They would discuss plans together until late at night at work, or they would make all kinds of heartwarming bento boxes. It really is work. Yi Feng said, and at the same time the elevator reached the floor. Yi Feng stepped out in one stride and turned back to Chang Xian and added, Don't call me brother-in-law anymore, call me Feng. With that, he walked towards his temporary office, leaving Chang Xian in the elevator, stunned. Chang Xian didn't understand, what did he mean by brother-in-law? Did he have a conflict with his sister? Then why did he have to change his address? It seemed like something big had happened. Chang Xian really wanted to go after him and ask for clarification, but she felt that it wasn't appropriate in the company, so she thought about finding an opportunity to go to her sister's place and ask indirectly. Yi Feng arrived at his workstation. His current identity was assistant to the president, but that was not his position. The name tag he was wearing at the moment indicated that he was just a junior staff member in the General Affairs Department. The person in charge of the General Affairs Department was a middle-aged woman, who was called Sister Li by everyone. Sister Li was very uneasy about Yi Feng's arrival. She knew Yi Feng was the president's husband, and according to reason, he should not be working as a junior staff member in her department, and it would be reasonable for him to take her place, but that was not the case. This made her doubt for a moment whether she had done something wrong. The CEO had specially arranged for the CEO's husband to come to her department to investigate. As a result, over the past 2 days, Yi Feng had only said a few words to her when he reported for work, and the rest of the time he had stayed at his workstation, messing around with the files on the computer. During that time, Sister Li had also asked Yi Feng if he needed anything, and Yi Feng's answer was that he didn't, that he could be treated normally, that he was just an ordinary employee. Sister Li was at a loss, but she couldn't really order Yi Feng around. After all, he was the husband of the CEO and could settle the score at any time. Sister Li planned to ask the CEO's 2 assistants later to see how to arrange Yi Feng's work, at least to get some idea. Yi Feng didn't know what Sister Li was thinking, and just sat in front of the computer organizing some of the information he might need next, while also reorganizing the various resources at his disposal. Yi Feng naturally knew that, in any case, staying in this position would not be able to pay off Chang Lu's debt, not to mention that he also needed to raise the medical expenses for Liang Yu's follow-up treatment, and he was not sure how much was needed at the moment. All he had now was a 3-bedroom house and a printing factory, as well as the connections he had established while running business and projects before. However, once he divorces Chang Lu and people find out that he has no connection to the Lufeng Group, they may not be willing to do him any favors. It feels like he's back to when he was 18 years old, when he inherited his parents' will and got the property and factory. In the past few years, he has devoted all his energy to Chang Lu's company, and the rest of the time has been spent on Chang Lu and Liang Yu in the hospital. He had almost stopped caring about the old factory. After all, Yi Feng had sold the factory to raise money for medical expenses. The original industrial structure and business model were changed by the subsequent operators, and all the profits were stripped away, leaving only an old shell. It was only when Chang Lu's company started to pick up that there was some extra money, and when Chang Lu learned that the factory had been left to him by Yi Feng's parents, he bought it back. Now it was worthless, and Yi Feng needed to find another way out. Chapter 40, Wedding Plans Leaked. Sister, what's going on with you and brother-in-law? Did you have a fight? In the president's office, Chang Lu was eating the lunch that Chang Xian had prepared for her. The food was okay, but it just didn't taste as good as the food Yi Feng used to prepare. Chang Xian sat next to Chang Lu, propped her head up and looked at her, waiting for her answer. Chang Lu didn't answer. Did you have a fight? Chang Xian couldn't help but continue to ask. Chang Xian felt very unusual about Yi Feng's current arrangement. How could her sister possibly arrange for her brother-in-law to become a small clerk? So a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, that her sister was punishing her brother-in-law for doing something wrong. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was right, so she asked. Brother-in-law, did you make your sister angry? Chang Lu replied indifferently, don't mind your own business, kiddo. Chang Xian felt even more certain that she had guessed correctly. What was it? Could it be that? Did her brother-in-law cheat on her? Chang Xian blurted out, but then she thought it was impossible. At least according to Chang Xian's observations, Yi Feng was wholeheartedly good to Chang Lu. His words might not be ornate, but in his actions, even Chang Xian, a bystander, could feel how good Yi Feng was to Chang Lu. But after asking the question, Chang Xian really wanted to know the exact answer. It's not surprising that she's nosy. Who wouldn't be curious after hearing what she just heard? Chang Lu paused in the act of eating in her hand. Chang Xian thought her sister was going to get angry and was prepared to be scolded. However, Chang Lu sighed and then said, your brother-in-law and I are getting a divorce. Her tone was one of disappointment, and anyone could sense her reluctance. Chang Xian was shocked by these words. Her mouth hung open in disbelief. Chang Xian could only think of this answer. Otherwise, she couldn't figure out why her sister, who looked like she was reluctant, would still say she wanted a divorce. It must be that her brother-in-law had done something unforgivable. Although her sister was reluctant, she could only bear the pain and let go. Chang Lu gave Chang Xian a look. He hasn't cheated, but he has someone else in his heart. I feel that if it goes on, it won't last long. Chang Xian suddenly realized. Oh. So you stopped it in time? Sister, can you bear it? Chang Lu sighed again, what if I can't bear it? Should I be a bitter woman? Fighting over every little thing every day? Your sister and I are not like that. We can let go. Chang Xian leaned close to Chang Lu and sat next to her, taking her arm in her own. Sister, don't be sad, I'll be with you. Chang Xian was worried that her sister might not be able to take it. Chang Lu smiled unkindly, what's there to be sad about? Chang Xian saw that her sister didn't seem to be pretending, so she was relieved, but then she thought about Yi Feng and always felt something was strange. So Chang Xian asked, no, sister, since you're getting a divorce, why is your husband willing to be a lowly office worker? Didn't you give him some of your assets? Chang Lu shook her head, he didn't want any, and he volunteered to be an office worker. Chang Xian was even more puzzled. Her sister's company is now so big, and if she just gave her brother-in-law a little bit, he wouldn't need to work, would he? And shouldn't they keep their distance after getting divorced? Why did he still come to his ex-wife's company and prefer to be a small clerk? It's really unreasonable. Why? I don't understand. Chang Xian directly asked her questions. Chang Lu lowered her head as if she were talking to herself and said, he said he feels indebted to me, so he agrees to all my requests. After listening to this, Chang Xian pondered for a moment and then said, I've seen those dating shows say that love often feels like a debt. Sister, do you think my brother-in-law still loves you? What do you know, you little brat? You want to educate me? You don't even have a boyfriend yet, and you're giving me advice? I really don't know why I bothered talking to you about this. Chang Lu said angrily. Oh, sister, I was just saying hypothetically, what if you misunderstand your brother-in-law? Right? Chang Xian dodged Chan Lu's action of pretending to hit her, turned her head and stuck to her again, shaking Chang Lu's arm and rubbing it intimately. You'd better stay out of my business, and don't tell anyone in the family, I don't want to make it public yet. Chang Lu warned. I know, I can keep a secret. Chang Xian said, and then thought about it and suggested, why don't you let me try to test your brother-in-law for you and see what his attitude really is? After listening to Chang Lu's account, Chang Xian didn't believe in her heart that Yifeng had fallen out of love. In her eyes, the two were simply an exemplary couple, with a much better relationship than her parents, and they hardly ever quarreled, let alone go cold. Chang Lu shook her head quickly, no, you're just a kid, don't get involved. Chang Xian was unhappy, how come I don't understand? I graduated a long time ago, I'm not a kid anymore. Seeing that Chang Lu wasn't going to relent, Chang Xian continued to persuade her, sister, just relax, I promise to complete the task. Besides, I feel that there might be a misunderstanding if you keep this ambiguous. Chang Lu could not argue with her, and she knew that even if she did not agree, she would still take action on her own. She had no choice but to agree. Fine, but don't do anything reckless. And don't let her suspect that I'm involved. Chang Xian felt that Chang Lu was just being stubborn and would not admit defeat. She probably suspected that there might have been a mistake, but she just could not admit it. The two sisters were chatting in the office, completely unaware that a figure had approached the office a moment ago and then quickly retreated. Huang Haitao returned to his office and, after making sure that no one was around, took out his mobile phone and checked something. He was very excited, because he had just heard some great news, Chang Lu and Yifeng were getting a divorce. He had never expected to hear such great news, and he had never expected to hear such great news, so was his chance coming? In his experience, a woman who has been hurt by love is easily impressed by another relationship. Now is the perfect opportunity for him to take advantage of the situation, and he must seize it. And he also thought of something else, since Chang Lu and Yifeng are getting a divorce, then the fact that Yifeng is working as a clerk was not a deliberate arrangement, but Chang Lu's revenge on Yifeng? It seems that the rumors he spread in the videos he showed Chang Lu had an effect, and the two's relationship has already broken down. So if he makes things difficult for Yifeng, will Chang Lu not stick up for him? Ha ha. I've never liked Yifeng, the philandering playboy, and if it weren't for Chang Lu, Huang Haitao would have taught him a lesson already. But now that he can do whatever he likes, he'll probably start by stirring things up with Yifeng.